and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to not just the next season. Welcome back to the grand finals here of the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League 2025. I'm of course your co-host Live VIP. We of course co-streaming. We're co-streaming the event. We do have Tastosis live at the venue in South Korea. I'll be honest, I didn't even know that Artosis were going to be there. So, a very pleasant surprise here as Artosis is going to be stepping into the casting couch once again after a very, very long hiatus. Is going to be joining Tasteless and with I'm sure some of the other RSL casters like Gemini, like State, and like Sturgeon as well. So best of luck to all those working at the event itself. Of course, it's going to be a 2-day event, 2 days of StarCraft, 2 days of RSL. We do have day 1, which is today, which is the qualifier, and day 2 is going to be the grand finals, the playoff bracket with our top 4 players. We have the top 3. We have Classic, Zound, and Hero making it through the 3 seasons of RSL, and they'll be joined by one other player. Oh boy, a player that we confirmed today. So today it's going to be one massive bracket. I'm sure they're going to have a graphic to showcase the bracket itself. And we have the Patreon as well, !RSL in the chat to support the event, to support the Revival StarCraft League. And yeah, really cool to see that Artosis is there. Pleasant surprise. Again, I believe the venue is actually the same GOMTV. Is it the same GOMTV venue? A little bit uncertain, but I know it is in Korea. It is in Seoul, of course, or at least I think Gangnam actually, or at least in that area. And yeah, it looks to be a lot of really good matches tonight. And of course, throughout the course of the weekend, we did, of course, move Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow to Tuesday to not clash with RSL. And yeah, I mean, we have players traveling from all over the world as well. We mentioned this last night or two nights ago during the podcast, but it is really cool to see Streamer Zone support their players. Streamer Zone, they did fly a bunch of their players over to the Americas for Stellarfest and for SC for All, and the same thing happened here where they flew a bunch of players over to compete in this event as well, to compete in the RSL. Specifically referring to Geralt and Jimmy. Geralt and Jimmy, they flew over from their respective countries in Europe over to Korea to compete. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, and that's actually a really, really nice match that we're going to.
Oh, we have the bracket
here with. You know, Bunny and Ryung are both very strong players, but Ryung kind of a sniper in the match.
I think their audio is a little bit low.
I think that this was a great first choice, and might be one of the only Terran versus Terrans that we managed to end up.
Oh, there we go. So it looks like they're going to be casting the TVT. They're going to be jumping into Bunny versus Ryung first. And you have the entirety of the round 16. You have Bunny versus Ryung, Kira versus Geralt, Shin versus SOS, Solar versus Rex, Creator versus Nightmare, Reynor versus Jumi, and Trigger versus Percival. Personally, I would have avoided the TVT and gone for Trigger versus Percival. That looks like a lot of fun. Some NA versus Korea, but I think they really want to focus on Maru.
Ryung could make a run through this bracket and really mess things up for a lot of the other strong players. And then you look.
Sorry, it's just dying a little bit. But yeah, I guess we'll be setting our stream up for Bunny versus Ryung. We'll get there. Also, hello everyone. Hello. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're having a great weekend. Great weekend as we're nearing the end of the year. Team Falcons and Team Vitality. Round of 16. When it comes to the format, the round 16 is going to be best of 5. So we have best of 5s in the round 16, best of 5s in the quarterfinals, best of 5s in the semis, and then best of 7 for the qualifying match. So a lot of best of 5s. I don't know what kind of schedule the casters want to follow. Like, I don't know if like the entirety of the round 16 starts at the same time, or if they do it like in chunks. Like, I don't necessarily know how long the event is going to last.
I think we have the map.
I would imagine around 6 hours. We'll see.
So we can see the vetoes.
Yeah, as we do have some connectivity issues here. Hold on. Un momento.
Already, as we're getting the maps displayed up here. Oh, actually,
it's best of 5 here in the LCQ.
Yeah, it looks like there might be some latency issues when it comes to the mainstream. Yeah, I can see their YouTube chat is freaking out. So it looks like they're just having some connectivity issues from the venue.
Yeah, and I think that group stages have definitely had a place in StarCraft 2, but I felt like there was a lot of them in all these tournaments. And I do feel like group stages can be a little bit exhausting.
Can we back?
I think a best of 5 can be more interesting.
We're back. We've
moved the format around a little bit here with how we're doing this. We put a lot of thought into the whole LCQ in general and how we want it to look and feel. And so we're moments away from getting into this. Again, but
never mind.
this guy, I think every Terran in Korea, in Asia, has always been a little bit overshadowed by Maru.
Yeah.
Who has historically been, you know, over the entire course of StarCraft, the strongest Terran there is.
Yes.
Obviously, Clem is incredible. We've got other great Terran players around the world, Oliveira as well. But, you know, when you're a Terran player out here, especially being a Korean, you're always kind of playing second fiddle to Maru. But I think Bunny has always had his own approach to the game. Very cool under pressure, and I think out of all the matches that we have here, to start off the early parts of the brackets.
So I'm just checking audio levels because I do know that it's a little bit low.
Yeah. Again, I think Bunny is just a bit of a higher level player overall than Ryung.
Catching on the chat. Hello, like, you're really doing well. Thank you. Yes, been doing well. Been streaming recently. I had a ladder stream yesterday. I was able to stream some Final Fantasy as well.
Like one of the best Terran versus
I had a bit of a leaner week, which feels good.
So I'm looking at this matchup. I really don't know which way it'll end up going, and I'm excited to see it because, like, even looking back into Season 3 of RSL, Ryung took a map off Maru there. Like, he's really, like, on the edge of creating upsets every time he plays another Terran player.
That's right. Exciting to have Ryung down here today.
Yeah, I'm glad they bring that up. Again, we echo this all the time, but Ryung, he has arguably the best TVT in the world. I can see, oh look, there's Rex next to him. But I would argue that Ryung, he has the potential to bring down Bunny and to bring down Maru as well. Like, because he's in the Terran portion of the bracket, like, this is the best chance for Ryung to go far and to pop off. So we'll see if he does. Let's go. Oh look, there's Peridusta. Peridusta. Let's go. Community member.
TVT seems to be a lot more explosive. It seems like there's a lot more of the glass cannon element at play here.
I'm not saying that Ryung will take down both Bunny and Maru, but he has like the potential to. It looks like the way they're hosting this, there are 2 matches happening at the same time. They have 4 PCs set up. I don't know if they have PCs in the backstage where they have more games happening at once. Again, my concern is the length of this broadcast, just because there are so many best of 5s. I was surprised to see that the round of 16 are full best of 5s instead of best of 3s. So it depends on how many matches are happening at once and how many games the casters want to actually cast and cover.
Most Terran players, I'm like, oh, you know, they're very good with Marines, they're good with tanks, this type of thing.
Because these best of 5s, they can last a long time.
I always think of Mech, I think of Banshees, right? Like, he's really got a wide range of units and strategies that he's utilized over the years.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just, they have like a VIP, like, I don't know if you notice in the crowd, they've got like these nice like sofa chairs for the first 2 rows, and then they got like regular chairs behind them. Interesting.
The LCQ, it's a marathon, man. You are playing non-stop all day. You got to keep that stamina going. We have a lot of different parts of this this event, or I should say some of the early parts of this event here that are not going to be broadcast on this channel just because we're at the early part of the brackets, but they are going to be on other live streams. Rotterdam is one of them here, on other various channels here on Twitch.
Oh.
Yeah, and of course, always great to double window that one. You know,
oh,
fact,
I didn't know.
Listen to the Tastosis commentary. That's going to be a really interesting combination there for you.
So it looks like they're going to be getting something to judge.
So apparently Rotterdam's the B stream. I had no idea, but apparently there's a B stream going on as well. Yo, it's early for Roddy to be live, but okay. We'll see what matches he's covering. So I guess they're going to be running two series at once.
These guys have a history. They know each other very well.
Possible.
He's covering Solo versus Rex. Oh, that's why Rex was next to Ryung. Ah, yeah. So they're running 2 series at the same time. Okay.
Yeah. In the calendar year.
So Roddy has the ZVZ.
Everything absolutely on the line. It's, you know, if you go out here, it's like, okay, well, you have to walk out into the rainy.
We'll just be co-streaming what's on the main stream.
Go get on the subway, man, and go home.
But interesting to see that both series are happening at once.
Gonna be pulling out all the stops here.
And it looks like we are ready now, finally, to go into game 1 in what is a best of 5 here, Ryung versus Bunny, to start off the RSL.
Getting into, well, we've hosted up Winter Madness, not Tokamak, but we'll see about that momentarily here. And here we go, Tasteless, as we get into it. Here in the bottom right, we have a Bunny.
That's right, and his opponent over here in the top left in the blue is Ryung.
Right, so, Terran versus Terran
Okay, let's go.
You know, it's a best of 5, so I think it is important for these guys to really consider.
True,
how do
best
we
of
want
5.
to open the series. Are you going to try to open it aggressively? That's always kind of been a popular way to start out in a best of 5, or do you want to just kind of macro
And if you're in the chats very quickly, you know what time it is? Up. Just waiting for the program to start up. There we go. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 5. Also, big shout out to Pecoeta in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing for 12 months for a year of support. Pecoeta. Ay. Thank you so much for the support. And again, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Coming into this, I'm going to be leaning a little bit more towards Ryung, but we'll see how the series unfolds. I mean, especially with the latest patch, with the latest map pool, there can definitely be some. We haven't actually seen much TVT in the latest map pool, actually, so I'm excited. I'm ready for it. Let's go.
But that people, specifically Oliveira, really figured out how to like get in there and not just break the opponent's nose, but like break the arm, like end the fight, basically. And it seems like people defensively have gotten a little
because we're going to be co-streaming, I'll try not to like talk over the casters too much. Well, I'm happy to just enjoy the show, chime in whenever we have something to say. We'll see. Watch it together, Pappy.
Mid-game pressures that people put on can cause these very almost peculiar amounts of damage, where you have to look at this position that might be a little bit different by a couple of units, a couple of SCVs every single game, and try to judge, okay, how do we bring this position forward? And I think that is part of the reason why Terran vs. Terran still doesn't feel like super solved in these mid-game situations.
Yeah, I think very true. We've got the first Reapers coming out. Mirrored behavior here on the map, but it seems like actually the Reaper for Ryung on the mini-map went out to basically check for a proxy, because there's a lot of people that will build stuff right below the main here, and he's going to use this defensively. And with a second Reaper being made, there's nothing that Beyond can do. A Bunny can do. So he's going to come in here.
Oh, no, it's begun.
See the expanded, he's going to be leaving.
The Biani.
Yeah, we have absolutely mirrored openers from these two players at the moment. It does seem like Bunny is taking just a slightly more forward position by moving his Reaper across the map there, but you know, nothing can really be done when your opponent has those same exact units. And we'll be just kind of taking a look and waiting to see how do these two builds vary from each other. Like, what are you going to do as Bunny or Ryung to try to mix this up a little bit and start to gain an advantage?
Right. Yeah, we're basically waiting for the
See, this is where you start talking about the map to fill time.
Yeah, they literally mirror each other. It does seem like we've got.
Because hey, it's Winter Madness.
A second and a half ahead in the build order.
Most defensive map in the map pool, one of the
we
most.
have Tech Labs being added on over here on both sides. We'll see if it's going to be Banshee or Raven. That may be where the fork in the road is. Now they're both going around each other, passing each other like two ships in the night, and this is going to be very chaotic. Can he get the SCV before?
Oh, he'll finish.
Yeah, in the
Oh
last
my
second,
god.
he actually finishes the CC, so that is huge. The damage does start to pile up here for Bunny, and Ryung is not turning around. Can he get the wallet up? It doesn't matter. The Reaper's going to hop over.
Oh, he breaks through.
So he does knock that down.
He breaks in. No Cyclone. Oh, he's lighting up.
With these Hellions. Now, there is
Up.
a Cyclone on the way, but
You can do it. Get in there.
Okay, a lot of
Ooh, Ryung's being baited. Oh my god. Oh no,
So stacked.
one of
A lot
us.
of damage over here.
You can do it. Oh my god.
Going down from these Hellions are insane. Look at those SCVs just fall on either side. Similar damage is occurring across the map.
Yeah, Ryung was on A move, so he got baited in. We'll get into it.
So they're down to 10 workers to 7. It looks like the last Reaper is going to be killed off here.
Oh my
And
god.
so Ryung is actually considerably ahead. I mean, right now Bunny with less workers than you start the game out with. That's wild. So
Yeah, Ryung could have been in a better position. I don't know if you noticed, but Ryung, he actually had his SCVs on A move, and then he looked away to focus on his own micro, which makes sense. But because he looked away, the Reapers of Bunny actually baited and pulled and dragged the SCVs over to the full wall. Unlike Bunny, Bunny didn't have a full wall, Ryung did, but despite that, the SCVs got dragged to the depot within range of the Hellions, and then the Hellions dealt almost equivalent damage. Now, thankfully for Ryung, he was still able to deal more damage, kill more SCVs, and now Bunny's all in.
That Bunny has going for him right now is this one additional Raven. So we'll see what he can get done.
Oh, nice outcomes.
I don't know that that's going to be enough, but we have some
Raven goes down.
here. The Raven gets picked off. Good micro there from Ryung. And look at that. Great targeting from Bunny at the end, getting that one Cyclone.
Ooh.
they get like a range upgrade on the Cyclone. So far.
They fixed it
I
finally.
know, finally. Now the game's balanced. So he took that out. The Cyclones
Jesus.
survived.
I haven't
It's 19 to 20.
I haven't heard
Stop taking
Tastos
SCVs.
cast together in a very long time.
We have seen players who will just like lock in and make one
I say that. I
extra
guess
across
we
the map,
co-stream
but
them at
in some
EWC.
ways, Bunny has
True.
not given himself any advantage. They traded out, and when you're ahead, like at the level that Ryung is at, you're fine at the minimum trading out, right?
Well, looking at this now, Ryung getting his own Raven, and you know that's obviously going to be really, really helpful. There's a lot that you can get done with that Raven, whether you're trying to disable.
That's why I put all my channels on what the caster says. I mean, I did say that Ryung is favored here, but by no means does that mean he's. It's like when I say he's favored, it's like 60%. You could maybe push like 70% in favor of Ryung for this series, but like tentatively like 60%. So like there's room for error there. Like Bunny, he's a strong player himself. Game 1, of course, is in favor of Ryung, but it's gonna be a long series. Gonna be a long series.
Back into Ravens now, and there's no sign of a third base. I do feel like it's.
Are they both in Korea? Yes. This is an offline event. They don't have any remote casters.
Yeah,
They're all in
I
Korea.
don't feel like it makes any sense for anybody to attack. In fact, you kind of hope the other guy would try to dive into you, especially as you've got enough units.
Basically, what that means is they use that Patreon money to get our Toasters some flights to Korea for the offline finals.
If either of the two players are going to commit to a two-base pressure play or to try to get up into that third base.
I think we are going to see the pressure play coming out from Ryung. It seems like the right thing to do, and you've got this type of edge, which I think he does recognize that he has this edge. I love the fact that he's swapping over and going reactored Vikings at the moment to go with his two Ravens. It just makes a lot of sense. If he can control the air, his siege tanks are going to be so much more valuable.
Yeah, and that push is
What they're trying to get at here, all that Ryung has to do right now is contain. He doesn't even have to push in, just contain, because as you can see on the mini map, he's expanding. Ryung is getting a third CC, so as he gets a third base, just contain Bunny on two bases. He doesn't have to force the issue, he doesn't have to try to force his way into the natural third base. That's where he could make mistakes, that is where Bunny could capitalize on that. At the same time though, like Bunny doesn't really have that much in position, so Ryung could find an opening.
carefully and see how these spells are going to be cast.
Oh, with 3 siege tanks, it's going to be a
He's within range.
bit difficult here. Don't forget, some Vikings are going to be coming in as well. Oh, his Marines actually bleed out a little bit there. Ryung keeping heavy pressure on. You know, he's hitting this orbital, and it is dealing some damage. It'll take a little bit of time. Obviously, he can stop.
And nice disable, getting within range. He wants that tank. He's going to get it.
Yeah, now this tank is in range of the other tank on the side. He disables that. A lot of patience exhibited here by Ryung. And, you know, with 4 tanks up here, it's very expensive to keep repairing this. The Ravens are going to come around to the
Oh, we're
side.
coming in from behind.
I don't even know. Maybe he wants to try to dump auto turrets on this. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Oh, does he find him? Oh, he does.
Oh, and they do
Oh
spot
my
it.
god.
They do spot it. Bunny sees exactly what is going on here. And he's going to move forward and hits a couple disables, but is that going to be enough?
A great auto turret's thrown down here to tank some of that damage. The rest of the army is going to come up here. Now the Vikings land. GG. Ryung takes game number 1.
Well, there it is, Tasteless. Like
Yeah, GG, well played. I don't think the first game really says much about the players themselves. We'll see what the casters say.
They were doing the exact same strategy, and he ended up having his wall in on top of his ramp completed a little bit more quickly, didn't allow the Hellions in, and was able to get more damage on Bunny's SCVs, and you see how he closed it out so cleanly there.
Yeah, beautifully done.
Again, it's important to emphasize what happened as well, is that Bunny did do almost equivalent damage. They kind of missed the point there, but when he dragged the SCVs to the depot wall, even though Ryung had actually finished his wall, like he wasn't attentive back at home, he still lost a lot of SCVs. But again, it just comes down to the fact that he was able to kill slightly more workers than his opponent and end up in a slightly better position and just snowball from there. But that's also why I would say that this first game I don't think it's really indicative of the series yet, just because it all came down to the fact that they miss each other. It was mirrored builds, they miss each other, and then in the chaos in the early game, Ryung took a lead, right? Like that's kind of what it came down to. I don't think it's really indicative of like positional play or decision making or micro or anything like that. Like it was just really early game aggression and chaos that went in favor of Ryung. Now coming into game 2 though, he has momentum. Can he keep it going? Let's go.
All right, as we get into Tokamak here in the top right, in the bottom left. I mean, oh, sorry about that. We have our.
Since Aligulak has Bunny 49, Rung 51, History has 47-25 for Bunny. Aligulak says a lot of things. We bring this up all the time. Aligulak isn't really very reliable, I would say. I think Aligulak is good. Is a good tool to use if maybe you don't watch a lot of StarCraft to get a better idea of what's happening. But I think Aligulak does put a lot of weight when it comes to, like, obviously historical wins. I would say that recent performance is more important, and that's something that you can achieve by just watching a lot of StarCraft and seeing the games themselves. The just overall score lines and like numbers don't necessarily tell the whole story as to like current play, right? Like as we mentioned, like Ryung, this is his best matchup. He's caused a lot of upsets. Ryung's the reason why Clem switched to Protoss and why he's skipping TBT now. Like Ryung is the reason for all of that. Like so like put Ryung against Maru, put him against Bunny, put him against Cure. Like he has a good chance of like causing upsets. Whereas like the context of a lot of the wins and the context of a lot of the scores isn't really provided by Aligulak, which is why I say that it's a good tool to use if you know kind of like what data to extract from it instead of wholly relying on it. It's like something you want to use to help inform you, but not necessarily something you want to rely on purely to inform you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this is the worst possible thing that could happen. Uh-oh. Okay, so now he knows.
Oh, no.
You don't scout him and go, aha, they forgot to make barracks. Okay, so he cancels the command.
He does notice.
He's going to throw a bunker down.
Ryung's going for the proxy Rex.
Second. The most important thing for for Bunny, excuse me, is going to be to not lose the first Reaper. If you lose the first Reaper, it really does snowball.
Yeah, he's going
okay, like you whack, am I right? No, again, like Aligulak gathers data, it gathers like you know, win rates and stuff like that, and you can see historical record, and like you can like delve further into it to like give you more useful information. If you don't have time to like watch games.
Okay, so the bunker up here is super important. The Reaper is going to be pushed out. Now, you know, this is where the game gets a little bit odd, right? You've got two bunkers. The Reapers really can't get in anywhere else. I guess they can try to chip at the depot, but, you know, there's not really much more you can do. Yeah. And
so far, I mean, Bunny's reacted really well. He's got two bunkers in the main. He canceled the CC. And Ryung is transitioning.
It's going to be a lot slower, which is really, really important to mention, but he's still making a few Reapers. He loses one there, so maybe not the best control from Ryung so far, but he is going to be going up to 4 Reapers, which can kind of battle for themselves even against the first million.
Jesus. No! Ryung, calm down.
So we've got some damaged Marines out here.
Calm down,
basically over. The command center for Bunny starts in the main. Obviously, Ryung has a little bit of a positional advantage, so he can throw his command center on the low ground and try to build this up from there. This has been a classic move in TBT after a 2 Rax is finished, is that 1 Rax goes home and the other Rax...
so coming into the early game now, again, the aggression did not kill. Ryung was hoping for an economic opener, and Bunny was going for an economic start, but once he realized, he was quick to cancel, quick to transition. At this point, we do see that Ryung was a little bit supply blocked, but Bunny, he does have the faster, I believe he has the faster factory production. Ryung has a faster CC, so we have some slight differences here and there as we build up.
At least he sees the starport is on the way right now.
He's going to come up now. Let's try to drive out this barracks up here. And we're going to probably go from here into what's a pretty normal looking game. This might be a game that if you walked into the room and hadn't seen the beginning, you wouldn't even necessarily know this started off as a crazy...
Oh!
What's that barracks doing up there?
Faster CC.
Bunny is going for the 3rd command center.
Yeah.
And I don't see a 3rd command center for Ryung. Oh, no, never mind. He just started it.
Oh, okay.
I said that. So
there you go.
his command center is just a little bit later.
Yeah, it's still lining up pretty close to each other.
So it is important that you bring up the fact that both players are going into really fast expansions. It's important that they're both doing it, so that means we're kind of mirroring each other here. No one is being hyper aggressive, and we don't really expect to see any aggression until the mid game, until the 3rd base is taken. Another point to take note of is that this is a custom map pool, which does feature some older maps like Tokamak. Tokamak is hyper defensive, and you can slow the game down into a maxed out split map scenario quite easily here on Tokamak.
Yeah, that is the worst right there, and he gets that SCV right away, but, you know, plenty of defensive units.
So we had a really aggressive start, but this can slow down to a crawl.
Out of
This is one of the reasons why we've seen less late game, and we've seen less like late game Sky Toss and ZVP or just late game in general, because the equivalent of Tokamak doesn't exist in the current map pool. Like the most defensive maps we have are what, Celestial Enclave and Winter Madness and White Rabbit, but they pale in comparison to Tokamak when it comes to just how secure you can be on 4 and 5 bases, and how you can cut the map in half and take over the center. Like this, it's yeah.
It's just so useful.
Just much more prone to longer games.
Kind of mid-game type of scenario. You can break open positions. You can do a little bit of harassment. It can defend itself a little bit. Really a very valuable unit. Now, Ryung coming around with that medevac once again, but not deciding to unload. It really seems like Bunny is zoning everything out defensively very, very well.
Okay, unloading over here, and that's not going to get anything done. Bunny's going to be able to shoo that away. A scan here in the main is going to see where the infrastructure is at currently in this game. And it looks like this should be more of a macro game TVT. Both sides throwing down the engineering bay, which is a nod to not meching, to bio here. And we're going to get into more of your standard back and forth TVT. And what's important to note in a game like this, as you get into like mid-game, is how fragile both armies are when you have bio-tank versus bio-tank. If you get one bad angle, or if one player sieges up a little bit quicker and the other guy's not ready, a lot of times that's how a fight is won or lost.
Yeah, and I feel like those types of scenarios just a little bit favor actually Bunny over Ryung. I feel like the way that Ryung wins Terran versus Terran is kind of through brains, not through bronze. He's not necessarily like the fastest, quickest reacting Terran, but he's cognitively very, very strong, right? So I'm looking at these two positions. I like how he opened it. We're pretty even right now, but because we're pretty even and there's a lot of
Baits him in.
I think Bunny's going to do
Ooh, the disable there.
Okay.
Oh, quick on siege. Gets away.
And while it's disabled, you can see some grenades are going to be chucked out here to try to sandbag the progress.
Yeah, nice on siege there by Ryung, but his tank count just isn't high enough.
Two parts to this. One is that this push is kind of scary, but the second part is that you can't land a third base, where Bunny's got his landed over here.
Yeah, and that's making it look really bad for Ryung right now. He's got to break out of here. Don't forget, the Ravens on both sides. Like, both of them have a lot of potential on either attacking, breaking, defending. Whatever it is, you end up utilizing these can openers, these flying can openers to do.
Yeah, he's got this position now. He's trying to... he doesn't want to overextend here, but, you know, Ryung...
Yeah, the goal here for Bunny, as they kind of mentioned, is just contain. Just contain. He's getting his own third base. Keep Ryung on 2 bases for as long as possible.
A second earlier, but if he attacks, it would be like right now, and he doesn't do it. So the stim finishes here for Bunny as well.
Well, I think you would want to wait for that 1-1. You're so close to it. And 1-1, like if your opponent doesn't have 1-1 at the same time, you're going to be able to dominate through that. The one thing that could change that a lot would be obviously Raven spells and, of course, this Siege Tank splash damage. So, you know, right now... Ooh,
oh, that's great. He pulls the boys. 10 seconds too soon.
And disables all those tanks so quickly.
That was huge.
Upgrades barely kicking in.
I think Ryung just barely has enough, though. He doesn't even need his tanks, apparently. He kills that off. He takes that out. And now the map is completely under the control of Ryung. The tank count has been reset for Bunny. And this is going to be a perilous mid-game. I mean, I think this counter a punch could be fatal here from Ryung.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, actually, how well he busted that, especially when you pointed out he didn't bring his own tanks forward.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, shouldn't he have done that?
Yeah,
but
like, isn't this wrong?
It's like, no, I have twice the supply now, LOL, and my tanks
I mean, even if he did bring the tanks forward, there's a high chance it would have been disabled anyway. But yeah, that was a really strong fight from Ryung. He breaks out, he resets the tank count. Now suddenly everything swings in favor of the blue Terran, and can he wedge himself in between the bases? We do see Bunny does reposition. He does pull back, does reposition.
Now there's a tank here to beat this, but I mean,
oh, does disable. Gets one.
And there are disables here on these Ravens.
Yeah, at least a few. And if he can push forward and break any part of this position, it's going to be really tough for Bunny to end up holding on. Now, he has a good siege location, but Bunny does have these
nice target firing,
which are going to be really helpful at kind of zoning that vision back.
Disables one more. Nice on siege at a Bunny. Oh my god, saves the tank.
He picks up great micro, but is it going to really be enough? Ryung is closing in onto this position. It seems like there might just be
good bookie, Thomas.
The counter fire should be very strong here for Ryung.
Yeah, Ryung, he's trading so well here. There's one tank in the back line, but the Liberator has arrived. He's got the freedom, Bappy. He's got the freedom.
That's going to be it. GG. Ryung goes up 2-0.
Oh, man. You know, we said this was possible, and anything is possible, right, in a best of 5 with 2 great players, but I didn't think it was really going to happen, right? I mean, Ryung is already winning 2 games in a
You mean it
row.
wasn't gonna happen? He was favored. They're like, this is crazy. No, papi, it's TBT. Fun fact, we had this discussion during the podcast a couple of days ago, how there is a possibility that Maru gets knocked out by Ryung. Like, specifically because Ryung is on the TBT side of the bracket, Ryung has to play against Bunny and then Maru. Because Ryung has to solely rely on TBT here, there is, like, this, like, I would say that Ryung is the biggest threat to Maru in the bracket. Like, unironically. Like, I think Ryung is scarier to Maru than Reynor and Solar and some of the other... actually... No, I'm going to amend that. I would say that Ryung and Cure are the biggest threats to Maru, more so than Solar and Reynor. Like, specifically the TBTs. We'll talk about Cure later, because Cure we'll get into, but like, because he also has some killer TBT. And if you remember, who beat Maru at EWC? Cure. Like, Cure beat Maru in TBT. Like, it happened already. So like, those are kind of like the biggest threats to Maru, I would say, in this bracket, in this qualifier.
Yeah, it's hard to recover 3-0 in a best of 5.
Yeah.
It's also statistically very rare. You know, you have best of 5s that go to game 5 all the time, but usually there's a back and forth.
Catching up in the chat.
It's not that one person, you know, would have won.
So, is this live? Yes.
And the other guy would have won, what is basically
The title doesn't say replay.
So we'll see. I do think.
Oh, that delay is mistaken. Sorry, I'll fix that.
At the same time,
There is no delay on stream. But if it's ever cast via replays, and it will say so in the chat. If it doesn't say so, it would say so in the title. If it doesn't say so in the title, then assume it is live. But I will fix that delay command.
Forced the cancel, he forced a couple of bunkers, but I would agree with you that I don't think Bunny was really like behind after that. It seemed pretty even.
Right. We're going to go into game 3 now in this best of 5. Hopefully we get a game 4 and a game 5, but Ryung with a very strong 2-0 lead. We go to the map Mothership here. Bunny in the bottom center in the red, Ryung in the top right in the blue.
Let's go.
All right. Very excited to see them playing here on Mothership. I am a big fan of this map and one of the more exciting new maps in my opinion. And yeah, this is where Bunny has to show his absolute best play. Like, he must figure something out here. If this goes wrong, it's like, well, that was a failed day, unfortunately, for Bunny.
Yeah, we'll see what they can come up with this time around. Sorry, what Bunny can come up with this
I think Artos is at a failed ban. I mean, Mothership is known for longer games. For those unaware, Mothership is, I believe this is the largest map in the current map pool. Now, for this tournament map pool, it's a little bit different because they have Tokamak and they have some of the other older maps, so it's a little bit more of a mix. But Mothership is a huge map, but it's also more open. I would say it's a little bit more difficult to outposition your opponents on this map, specifically when it comes to taking advantage of choke points and taking advantage of high ground and elevation. So we'll see. There's also a lot of room to maneuver for drop play as well. Looking forward to the mid game. We'll see who's able to take the advantage.
We'll see exactly where he wants to end up with that. Does he want to do some sort of one base aggression? Does he want to just go ahead and expand but have that backup factory ready? We will see momentarily.
Okay. So we're going to see the command center made on the high ground here for Ryung. Slightly more conservative than the command center on the low ground. It does make a little bit of a difference, even though the travel time's fast. But, you know, even seeing Ryung kind of shift gears from game 2, where he's like, okay, I've won. I'm going to sink my teeth in game 2 and try to be aggressive. Just going for a slightly safer expand in case the unexpected comes out here. He should be in a healthy spot.
Yeah, I kind of like it, right? Like, he went from winning game 1 with the mirror build to an aggressive build game 2. Yeah, it didn't work out perfectly, but he ends up winning the game. And here he is with a little bit more conservative play. Maybe he's looking and say, oh, it's more likely for Bunny to play aggressively here. So let's try to block that. And the thing is, I think if Bunny tried to do anything fancy and Ryung blocked it, it would probably mess with Bunny's mind from there on out because he's already one map from elimination.
Yeah, and also the nature of Bunny's losses has been pretty painful, right?
Yes.
I mean, these were games that were honestly a little bit shorter than what I thought. I thought when we saw game 2 and they both took the third base, I thought, okay, we're going to have kind of more of a macro game, a back and forth, and even in TBTs, you can have like a lot of fights that happen back to back, but no. I mean, instead, Bunny got his contained setup, got completely judo flipped, and then lost. So, you know, Bunny, we'll see how he behaves here. Some players have pretty cool nerves, and they'll just play back into a macro game. and try to kind of do a clean slate reset. Other players impacted more by the losses they had earlier will try to come out and maybe in a little bit of a more desperate mode, try to close the game out with something crazy. But so far, we don't see that.
Looking down here on Bunny's side, Reactored Hellions on the way, as well as a Raven. Of course, we should be getting into probably Raven production here for Ryung as well. Very, very standard. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and add that Tech Lab on.
So what we should be looking out for here is third CC timings. Similar to last game, we're expecting a faster third CC and expecting the players to build up into the mid game. That is kind of expected here between the players. But we'll see if they throw down extra production buildings, then we might commit a little bit harder on 2 bases. Personally, I'm not fond of early aggression on Mothership just because of the size of the map itself. So we're kind of expecting at least 3 base play, or at least aggression on 3 bases, which is what we saw last game.
You don't make a bunch of Hellions and then just sit there, right? So
yeah, that is a big commitment. Jesus.
You're not going to get Hellion Siege mode and do something with that. So they're going to move out across the map. And,
he's going for the dive?
You know, I don't know how well this will go. I think you can kind of fight that army. I would guess you probably want to try to kill workers with this, though, right?
I would imagine. You know, maybe you even want to utilize a disable here or an auto.
Yeah, disable's done in 10 seconds.
But he's got to get some damage.
Goes to the turrets.
And look, he was thinking about auto turret, doesn't put it down quite yet. Decides to throw it down right there, and actually, you know, it's doing a little bit. He's getting Marines.
Yeah, the Hellions are being shut down by the auto turrets. Brutal damage here. Ryung shuts us down.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is a pretty bad attack, I think. You know, there was some ideas there, I think, when he had the turrets down around the ramp, and it kind of created this, like, bottleneck, and maybe, like, there's some kind of, like, a funneling effect where the Hellion damage kind of stacks. But, I think there's a reason why we don't see that very often. So anyways, like, the problem is not so much like, oh, they traded out units. Because the units, if you lose Marines to Hellions...
So I think the cast has missed this. I'm pretty sure this Hellion attack from Bunny was meant to hit with Matrix, with Interference Matrix. I don't know if you noticed, but he actually attacked and pushed into the natural, was it 10 to 12 seconds before Matrix finished? That was pretty huge, and I think that was a mistake. I'm pretty sure the goal there was to hit with Matrix, disable the Cyclone, and then overwhelm the Marines, and then bust into the mineral line. But he attacked pre-disable, so he didn't have it available to him. The Raven was a little bit of a waste as a result. The Raven, he wanted to go in with the auto turret, he didn't throw down any auto turret until the very end when it came to harassing, and yeah, it was a bit of a blundered assault. This is a rough start for Bunny.
Right. So, with the third CC landing, Ryung is steadily pedaling ahead here. We've got the additional barracks now.
Scouts at third CC.
About halfway done. So once again, this is going to be a game of tank bio coming into this. Looks like the Reaper is going to get cornered and taken out. And I would put Ryung in a slightly better position, but really we got to watch for the next fight and see how that goes.
Yeah, you know, we're kind of in this like a powering building phase right now, where there's not like a whole lot that they can do to each other at the moment. You're going to see like,
they're pushing.
A little bit of walking around with these units, but probably more like just in line of getting that third base set up, continuing your macro forward.
So I have to push back against what Artosis is saying. He's like, oh yeah, they're going to back off and build up. Like, no, this is just like last game, where right now the goal is to deny the opposing third. That's the goal here that Bunny's at least trying to achieve. He wants to be active, wants to get in position, and contain Ryung if possible.
He's going to get shot at a little bit more. And, I mean, there's not a ton you can get done with these Cyclones, but I think Bunny...
But Ryung's already on 3 bases. And you can see just the map working against Bunny here. We spoke about it earlier. This is a really large map, and Bunny, he tried to move out, he tried to be active. Ryung, he's already got his third base up and running. It's already saturated. He was able to slow down the push with his Cyclone, scout the push as well, and he deflects Bunny.
Excuse me, both on 3 bases, double E-bays on both sides. And we're going to see, probably as the game goes on, a fight towards the upper left corner of the map.
I think you're probably right about that, and I do love that we're utilizing a 3-player map here, because it does make that type of battle, that type of positional game in a Terran versus Terran much more interesting, if you ask me.
So Ryung is going to come down into the middle of the map again here. And I don't know if he wants to attack. Sometimes you just want to shark around the map and see if you can kind of find their army.
Now the thing about TVT is that you can break through these siege lines, you can find these positions just because of how the Raven works. So Ryung, he's looking for a way in.
It's almost like he's being pulled down here, but this could create another blind spot, almost like a little decoy. He sends that out, and Ryung kind of fakes.
Yeah, you can see most of the tanks are in the center. The left-hand side flank is open. There's one tank in position.
But I think the positional setup. Okay, excuse me.
Scans.
Bunny actually scans and sees Ryung setting up over there, and Ryung decides to do a reset.
I actually feel like both sides are playing really well right now.
I
I
agree.
love how Ryung is walking around with basically his whole army looking for errors in Bunny's play, and Bunny is he's kind of playing a little bit more like an old school TY or something.
Oh.
Like he's moving around with
He finds the
smaller
tanks.
Army here and
Ryung's sold out.
position.
He has to get out of here.
Ooh, okay, nice.
Oof.
We've got the
Yeah, lose
armor
one.
debuff coming down here, and Bunny's gonna keep
One,
coming up
two
here.
tanks go down.
Ooh,
Massive catch.
tanks. Marines coming here to the front to try to tank some of the
That's
damage.
disables. There's still one tank, though.
And Bunny pushes it even further.
Yeah, those disabled
Yeah, and Bunny, he's just snowballing out of control.
terrible time here. Great armor shreds out of Bunny, who continues to move forward. Another disable on that tank. Gonna drop out these tanks.
And you just
that
go
are
for it. You can go for the kill.
Re-enable.
He
and,
can do it.
Try to defend this base.
Okay, he's gonna push right up into the natural, and there's no tanks here. This is gonna cut the Terran in half. If you're gonna try to move through there, you have to eat a bunch of tank damage.
But yeah, winding up at Ryung, he just caught out. He got caught. The pants were down, but he got caught in the center. He lost 2-3 tanks early on, and then he got just caught out by the Master Sable as well. So Ryung was sharking around. He got caught instead. GG. GG.
But he's gonna lose the third base too, and from there he's probably gonna lose the game, Artosis.
Yeah, you're pretty hard pressed to come back from a game like this, even you losing that starport. And GG is called. Bunny gonna take it down, even after kind of a weak opener overall. I don't think the Hellions did what he was looking for, but he takes that map, and we've got ourselves a series, Tasteless.
Thank God, Artosis.
I know.
This goes along what we were saying previous, or what we typically say about TBT, is that in Terran versus Terran, I want to say more so than the other mirror matchups, there are a lot of comeback avenues, like avenues of coming back. You can be down in army supply, you can be down in marines, down in tanks, but if you can outposition your opponents in one really good fight like we just saw, even if you're down in supply, you can still excel and you can still break through and overwhelm and take the game, right? As long as you can take one strong fight, even if you're down in supply, you can pop off. Again, Bunny, as they were mentioning, that he did have a lackluster start with the Hellion dive. It was not worth it. He fell behind. He had a later third base, he had later economy, later saturation, smaller army, but he did catch Ryung unsieged. And that one moment is all he needed to just take the fight and then snowball into a win. GG. GG, well played. It's one of the things that, it's one of the reasons why Clem doesn't play TBT anymore, is that you can be ahead, you can be in a good position, but then if you get caught out of position one moment, whether it's with getting your tanks caught out, whether it's your opponent sieging up on top of you, whether it's a doom drop, right? Whether it's a doom drop getting into your base, or whether it's your own doom drop getting caught out, there's these really big explosive like swingy moments in TBT that are quite prevalent, which can kind of take an advantage away quite quickly. It can be a little bit quote-unquote coin flippy in that sense. And that's one of the reasons why Clem, he avoids TBT like the plague, because despite his at times superior micro, superior macro, doesn't necessarily matter at times. Let's go.
And his opponent in the top right, starting out with the 2-0, but being swept pretty cleanly in that last game, it's Ryung.
So Evil Heart's been a really fun map to cast.
Hyper aggressive.
You know, one of the things we did at RSL is we wanted to have
The map, I mean.
the, you know, I want pro gamers to give their input for maps, but I also want the community and the people that are supporting us on the Patreon to vote on the maps.
Yeah.
And so we had a couple maps that people picked. And one thing that's good is you want to have maps that kind of force a change in play.
Yes.
When you have pro gamers only pick the maps they tend to pick, and I don't even blame them. I do this when I ladder. I will only pick maps that I'm comfortable on. So I totally relate to it. But you want to be on maps that make sense to you and you're comfortable on. But what we want to do is create a level of discomfort.
Yes.
Whether that's in a claustrophobic map or a map with a different expansion layout or just a really big map, or you know, there's a lot of different ways you can make maps. I mean, this is why RTS games are so great. Is there's so many different ways you can create them. So. We had fans vote on these, and we're seeing a lot of these maps in the RSL create some very interesting games. The SCV high five in the middle of the map, not something you see every time.
Yeah, I would echo Tasteless's sentiments there regarding the maps in the map pool. I think that's why I'm actually really happy with the current map pool. I was a little bit iffy about it initially, if you recall. I was a little bit concerned about the larger maps that were introduced. and how extreme the map pool was. But I think that extremity has led into a healthier ecosystem and a healthier game state than we had previously. You can make an argument that maybe we went too far. It's a little bit hard to say just because we haven't had any big premier tournament yet with the new map pool. We've had some LAN events, that is true, some smaller LAN events, and we have Home Story Cup right around the corner as well. But we haven't had like a big like Stars Agora or a DreamHack or an EWC or a big major event to really kind of like see what players have been experimenting with and what they're bringing to the table, specifically players like Serral, like Hero, like Clem, and how they compete against each other in that highest level of play. We just haven't had that opportunity yet. Home Story Cup is going to be kind of like the next big one for that sort of thing, depending on who goes, I suppose.
Two places they pass and can't see each other. A little bit harder to make that attack work.
Yeah, I was going to say if this would be a mid-game army high-fiving path if we have that later on here. So, the same general tech routes being taken here. We need to see basically when are the add-ons thrown down, what are the add-ons for the factory and the starport to see what kind of game we're going to have here. And as we were saying earlier in the matchup, there's just so many different types of army compositions that can be made off the factory, starport, barracks combination.
Yeah.
And each of those different combinations of units has their own strengths and weaknesses, right? And when you see a cyclone on both sides, especially early on, a lot of times that is a nod to kind of trying to defend early on. The tank, especially right away, yeah, that's defending, but sometimes we'll see that used for a push later on here. And then, of course, we want to see, you know, is it going to be a medevac coming out here?
Is it true that I heard Esports World Cup is going to include SE2? I believe there's no confirmation on that.
Yeah, and I mean, it could end up being exactly the same.
So if you heard that somewhere, it's kind of weird.
But hopefully
you would say that.
Mix it up some. Now, there is that medevac on the way for Bunny, whereas Ryung seems like he's going to be
but
going
at the moment, there is no confirmation.
Yeah, and so, you know, we're going to get to that point in time here where we see exactly how do they harness these units here. It feels like in almost every TVT that I cast, there's almost always an attempted attack. I almost never have two conservative Terrans in a game, right?
Yeah.
Two guys, and here's the thing, you could have a game where they would both try that, but it feels like we just don't see it very often in competitive play. Almost always, like in this game, one guy is going to be attacking the other, and maybe that's because one guy, maybe they both intend to attack each other, but one guy always has an attack that's early.
Okay, Bunny going for the early push. Let's go.
Yeah, I think it also has to do with the players that are really good nowadays. You know, some of our more defensive.
This time not Hellion heavy.
Aren't as active these days. So, anyways, we do have the attack coming in here from Bunny, and Cyclone's getting some pretty decent lock-ons. I do like Ryung's defensive minds there, though. Really putting on some damage and pushing everything back. Okay. The
Jesus.
He's got to be careful. He's going to end up just getting these.
Oh, the medevac is going to barely get away, but he will lose everything.
See that happen with Cyclones. Because the Cyclones can zone so well, but the medevac already took some damage. And that was almost like an early Christmas present, that game. I mean, the fact that he threw the two Cyclones in there and lost them, I think we may just see an organic counterattack. Well, like, not a scripted one here. Like, why would you not counterattack him like that?
Do you see what I see? Second starport. So the casters, they haven't noticed yet. Third TC for Bunny, second starport for Ryung. Ryung is following this up with a 2-base all-in. So he has a lead. Ryung has the advantage. He's going for a 2-base all-in. Ryung intends to end the game. Observer just noticed.
Bunny's going to have to get ready because Ryung is winding up for an attack of his own. And
oh, you can see the
how does he want to do this? Does he want to try to go into the
Did you see that?
medevac with his army? I don't think he does. No, I don't.
So Ziggy, who's observing, by the way, he kept boxing both starports, and with the mouse, he kept pointing at them in the command card as well. Like he's trying to bring the caster's attention to it.
Auto turrets down here. He disables those tanks, and it seems like the Marines
Shout
are
to Ziggy.
close enough. The Marines are getting thinned out, and the medevac picks that up. And
Ryung, he takes the fight. He's pushing in, getting himself the starport. That's huge. Remember, it's double starport play out of Ryung. He's gonna have so many Vikings.
That's huge. Yeah. That is a huge moment, especially considering he's making reactored Vikings right now. Like he really needed that. So Bunny is in a huge amount of trouble. Now auto turrets coming down.
GG.
Ryung is gonna take that series with a 3-1 map score.
Yeah, huge upset here.
Upset. What?
Thinking Bunny probably advances.
What?
And a standard looking TVT, but Ryung It's a very short, very
The cast need to watch some more StarCraft, Pappy. Ryung has like the best TVT in the world. What are we talking about?
very happy with that.
That's crazy. Crazy upset.
Who I think
No one
had
believed
a
in
couple of
Ryung.
missteps in the
Kappa.
game, but, you know, it goes back into that.
But GG well played. It is unfortunate that Bunny had to play against Ryung so early on. It is a bit of a shame. Like, I think that Bunny would have had a stronger, I mean, when it comes to the other matchups, of course, like Bunny has a lot to offer, even in TVT as well. But again, like Ryung, like this is like where he is at his best. I don't want to take away from his other matchups. Like we have seen Ryung pop off against Protoss and against Zerg, but it's a little bit more rarer when it comes to those matches. Like we have seen him look amazing against Zerg and amazing against Protoss. Don't get me wrong, but like usually I feel like in preparation-based formats, that's where he can excel in the other matchups, where he's given time to prepare, given time to like build up and get ready for that. I know that Crank likes to make fun of Ryung a lot, but like at times I feel like it's a little bit uncalled for, because like Ryung, he's an amazing player in his own right. He's older, yes, that's true. He's slower at times, but when he's locked in, Pappy, he's locked in. GG. GG.
Strong player, able to take down anyone, but historically in tournaments and in big brackets, he's not able to have enough momentum, enough of a
Crazy upset. They says it. True.
Deep, but let's see, man. Maybe this tournament's going to be an exception.
Yeah, I hope so. I want to see Ryung do well. You know, he's one of the oldest school players that we have in professional StarCraft. I can't remember, was it like Season 2 of GSL that we first saw him in?
Mentored by Slayer's Boxer. He was actually on the team Slayers.
Yeah, he was in Slayers. It was pre-Axiom.
So he's still here. You know, some players have only been around for a short period of time. This is obviously an old game. It's been around, excuse me, it's been around for a long time and it's got a lot of history. But most players from that era are not able to actually last and sustain. But here we are with Ryung, taking that first game.
Yeah, and love seeing him do it. And in fact, his next match is going to be a Terran versus Terran as well. So you never know. The sky's the limit. In fact, his next one after that could be Cure making it through the bracket.
I see.
You never know.
I appreciate that they're taking note of that. Yes, I do think that Cure has a high chance of making it to the semis. It's like a pure TVT portion of the bracket. Yo, we get interviews. Let's go. Let's hear from Ryung Jua.
Hello and welcome.
Yo, we got
the
Sort
RSL
of and Maddox.
I'm joined here on the couch with Sort of. We have Maddox doing our
Let's go, Maddox.
interview translations, as well as our winner of game.
Much love to Maddox. Much
first
love.
of all, congratulations. I have a question about game number 1.
He's a great guy.
A lot of Reapers and Hellions. There was this kind of crazy, almost mini base trade. At the end of that first attack, did you feel like, how did you feel about your position in the game? And how were you able to navigate after such a kind of chaotic start?
일단 김동원 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 일단 1세트 때부터 되게
I'd like for them to ask him about his mindsets after game 2, after the failed proxy racks
서로
as well.
멜리전 싸움 양상까지 이제 가면서 굉장히 난전이 펼쳐졌는데
And obviously his thoughts going into Maru, but we'll see. We'll see what they ask.
그런 싸움이 벌어지지
That's the obvious one that they have to ask about Maru.
어떤 식으로 이제 경기의 판세를 좀 보셨고 어떤 식으로 좀 경기를 이끌어 나가고 싶으셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 첫 번째 경기에서 상대가 두 번째
I want them to ask about the Hellion build that Bunny went for on Mothership. Like his thoughts.
그래서 3, 4신이 엇갈렸을
True,
때
that's what I want to hear.
서플이 안 막힌 걸 보고 이겼다고 생각했고 그다음에 일꾼을 좀 많이 잡아가지고 오는 것만 막으면 이기겠다고 생각했는데 오늘 컨트롤도 나쁘지 않아서 쉽게 수비가 됐던 것 같아요.
Control.
So the first thing I noticed in the first game that Bunny didn't block the ramp with the second his second supply depot.
True.
But I did. So when actually when all the base trade happening, actually I was convinced that I was winning because I blocked the ramp with the depot, but he didn't. And I also noticed that I got a lot of his workers. So as long as I defend that, that I was confident I could win.
All right. I wanted to ask, obviously you and Bunny has a very long history of competing against each other here in GSL and in other international tournaments. So I wanted to ask, like, how did you feel coming into this specific match against Bunny?
사실 이재선 선수랑 되게 좀 상대 전적이 또 많이 있으시잖아요. 그래서 이번에 좀 이재선 선수 상대하셨을 때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 지금 남아 있는 테란
I appreciate the question just because I feel like there isn't too much to discuss about the series itself. Oh, what do you say?
근데 요즘 게임이 좀 잘 된다고 생각해서 오늘은 이길 거라고는 생각했는데 그래도 경기가 이렇게 잘 될 줄은 몰랐어요.
Well, actually, speaking of which, the remaining Terran players I have is actually um, I'm very I'm underdog against them because I have a low win rate against them. That being said, I didn't really expect to the matches go this smoothly because I think there was the win rate was pretty low against all of those Terran players. But that being said, my game actually my gameplay and my yeah, everything was went pretty well for me. So yeah,
Smooth, smooth.
so that actually was really surprising.
Okay, you said the win rate is quite low, but you looked very strong in this first series. Of course.
Oh, he's like, oh, my Eligulac. True, true.
I'm curious how
The
you feel
Eligulac.
going into this series, how confident you're feeling, and how things might differ to the first series today.
이제 다음 상대로 이제 같은 팀원이기도 한 이제 조성수 선수를 상대하게 되실 텐데 조성수 선수를 또 상대하실 때는 좀 어떤 자세로 임하실지 궁금합니다.
사실 자신은 없고요. 지면은 여기서 지겠구나 생각이 들고 근데 반대로 조성주 선수 이기면은 결승까지 가서 충분히 올라갈 수도 있다고 생각하기 때문에 재밌게 했으면 좋겠고 이상입니다.
Well, I'm not confident at all, but you know, if I get knocked out, then it is what it is. So, but that being said, if I get to beat Maru, then I think I have a high chance to getting to finals. So, yeah, I'll do my best.
I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you very much to Ryung for joining us for an interview. Good luck in the next series.
This
Before we go to a break, guys, we want to give a shout out to our sponsors here at the RSL. We are, of course, joined by Archon Studios, who've been with us.
This reminds me so much of ANZ Champs. For those who don't know, ESL they sponsored basically GSL in Australia for a couple of seasons, for a couple of years. I was fortunate to be a part of that. It reminds me of it because I remember being like in quote unquote sort of shoes where you're there and you have time to come up with like a question, but like I would always want to try to make it like a little bit fun and maybe not too serious and give the player give them an opportunity to kind of like express themselves. Like I like especially because again, as we mentioned, like the games themselves are pretty straightforward. There's not really much like insight to provide here. I was talking about like maybe asking him about like the bunnies build, like the Hellion build. This is where you have fun with it, and you be like, yo, okay, Ryung. So you've been streaming a lot recently. You've been casting a lot, and Crank's he's been talking he's been mouthing off about you a little bit, you know, talking about how old you are, how washed you are. Like, do you have anything to say to Crank, who's casting right now in Korean? Anything to say to him after beating Bunny? Do you have because for those who don't know, Ryung's a really cheeky kind of guy. Like Ryung, he can banter a lot. He does a lot of banter whenever he streams, whenever he casts with Crank as well. Like, he's actually a really expressive guy. Like, give him those moments to be a little bit more expressive, to be a little bit more cheeky. Especially with Crank casting as well, like this, you can get a lot out of that. I feel like have fun with it, buddy. Have fun with it. But looks like Jesus, extended break, 14 minutes. What the hell? Oh my god, we're gonna be here all day. So it looks like they have a 14-minute timer for the next series. Jesus, the players need some time to set up. It's a little bit understandable, a little bit. I don't know if you noticed, but Solar and Rex, they were the other series that was happening at the same time. They ended a lot sooner, and you would hope that the next set of players would be getting ready once those PCs freed up. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't do that. Hard to say, but obviously the players need some time to set up because there's only 4 PCs on stage. So only 2 series are happening at once. So you can argue that maybe they can only start setting players up once the previous series finishes, so they need extra time. I would hope that Reynor and Jimmy would have been getting ready once Solar and Rex finished. Like, as soon as they're done, bam, you like send them up. I don't know if they did that. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But it does mean that there's a higher chance there's going to be longer breaks because the players need to set up on the stage every single time. It's a bit of a limitation that they have just because of the PCs that they have available, but that does most likely mean longer breaks. So with that, we're going to be going on a break. We'll be back soon, TM, with our next series. It is going to be Reynor versus Jumi. We mentioned this previously for those who were not here for it. Jumi is a part of Streamer Zone, and Streamer Zone did fly players over to Korea to compete. Streamer Zone, they've been investing a lot into their team, and they even flew a bunch of players over to the Americas, if you remember, to compete in Stellarfest and in SC for All. So Streamer Zone, they've been flying their players around a lot. So flying their players over to the Americas, to Canada, to US of A, and also here to Korea as well. They flew over Jumi and Geralt. So Jumi and Geralt, they are in Korea. They're going to be there to compete, to rep Streamer Zone. SOS is going to be there as well. I think Nightmare as well. All the Streamer Zone boys. So it's really cool to see that the team is supporting their players in such a way. So that's why there is a little bit more international representation in RSL. A little bit more. And obviously Reynor has been there for like 2 months, a month and a half. It's been there for a while in Korea. So in chat, I see prize pool is 10k. How's it distributed? Exclamation mark B in the chat to get a link to the community page. Even he thinks it's an upset light. Huge. True. Crazy. Catching up. I think it doesn't win games. Ryung wins games. That's what he's saying. True. Estes in Sklar. For now, though, again, we're going to be going on a break. 10 minutes now. 10-minute break. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. Again, this is going to be a long broadcast. It looks like they plan on casting every single series. I say casting every single series. There's the B stream as well. So alongside the B stream, I believe every series will be casted. So that's going to be a lot of games, considering they're all at least best of fives. So a lot of matches, a lot of games. Going to be a long day of StarCraft. Make sure you're ready for it. Oh boy. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the break.
RSL. I'm staying with me is Sturgeon, and man, I am so excited to be here doing this thing in this studio. It's incredible.
It's amazing, dude. We are in the heart of Seoul, near Gangnam. The studio looks amazing. It's so high.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the 2025 RSL Rival StarCraft League Last Chance Qualifier co-stream. Once again, when alone, we're going to be joined by Artosis, Tasteless, by Sturgeon, by State, but I'm sure sort of going to be jumping onto the casting couch at some point as well. Gemini, I'm sure is going to be part of the event at some point as well. So it's going to be a group effort here. Meanwhile, we have already concluded our first round of matches here. We have Ryung takes down Bunny 3-1. Solar took down Rex 3-0. We have Shin taking down SOS, and Cure took down Geralt.
Advancing into the round of 8, Sturgeon.
Yeah, that is somewhat nice to see, as we do have 3 of them waiting on day 2 of the event. We would love to see, you know, a Terran or a Zerg join them here. Potentially, we'll see how it goes. I'm just looking at the results. Solar 3-0 in Rex is very impressive there. Very strong result. Ryung looking strong in the TVTs. Next, we have a ZVP, our first one of the day. And here he is.
Very quickly, something that they just touched on is really important. Oh, sorry, something that they glossed over is really important. I assumed that they were going to be casting, that they were going to be casting everything, and that they were going to be running and having all the matches going on at the same time. One after the other, and having 2 matches happening concurrently. But the answer is no. They played out half the bracket. Half the bracket all happened at the same time. So we got a plethora of updates. They kind of did gloss over it, but we have confirmation. Geralt is out. Geralt, he got knocked out by Cure. SOS, he's out. He got knocked out by Shin. Rex is out. He got knocked out by Solar. So already a lot of players are getting knocked out, and we have a couple of matches left. We have Trigger versus Percival, Reynor versus Jumi, and Creator versus Nightmare. I stand by it. I wish that Trigger versus Percival was being casted, and they might be casted by Rotterdam. Curious, but I would say that Trigger Percival is probably the highest profile match. Yes, Reynor and Jumi. Reynor vs. Jimmy is going to be a lot of fun, but I would say that the skill gap between Trigger and Percival is smaller. The skill level is closer than that of Jumi and Reynor. So I'm a little bit concerned this is going to be a little bit more one-sided. I know that Jumi has the potential to cause upsets. I know that Jumi, he has it in him to take it to Reynor on a good day, but it's going to be a tough one here for Jumi. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. So I'm personally hoping that oh, actually I can see it on Rotterdam's channel. Rotterdam, he's casting Nightmare versus Creator. Okay, he's casting Nightmare versus Creator. So I hope that Percival versus Trigger is going to be covered soon, or at some point. Was Percival versus Trigger the finals of SC for all? Yes, Trigger did defeat Percival in that best of 7. Also, if you're watching Sparkling Tunic Cup this week, Trigger also beat Percival this week in Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. So Trigger, he beat Percival in the Open Cup this week. He beat Percival in SC for all, and I would want to see Trigger versus Percival here as well. But again, we'll see if it's going to be casted on stream or not. I would hope so, but we'll see.
It leads some wild games, some unpredictability, and it makes sense to veto that one if you're the potential favorite, or if you're feeling confident. You know, maybe you want to play a longer macro game, get rid of that one and play on a slightly larger map.
Yeah, Evil Heart has been one of the most interesting additions, I think.
And again, no disrespect to Jumi and Reynor. It's just that I mean, hopefully I'm proven wrong. You know, hopefully Jumi can pop off.
It's a lot of fun having the community vote in.
He's gonna be Mountain to Climb. Yo, he's next to Nightmare. You can see Nightmare next to him, also in the streamer's own jersey. Again, Nightmare is playing against Creator currently, and that's being casted by Rotterdam.
All the way through RSL Season 3 have been on these fan-voted maps.
Yeah, shout out to all the people on the Patreon voting for these maps, voting for the players. There we do see Botanical.
Meanwhile, we go Reynor, and next to him should be Creator.
Now the vetoes now as we get ready to go into game number 1. I'm getting so excited here.
Yeah, there he is.
StarCraft State. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. And honestly, here for Reynor, I think that he just wants to get warmed up for these later rounds. I know
so we're getting the vetoes going. We're getting rid of Celestial and Maganatha. We're getting rid of the larger maps of the map pool. Then we get an Evil Heart and Winter Madness. Evil Heart is hyper aggressive. Winter Madness is a little bit larger. Then we get rid of Botanical and Persephone.
And for Jumi on his side, if he can make it upset and be the first Protoss player to win in the round of 16 here in the LCQ, that would be very exciting.
Yeah, that would be sick. Like you mentioned earlier, Reynor is one of the favorites to go all the way through the LCQ. We do, of course, have Maru sitting in the top side of the bracket, potentially one of the other strongest players in the LCQ. It would be epic if these guys were to meet down the line. But right now, he has to go through Jimmy. He's going to be looking.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves talking about Maru versus Reynor just because Solar, he's a beast, and I actually favor Solar over Reynor in a ZVZ. And I mentioned before that I do feel like Maru's biggest threats are going to be the Terrans.
Evil Heart, man. Reynor had some spicy takes on this map.
Wow.
Talking with him earlier on about PVZ, just the short rush distance, how aggressive it can be, the low number of bases that you have on your side of the map. I was trying to explain to him, hey, there is a gold base on this map, you know? It's got 8 minerals instead of 6. It's a lot of income you can get as a Zerg player early on. He wasn't having any of it.
No, he was not having any of it. He was saying, what was he saying? An ARAX can hit you at 5 minutes. Yeah, we just had a lovely shot of our crowd here, all the StarCraft nerds down in the venue. So good to see you guys. And I'm actually blown away that he didn't veto Evil Heart. Maybe he has a specific build prepared for that, something aggressive. I think we saw
What?
Classic against was it Shin, where he went for the gold base. And
It might have been, yeah.
Why would they expect Reynor to veto Evil Heart? I would expect Reynor to want the aggressive maps. When it comes to the current meta of ZVP, we've seen a lot of all-ins. Sorry, I'm just dying a little bit. But we've seen a lot of all-ins from Zerg players, a lot of hyper-aggressive builds from Zerg players, so I feel like that's what Reynor wants to do, coming into some of these more smaller maps, or the smallest map of the map pool. That would make sense in my mind, just because that's how the meta's been trending.
You're going to have a lot more flexibility in terms of, if you want, gambling in map number 3, map number 4, map number 5, you want to give yourself a little bit of breathing room. So the fact that Evil Heart...
Well, speaking of aggression, Jimmy can be a very tricky player. He can be very cheesy, very tricky, very animalistic, if you will. So I expect this to be a short series, to be honest. I expect a short series. Let's go. Let's jump in, Pat. Jump in.
Stage is set. Oh, it's an epic stage, too, here at the RSL Offline Finals.
Yeah, the production is on point here, guys. We're getting into it soon. Map number 1 will be Evil Heart. Get ready for some fireworks. It is going to be Reynor versus Jumi. Best of 5. Map number 1 is Evil Heart. Let's get this thing going, guys.
All right, spawning down in the bottom left on Evil Heart, the blue Protoss player. It is Jumi.
And in the top right, it's the Italian stallion hailing from Basilisk. It is Reynor.
What's happening with the crowd, Pat? We got the golf claps going on.
I'm excited to see what Jumi's going to bring.
Well, let's go Reynor. Let's go Jumi. Take the shirt off. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our second series of the broadcast. Coming into this, Reynor is going to be coming in as AV favorite. I do hope that Jumi brings something quirky to the table to slip him up. I do expect this to be a short series. I expect all-ins from both Zerg and Protoss coming into this best of 5.
If you don't get Reynor, you might get someone really difficult. So you got to play someone tough pretty early on in this tournament. Right now, we do see it's Hatch Gas Pool coming out of Reynor. Gateway going down for Jumi as well. We'll have to see if he's going to go for the Nexus or the Core here, see what choices he wants to make in the early game as we start to ramp up here.
Yeah, going to be a low ground gateway coming in here for Jumi, and a nice, simple 20 Nexus expand coming.
I see in the chat. Jumi's best chance is if he skipped a meal. Hungry Jumi's unstoppable. Yes. Yes, he needs that. He needs that hunger. That drive.
Because if it's just 100 for speed, we might see something a little bit more akin to a normal ZVP game where he's just going to try and play defensively and reactively here on Evil Heart. But
is that what Jumi looks like? No, that's a fake. That's actually Percival.
Yeah, and also this map doesn't have too many bases. You can take the second, third, and even fourth base somewhat comfortably, but then after that, you're expanding into the corners of the map. And the rush distance is so short between, say, the Protoss third and one of those corner bases. So basically, I don't expect to see any kind of late game transition or anything like that. Something's going to be happening here in the early game.
No, what's with the quality of the stream?
Right now, these links do send the probe away. Obviously,
Jesus.
Jumi trying to get as much info as he can. And We'll go for a safe Stargate.
So far, standard open out of Jumi, standard open out of Reynor, and I think crazy so far. What we're keeping an eye on is the timing of the tech. We're waiting to see that when the Twilight Council gets thrown down, before or after the third, and even then, when during that third base progression as well. So we're waiting to see the tech of choice. Likewise for Reynor, we're expecting to see him drone up to 3 bases, and then on 3 bases to be hyper aggressive. That's what we're expecting, but we'll see where the initial gas is going to be spent. Does he go for an earlier Eva chamber into pulse on melee? Does it go for an earlier Roach Horn to be safe? Does it go for a faster layer instead?
Take a quick third, try to play what looks, I mean, this looks like an absolutely standard macro game right now, but at some point you do have to mix it up. These adepts outside the natural here, threatening with shades.
Ooh, Void Ray. Okay.
2 queens to the front, will get some decent damage on them before they get to the drones. Reynor pulls away, he loses one. He does not shade away.
Oh,
so he's actually
gets
stuck
3.
right now.
Not
One
bad.
adept goes down instantly, the other one will get surrounded by these lings. 3 drones go down for both adepts.
Yeah, 3 drones for those 2 adepts. I feel like Jumi wanted to get a little bit more with that push into the natural expansion, but 3 drones, it's not the worst start here for Protoss. One of the bigger problems is it's going to delay your 3rd expansion here. Normally you would love to have that coming in, say around 345 or so, if you're going for this kind of...
Well, again, as they're talking about the third base, the most important part here is the Void Ray, right? Stargate into Void Ray. The Void Ray, the role here is to hunt down Overlords, is to deny vision, deny scouting, and to hide tech. Now, we don't have to hide tech with this. It could be a fake out where you make it look like you're hiding tech and really just play standard instead. The point, though, is denied vision, denied information from Reynor.
Indeed, we see the Oracle coming out after the Void Ray here. He's going to have a couple air units. Reynor gets confirmation.
Oh, he's going to cancel.
He sends the links onto it. Maybe
and he will.
No
oof.
they did
Aye.
for those drones in the natural. And the Nexus is cancelled. The pylon will also fool Reynor with a really good moment here.
Yeah, man, I thought that Void Ray might be staying at home to trying to defend that 3rd Nexus getting up, but instead it's actually looking to try and find some damage. But Reynor, he's pretty well situated here in the main base. He does have a Spore Crawler that he can retreat the Queen back to, so no economic damage done there in the main. And these Lings are still just causing problems here for Jumi. These are the first adepts that he has warped in since...
Oof. No, the Void Ray.
That Void Ray taking a lot of damage already.
Jesus.
Still no 3rd base.
Fleet Beacon. Oh, that is desperate.
Expansion is the Lings once again catch the probe. We have a Fleet Beacon going down right now because I think Jumi is trying to scramble and find a solution for the problem he's in.
Yo, this is insane. Reynor denying that 3rd base multiple times.
No shot. The Void Ray is out of position. This scout should not be happening. Aye. Sees everything in the main.
With the clutch Overlord skill, will float in and see that at the perfect time.
Yeah, forces the cancellation.
There was a second Stargate that was being warped in, and it does get canceled there. So he's trying to feign a little bit here versus Reynor, and that makes me think maybe the Fleet Beacon's going to be strictly for a mothership here by Jumi. No, it's still going to be Tempest, but Tempest out of 1 Stargate instead.
Since I'd never seen Jumi, I thought he was Korean. He's German. What do you mean? Sure, I thought Reynor was Australian, but
that could be a good choice. We'll have to see how.
I thought it was Latino.
Reynor, though, has his Spire
those from Mexico.
done before the first Tempest is out.
Still might be.
Reynor is very well prepared for what Jumi's throwing at him, as the Void is going to try and come here into the natural expansion, but it's already bruised from those earlier. Going to get very low.
Winding it back here, so a lot just happened. Jumi's 3rd base is giga late. It's insanely late, so late 3rd base, forced into an early Fleet Beacon to rush into Tempest. His initial goal was double Stargate Mass Tempest, but he was forced to cancel because he got scouted. So Reynor has been very informed so far, scouting, rechecking. We can see that Jumi's going for a big ground switch instead to try to catch Reynor off guard, but you can see that Reynor is not neglecting his ground army. He is getting the Spire, that is true, but he's still investing into Roaches.
Now we see the Tempest enter the field. The Queen's greeted though. They're on creep, so they can chase that down. The Oracle tried to deny the 4th, but was not able to. This Queen will come over. Is there a transfuse available? Yes, there is. Very nice by Reynor. Keeps his 4th base alive.
Yeah, the transfuse does come in there for Reynor. Void Ray is still trying to find some damage. Has really got nothing done thus far, as Jumi was hoping to get at least a couple of drones or maybe even a tech structure. But what he has done with these Stargates play, especially with the 2 Tempest that are out on the map right now, is he has prompted a significant response from Reynor. We have a lot of Corruptors on the map. 2 more are being made.
Oh no, he's getting called out. No, the Tempest.
Called out if they want to survive at all. But behind this,
it's gonna go down.
So many additional gateways and charges done, as well as a warp prism. So I kind of
feel like this is a little bit of a feign, but it's a very expensive feign with these two Tempests. I'm not sure if the commitment into Corruptors is...
What's important about this commitment into Corruptors is that Reynor did not overcommit. We spoke about it. Reynor has not been neglecting his ground army. He has Lings, he has Roaches, he has units here on the ground ready for the ground army of Jumi. And also the internet at the venue is dying a little bit. No, Korea, please. No. So the connection from the venue was dying at the start of the stream. Here it's looking a little bit shaky, but hopefully it clears up.
Zealots and Adepts trying to shade into the third with the Adepts, but already 16 probes going downstate.
That's a lot of economic damage being done already.
Yeah, Jimmy's all in. Jimmy's all in. Reynor, he's maxed out. So we have Corruptors going into the main base. We have Roaches shutting down the army across the map. Yeah, and with that, Reynor, he's running out of steam. We have a Desperation Dark Shrine on the way, but it was just such a rocky start from Jumi. For Jumi to have his third base delayed, to get fully scattered as well. Remember, the purpose of the Void Ray opener was to make sure a scat never happened, but Jumi, he missed the Overlord. So just everything went south, everything went wrong. The natural goes down as well, and Reynor, he's going for the kill. He's breaking into the main base, and there's barely anything at home to defend. GG gets called. Reynor takes game number 1.
Clean game from Reynor. He did not overdrone. He stayed on 66. He scouted exactly what his opponent was doing. He said, okay, you're making some Tempest. Let me make a handful of Corruptors and then go straight back into rotation.
I like how the latency clears up after the game ends. Is it a coincidence? Maybe not. Maybe it was hurting the connection at the venue.
And able to hit much harder.
Yeah, it was a difficult position for Jumi to play from because the early game trading 2 Adepts for the 3 drones, on paper, that's totally fine. You're happy to get any economic damage done like that, but you still need to secure the third base behind it. And Reynor did an excellent job with just, I want to say, a dozen or so Lings of consistently shutting down that third base. That third base went down 2, maybe even...
Well, there's old school Moshe issue headphones. I mean, that's what you want. Those are like industrial, like noise canceling headsets. Bearing in mind that those headsets aren't providing in-game noise. They're there to block out noise and to pump in white noise. Like that's what they're doing. That's why, if you notice, they have earphones plugged in. So the earphones that provides in-game sound, and then the industrial headset there just blocks sound from outside and like pumps in white noise. You want that industrial industrial level noise canceling, Pappy. True. Lock him in, Pappy. Lock him in. So wait, there's live StarCraft? Yes. If you hadn't heard, if you weren't aware, this weekend it's a 2-day event. Today and tomorrow we have RSL, the RSL offline event. 2 days, the offline finals.
I am certain Reynor was not expecting, but he still had all the pieces to deal with it. Anyway, folks, we are going into game number 2 right now. Spawning in the top left of Winter Madness, leading this series 1-0. It is the red Zerg player, Reynor.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Protoss from Germany. It is Jumi. Okay, the map here going to be Winter Madness for game number 2. I expect we'll see a very different game here. If Jumi's able to get his third base down at a reasonable time, I think we'll see, more of a macro game potentially. We'll have to see what they want to go for as this drone waddles down to check if there's a probe coming to block the hatchery. He says, okay, there's no early scouts.
So quickly, just adding on to what Sturgeon just said, remember, welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the, if not the largest map in the map pool. Very large map and known for longer, later games. But remember, Jumi did want to try to be cheeky last game, going for the Void Ray first. He was kind of forced into an awkward build in an awkward situation. That was not the initial plan or how he wanted the build to pan out. He was kind of forced into it. Here, he could more easily get into his actually devised build. I still lean away from Jumi playing standard. I still expect to see something weird or something cheeky in the mid game, but we'll see.
No scout at all, unless you're doing something specific. You want to know what the Zerg's doing. You need to know if they're cheesing you. They might just be making roaches. You got to check. So we'll have to see what the plan here is. As we do see the Nexus after gate, core will be the follow-up here. and that Overlord flying over the map to try and get vision of this wall and see what is going on.
Yeah, but I like this adjustment coming in from Jumi. You know that you're the underdog. You know that you already dropped game number 1. Reynor, he's probably not going to cheese you here on Winter Madness. If he was going to go with early aggression, it likely would have been on Evil Heart and map number 1. So why not play it a little bit risky? Why not just skip the probe scout, try and get some extra income going, and just avoid the errors that really snowballed in the early game of game number 1? Because that game, although the mid game didn't look particularly good in terms of the Tempest and the Charge Zealots, a lot of that still just hinged on Jumi not being able to secure that third base.
Yeah, definitely. And you save a ton of minerals not sending that scout out as well. We do see it's going to be a Stargate follow-up here. We'll have to see if it's Void Ray Oracle as it was in game 1.
Didn't really touch on it too much, but the reason why Jumi couldn't hold on to his third base is because he lost his 2 adepts across the map, if you recall. So he had nothing at home to defend, and he chose not to open Oracle. So there were like 2 kind of factors there that came into Jumi not establishing his third. So we'll see if he goes Oracle this time or not. This time he will have his adepts ready at home, though.
Normal early game here in game number 2.
Yeah, very standard setup here for Jumi, the 217 Stargate, 2 adepts being chronoed. He might try and fish for a couple more drone kills like he did in game number 1, just waiting for that second adept.
He's moving out with both adepts.
A couple of shades across the middle of the map. And we actually have a Stalker getting started after those 2 adepts. So I think that probably hints towards this being an Oracle play, because the Stalker is going to be the unit that you use to shut down the Overlord Scout. And that is indeed what it is. But look at this, man. One cheeky Ling from Reynor going to spot absolutely everything as we go to the first-person view.
Oh, yeah, that should not have happened. So Reynor, he gets into the main base, he confirms the Stargate, he confirms the Oracle this time. There is no Void Ray.
Try and get some damage on these depths.
Nice round. Oh my god.
That's like a walkout 3 surround, almost 4 units there.
Jesus.
And he got a probe kill too in the main base of Jumi behind all of that.
Was that with 1 Ling?
With 1 Ling. That's like a Jadong Ling right there. Unbelievable from Reynor, getting 2 probes. I think Jumi might have gotten 1 drone in total with that, and yeah, 1 drone only. Oh, that's just a fantastic trade there by Reynor. He has so much value out of these early units, and you have to keep the Oracle at home when you sacrifice 2 adepts like that in the early game as Protoss. Otherwise, the third base gets canceled, much like it did in game number 1. And so, for Reynor, that means that he can drone up freely. He can even delay these Spore Crawlers if he wants to, but I think he's in such a comfortable position. He's like, you know what, let's just check that box off right now. I'll throw down the 3rd Spore Crawler here in the 3rd base, and he can power up to basically as many drones as he wants for the next few minutes.
Yes, indeed. The good thing for Jumi is this game he's got his 3rd up on time when he wanted it. It's not being cancelled. He did lose the probe, but at least the Nexus went down first. He's going to be able to play his build order out in a more comfortable way without any hiccups.
A standard game from Jumi is in a sense kind of cheeky. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Speaking of being cheeky, that is a rover before Twilight Council. So already Jumi is going for something quirky here. Did open up Stargate, did open up Oracle into a 3rd. The opener was normal, but the follow-up here is abnormal.
Got his lair on the way and some gases as well.
And this is a really interesting transition coming in from Jumi. Almost always
stay noticed.
Oracle play, we see a Twilight Council and Forge follow-up from Protoss. Instead, it is just that robotic facility, even 1 Zealot being warped in. So Jumi, he's banking a lot of gas right now, and I'm kind of thinking that must mean this is going to be something like a Robo Bay, right? No, there is the Twilight Council and the Forge. So we're developing, we're getting all the pieces of the puzzle, but we're doing it in a slightly different way. And I wonder how this robotic facility is going to be utilized as a result of that.
Yeah, Jumi with his own slight twist on the matchup. It is actually going to be the Robo Bay,
Still
as
is.
you said. Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, slightly changing the order there. We'll have to see how he's going to use, I mean, presumably Colossus.
Yeah.
This Overlord floating in again, though.
So it's a little bit unfortunate. I don't know if you noticed, but Jumi was banking quite a bit there. So Jumi's build is a little bit shaky. It's a little bit off. It is going to get scouted as well.
Can they actually?
You ever see her up?
Deny the scout.
Oh, no.
Just in the nick of time, but he goes down to the south. He doesn't go to the north, so he does not spot all of the tech coming in right now. Just the robotic spade, but did he actually click on it? Because through the fog of war, it's very hard to tell whether that's a gateway, whether it's a Twilight Council. It could be really anything right now. And for Jumi, adding in a 2nd Robo, this is almost certainly going to be a 3-base Link Stalker Colossus, likely all in timing.
Dude, I feel like we're back in the early days of StarCraft 2. Colossus timing coming out here. These hit very strong.
Sturgeon says early SE2. I say 3 years ago on Altitude. If you remember, this is a style that Showtime and Creator were doing quite a bit. This was back in like 2023, 2022 era StarCraft, so a couple of years ago at this point during the Altitude map pool. but if I remember correctly, back then it was Stargate into Robo into Colossus into a +2 timing. You'd hit with +2 and you'd hit with 4 Colossus. So it's a very intense kind of army. It doesn't really have too much longevity, and it's meant to snowball with those 4 Colossus.
Exactly what it is Jumi is cooking up by forcing his hand defensively. He's going to see
So this feels like a variation of that build.
He knows it's not going to be any kind of a Glaives play coming in here for Jumi, and the first Colossus I think is going to be a very big tell.
Yeah, I love this for Reynor though. He's got the Spire on the way.
Oh, as yeah, Reynor's going for the Spire. From here, he can go into Mutaplay. As once again, the connectivity is a little bit shaky.
Mutalisk against double Robo Colossus. You can get so much done, but right now the Hydras and Lings coming in. They do
Can I help with this in any way? Can I lower the quality? Maybe that helps. But I think it's from the venue itself.
against double Robo Colossus. You can get so much done, but right now the Hydras and Lings coming in. They do force a cancel on that gateway there. More morphing in. Jumi making 2 Colossus at a time. He's going to have a very healthy Colossus count. But guess what they're not good against? Air units. And we see the Mutas already on the production tab right now.
Yeah, and in a straight-up fight, Jumi, once he gets those extra 2 Colossus on the board, he is going to have...
So when it comes to the Mutas here, thankfully there is Blink, so Blink will help, will assist. There's a Stargate, so we can go into Phoenix production. But the problem is that right now, Jumi has no idea. Jumi has not scouted, he has not seen the tech, he does not know what's going on, he's unaware of the Mutas, so this will catch him with his pants down. We'll see when it catches him, though.
Sitting at just 66 drones, that is exact 3-base saturation. There's no 4th base being taken. The Warp Prism is getting started. We do have +2 ground weapons, which hints at a possibility of a transition, but realistically, I think Jumi is trying to get a lot done right now.
Yeah, for sure. Reynor
He's just
here
waiting for his
made
Warp Prism.
Mutas, but he's not committing into them
So he's not hitting with
further.
+2, he's just going to hit with +1.
Hydraling Bane here out
+2
the
might
door.
finish
If you
like
can get
halfway
a
through the fight.
360 surround on the Colossus army. That is one way you can deal with that if you have the position in. Right now we see these Mutas waiting at the natural base. He's going to try and distract the Protoss with these Lings potentially and then fly those in, try and get some damage. Okay, just sends the Mutas in. There's nothing here in the mineral line. These probes will start to fall.
Yeah, no static defense here for Jumi besides this photon cannon and the shield battery right by the ramp. So instead, he's going to blink into the main base, try and preempt the Mutaflot going into the main. But Reynor, he played it nice and safe, gets 10 probe kills for just 1 Mutalisk. And behind this, so many Banelings being morphed in. 26 right now in production. Baneling speed nearly done. Infestation Pit gets started. And Jumi, I actually thought seeing the Mutalisks might prompt him to just go for the attack. Keep enough stalkers back at home to nail down the static defense, secure the main base, the natural base, the 3rd base, but he is still powering up on just 3 expansions.
Yeah, indeed, and Reynor's in the 80s now in his drone count. He's maxed out, he's got his infestation pit, more drones falling here. Jumi trying to defend as best as
Has Reynor rebounded his high button yet, or is it still just a layer, man? Reynor has some really good late game ZVP and late game ZVT. He does play Hive Tech quite a bit, especially against Terran. So it's very standard for him to play Hive, but the thing is that most games don't actually last that long in the current meta. Here you can see Hive is in production, but again, we're expecting Jumi to all in before that. And if you recall, we did mention how typically this hit with +2, and looks like he's waiting for +2.
I mean, yes, you are
And he should have 4
enough
Colossus.
gas for what, two, maybe 3 Archons in total.
Right.
You could add in a couple of Charge Zealots as well. Your maxed army will be very powerful, but
Oh, he has
Reynor, he's
5
already
Colossus?
actually
Jesus.
starting to build up a bank.
Yeah, indeed, and he has his
No shot, he has
Hive
6.
halfway done already. He'll have access to lurkers once that den is finished. So I think Jumi needs to make something happen before that.
Am I
lurker
crazy?
den
Did
is
I see a
finished and he
5th
gets to
Colossus or
counter
not?
those out, because they will deal very well with the Colossus. Mutas come back in, but there is a cannon here now as well as a shield battery. Not too many probes going to go down.
It's all or nothing with Jumi. He's got his upgrades. Yeah, 5. Yeah, there we go. I'm not crazy. I mean, I might be, but
Absolutely everything here, and Reynor, you can see he's
Didn't
setting
see an
up
extra
for a
Colossus out of nowhere.
3-point surround from the bottom left, the top right, and the top left. There's one stasis trap in position here for Jumi for him to retreat back to. Instead, he's
And again, Jumi has to be careful not to be surrounded. He has to be so careful.
Reynor will have to reposition once he spots this. Maybe try and take the high ground here to the right of this army.
Yeah,
The
Sentries has force
Colossus,
fields.
It packs a lot of punch, especially with all the force fields available here for Jumi.
Okay, we'll get that one base to the Zealous, but this looks like a trap. There's a full surround with the Ling Bane. They try to roll down. Force fields block the front, but they cannot.
Ooh,
block
gets
the
a
back.
Colossus.
Even a
Gets
fourth
1.
attack angle
Gets
here
2.
for Reynor.
Gets 3.
So
Where's the
many
prism? Where is the
Banes
prism?
rolling into this Protoss army right now. The Stalkers standing
Prism's
front
too
and
far
center.
back.
There is so much Zerg. All the Colossus go down here, State. A very nice fight by Reynor.
Yeah, it's just a perfect surround with no Warp Prism here on the front line. There's not going to be very many reinforcements coming in for Jumi. Yes, the Zealot
No.
run by was able to take down the 5th base, but
Stay
Reynor
with us,
still
Pappy. Stay with us.
powered up on 76 drones on 4 bases.
But yeah, again, Jumi was all in. That was a 3-base all in. Remember, Jumi he has no 4th, so it's all or nothing. He had to end the game with that push, and he got surrounded. So a brutal surround. Reynor, who was fully maxed out, he had the setup coming in from 4 different angles, and that is all that Jumi had left. So with that, he's going to be overwhelmed, overpowered, forced all the way back home. And Reynor looking to take a lead and extend his lead in the series. The walls are the wall.
While the rest of the Zerg army goes to your 3rd, if it does decide to. A couple more probes going down. Okay, Reynor not going to commit everything to the front, but this is already damage that Jumi cannot afford.
The fact that Jumi had to go all the way back to the main base with basically his entire army, even though it was just Stalkers and Zealots, despite being effectively all in here.
Right.
It's so painful. I mean, he might have one more shot if he pushes again, but this isn't the 3-base economy that it was a few minutes ago. These bases are already starting to mine out. The mineral income is huge. It's about 1,000 minerals per minute in advantage of Reynor right now, and even more probes might be going down here at the 3rd base. There just isn't much mining here for Protoss.
Yeah, indeed. Reynor preserved these Mutalisks so well. They're even now still trying to get damage done. Really good multitasking by Reynor. And if you try the same push again into ranged lurkers, it's going to go much worse for you. Right now, Reynor's sharking on the map. He finds these stalkers. There are a ton of links behind. They catch them after the
another surround.
The lurkers burrow.
Jesus.
That is going to be it for this army. A few remnants trying to run away, hide as best they can with this War Prism, but the Zerg numbers are overpowering right now.
Yeah, I mean, Reynor is just fully online right now. Hive-tech upgrades coming in. Lurkers getting ready to siege down the 3rd base. The Mutas, they might be cleaned up in the main base, but that is no longer the focus point here for Reynor. He wants to barrel down the 3rd here of Jumi and go to...
Yeah, at this point, Reynor, he's got his Hive upgrades. No Vipers. Vipers would make this significantly easier, but for now, just focusing on a purely Lurker Hydra Ling. The army comes in from behind, but there are so many Lurkers, as they were saying. The Lings, they collapse on the Colossus.
Jumi microing his heart out here, trying to keep those alive, but there's just too much for Reynor. GG is called, and Reynor goes up 2-0 in this series state.
I mean, that was just a beautiful surround, and against a very dedicated push coming in from Jumi. He did not rush that at all. He stayed on those 3 bases basically until the main base was halfway mined out, and at that point, he was nearly maxed. He had Archons added into the mix, plus 2 ground weapons, I believe, was done. We had, what, 4 or 5 Colossus in total?
Yeah, 5.
That army packed a lot of firepower. We even had, I want to say, maybe 10 plus force fields available with all the energy on those sentries, but he just wasn't able to find quite the right angle. You could see him just quickly rewinding through that game, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. But really, I think the story to me was just that Reynor was on point from start to finish. You think of all the little tiny interactions that these players had, and it almost always felt like Reynor was the one getting the advantage.
Dude, pro gamers are so smart. If I watch a replay at that speed, I don't see a damn thing.
So I would say a little of it came down to the scouting of Reynor. If you remember Reynor, he was able to get into the main base with the Overlord. He finished morphing in the Overseer and he saw everything in the main. And what we saw from Reynor, which was pretty important, is that Reynor never attacked the 3rd. He never overextended. He never pushed in. He was aware that all he had to do was just chill back at home after minimizing losses, max out, and build up and get ready for a full surround with Ling, Bane, Hydra. He didn't overtech, right? He wasn't overly greedy. He didn't rush into Hive Tech and rush into Lurkers. He didn't try to go for an earlier push into the 3rd base against 4 to 5 Colossus, right? He waited for the Protoss to move out. He read the all-in well, confirmed there was no 4th base, and then got the surround. A lesser player with less information would have most likely tried to have pushed in, and that is where this build from Jumi can work so much better, because imagine a world where Reynor with Ling, Bane, Hydra pushes into the 3rd base, and he pushes into 5 Colossus. Then Jumi wins the fight defensively, and then goes to the counterattack, right? He wins the fight, takes it, then goes to the counterattack, and snowballs out of control from there. So again, it's really important that at least Reynor was aware of what was going on and knew not to overextend, knew not to attack, and knew to just wait for Jumi to move out into him instead. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game 3. Game 3 here. Hopefully not the final game of this series. I'm hoping that we can have more of a back and forth. But again, the pressure is on Jumi. And we'll see if he can make a series out of this. Remember, there's no double elimination. There's no lower bracket. There's no lower bracket behind this. It all ends here and now. Let's go. Let's jump on in.
He turns that into a victory. But never mind that, guys. We are going into game number 3 here on Tokamak. In the top right of the map, it is the red Zerg Reynor.
And spawning in the bottom left, he is down 0-2 in this series, but would love to start a comeback now. Give it up for our Blue Protoss player, Jumi.
All right, here we go. Reynor now on match point here in this series. This is a best
Of course, how could we forget the Muta play as well? True. I mean, the Mutas did do a lot of economic damage as well. That was also a big part of it.
We did see 2 different builds here from him so far, so bringing a bit of variety to the table. We love to see that. Reynor, on the other hand, I think he feels comfortable to just say, you know, playing reactive Zerg macro games here.
Yeah, I feel like what Jumi has shown early on is that he's going to be able to trade, or he's willing to trade some early map control just to try and get some economic damage done. Like those 2 adepts, sacrificing them early on to get, what, 3 drones in game number 1, I think 1 drone in game number 2. If Jumi continues to play that style, then Reynor can absolutely just be as reactive as he wants because he has a lot of time and a lot of map to play with. And his scouting has already been so on point between game 1 and game 2. In game 2, he didn't really get all the information that he needed with the initial Link Scout or with the follow-up Overlord and Overseer Scout. But even when he doesn't find the information the traditional way like that, he's willing to be aggressive enough to force Jumi to show his hand.
Yeah, indeed. And Jumi's gone for 2 very specific builds here, and both games Reynor's been able to sniff it out with that Overlord. Maybe here in game number 3, as Jumi would, you know, look for that Overlord as it comes in around 5 minutes and try to shut that down so you can keep what you're doing secret. Right now we see a pretty standard opening from both players. We've got the 2 queens on the way. The core is almost finished here, and the Nexus is on the way as well.
We'll see what the tech of choice is going to be here for Jumi.
Yeah, so far just standard openers. We're expecting a Stargate once again. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Very defensive. If Jumi were to play standard for the first time this series, this would be the best map for it. 100%. It'd be the best map to just open Stargate, 3rd base, into Blink +1, into Storm, into a 4th, into Sky Toss.
Went awry very quickly in that early game. He was not able to secure the 3rd base. The Void Ray was sent cross.
That playstyle is less viable in the current map pool, but hey, this is an older map.
I want to see exactly what that build would look like if it didn't have a wrench thrown into the gear so early on, right?
Yeah, it looks like he potentially wanted to go Sky Toss, but then he was scouted, so he had to cancel that 2nd Stargate. Like you say, we'll see what it is going to be. The Adept's at the front again. He's making another one. Reynor did see the Chrono on the gateway, so he knows these Adepts are coming out very quickly here. He also saw the delayed Warp Gate, so you probably knows it's also a Stargate. They can not make a Stargate, but then what else are you doing with the gas? You know, you might as well make it right away. If not,
I mean, I see in the YouTube chats, someone asking, where is this tournament? In Korea, South Korea, Gangnam.
Gangnam. And Jumi, for once in the series, for the first time in the series, will preserve his Adepts and send them back home.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
I like this decision a lot coming in from Jumi. It's going to allow him to be a little bit more flexible with this early Oracle because these 2 Adepts can anchor the defense here at the 3rd base. In the long run, he might get a little bit more economic damage done as a result of this. He might also force Reynor to throw down those Spore Crawlers a bit quicker than Reynor did in the previous matches. So we'll see how this goes. Oracle seems like we'll be on a beeline towards the main base right now.
It's a fast layout of Reynor. Okay.
Spotted that.
Yeah, indeed, Reynor made
Those are what, 3:45-ish layer timing?
Any damage done as the Adepts are alive this game. That Oracle going straight to the main base. There is a Queen and a Spore there. 2 more Queens at the 3rd. He's not going to go there. Goes into the main.
Yeah, Oracle actually able to catch a couple of drones coming into the natural expansion. Only one of them going to go down, though, was not able to get a secondary kill due to a nice reaction there by Reynor, throwing down the Spore Crawler, saving that drone's life. And now the 2 Adepts are going to try and pair up here. Coming into the natural expansion, Lynx are in position again.
Nice Jesus, nice surround.
Reynor in total, only 2 drones going down for all of those Adepts, and also the wasted energy there on the Oracle. You want to get a lot more done without harassment as Protoss.
Yeah, for sure. Reynor's defense on point here in game number 3. We see more gateways going down. There's a Twilight, there's a Forge. Hydralisk then going down for Reynor. Maybe we're going to see Hydraling Bane again. Maybe we'll try and get into Lurkers. 3 more gases being added right now. So it looks like it's going to be early Hydras to begin with, and then we'll see where he wants to go from there. These Oracles forced to split, none of them going down, but taking quite a bit of damage here, actually. This one deep in the orange already.
Yeah, I think Jimmy perhaps wasn't
Interesting.
expecting the Queens to be
So I was going to say that that's going to be an early robo out of Jumi. So he's going for an earlier robo. We have +1 and charge on the way instead. There's going to be an early charge timing with Archon support, with maybe even Storm support. So a much more aggressive build here by Jumi.
Also, charge before blink, which is an interesting choice coming in here by Jumi. He is taking a very fast gas number 5 and 6, as well as the robotics facility. So kind of similar to what he did in previous games. He's branching out in a lot of different ways right now, but this time the third base, it finished at a productive timing. He's not too far down economically. It's actually only a 1-worker difference because Reynor's really starting to power up with a Hydralisk on his side of the map right now. And Storm, it isn't quite as strong a defensive tool as it once was. We have had a couple different patches come through here, and specifically in PvZ, the changes into Storm, they've nullified it a little bit when it comes to defending hardcore 3-base aggression from the Zerg. Now, Reynor, he's still only sitting on about 60 or so drones. He's going to be powering up to 67.
So pushing back against what Stay just said, because he was portraying it almost like this was like standard from Jumi, but no, Jumi, he's going for something that's meant to be more active, more aggressive. Despite that, though, charge not ready yet. Reynor, he's going to hit first.
Tons of static B on the way. Storm is not available.
Oh, the Templar.
That one high Templar doesn't go down. So many shield batteries. And
Jesus.
This is kind of a ragtag army from Reynor.
Yeah.
Not a ton of units with this, just a bit of pressure, I guess.
I feel like that's the least number of Hydras I've ever seen move across the map to try and
It's like 4. Right?
Remember, this was a fake out. Reynor, he forced a massive reaction. Jumi, he threw down, what, like 5 cannons and shield batteries? Like, he threw down a massive wall there as a reaction, and Reynor was droning the entire time.
A lot of damage done on those 3 bases because of all the static defense Jumi has created at the third. So instead, I think he's going to pivot into playing a longer game. He's throwing down the infestation pit. He's going into lurkers. This signals to me that Reynor wants to tech in a hive.
He always wanted to.
A later tech.
Like, again, like this move out was a fake out, and it's worked really well here for Reynor.
To try and take down this army or this third base, I think Reynor just wants to posture, open up some avenues of attack, and delay the 4th base of Jumi.
This is so wild from Reynor. He's making it look like he's being aggressive, but he's actually teching like crazy behind this. He's going to hive. He's getting his lurkers. Overlord speed, range, +1. He's posturing like he's being the aggressor, but he's here on 87 drones. He's got an insane economy behind this, even taking the 5th base now. And I think now Jumi has a decision. Is he going to try and make this work on 3 bases, or is he going to try and get his 4th up?
Skytos.
The fact that he's going for the fleet beacon makes me think it's likely going to be a 4th base. It's likely Jumi signaling his hand that he wants to go into a later game.
So we spoke about this at the start of this game, if you remember. Tokamak, this is the best map to go into Skytos on, so it makes sense for Jumi to get there, but unfortunately he stumbled his way into the late game, right? His 4th base is late. Why is it late? Because he threw down a wall of cannons and shield batteries, because he was scared, because he was terrified, because Reynor did fake him out, and now Reynor's going to be the first to max and the first to strike before Skytos.
Hasn't taken too much damage. The harassment wasn't the best, as you can see by the income advantage right now. It's heavily in Reynor's favor, but tech-wise, Jumi, he's teched up very aggressively into the fleet beacon and into all of those storms, and he hasn't suffered too much damage just yet.
Yeah, indeed, and he has a mothership on the way now. He has a lot of static defense as well, which is going to aid him into getting into the late game if that's where he wants to go. This army of Zealots will be caught there by the Lings, but that's kind of a throwaway army. Keep the Zerg at home, try and snipe a base or some workers if you can, while he secures his 4th base. It looks like he wants to go for the real end game here, as we see another Stargate going down, Tempest as well.
Lurker drops coming in right now here for Reynor. That is so many lurkers loaded up in these overlords, and this could go Jumi's way. If Jumi's in a good position, if he's able to catch wind of this at all, the mothership could do a very good job of nullifying those lurkers, and with Tempest already coming out.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's an overseer with that army, because if the
gotta be.
Yeah, if the mothership cloaks and you drop all your lurkers, you might lose them. But here comes Reynor. He's setting up. Okay, we do see the overseer there as well to aid those overlords. The Zerg army coming down here to the south. Lots of lurkers here, spotted by the oracles. But all the Protoss armies at the front right now. Dodging the storms here is Reynor, trying to get a foothold at the front of the Protoss base. while he sends these overlords in stage.
Yeah, Reynor creates the diversion there on the front, and now he is dropping into the main base
Going
on top
in.
of all the tech. But
There's
the
a recall.
mothership is done.
Okay.
Time Warp is dropping down. A recall with a mothership as well. Do we have detection here for Jumi? I'm not sure we do, but the storms might just be enough. We do have detection, in fact. The observer is there.
Okay.
This gets cleaned
Nice
up
cleanup.
by Jumi, but Reynor, he is now attacking the fourth base. The static defense is holding on for now, but with 4 lurkers seeking this down. Oh man. Oh, the Zealot flank coming in from Jumi.
Great flank there with those Zealots, but he's not actually able to clean up these lurkers. A High Templar shooting them, you don't see that every day. And these few lurkers will eventually get cleaned up as the oracles come over.
He's holding
Jumi
on.
is still in this game, dude.
What a defense there by Jumi, and it seemed like he had a very good idea that Reynor was going to be going for a tactic like this one. He had a photon cannon already up at the main base, and that mothership finished at
Oh, no, the
perfect
follow-up.
time for the cloak, for the time warp. Now Reynor committing.
Yeah, Reynor, he wants the Templar, he's gonna get them.
Storm actually landing on the Immortal to try and shield them. Overseer gets sniped down, so now there's no vision here for Reynor. He's going to have to hightail it out of there, and Jumi taking some very big wins on his side of the map.
Those Hydralists ate a big storm there, tons of damage on them. Forced to retreat is Reynor, and now Jumi has exactly what he wanted. He's able to go into carriers if he can get to a critical.
So getting into this, Jumi has successfully defended on 4 bases. And again, there's a reason why we didn't mention at the start of this game, like, hey, if you're going to go into Sky, this is the best map for it. This is the most defendable map in the tournament map pool. It is easier to turtle up and defend on 4 bases here, and Jumi has done so. He has turtled up, he's defended on 4 bases, and now Jumi's working towards the 5th base and getting into Sky Toss. Now Reynor's on the back foot. This was meant to end the game. Reynor was meant to have won by now, was meant to have broken his opponent because he failed to do so. Now later Spire, later Hive Tech upgrades as well, so Reynor is not in the best position here, and Jumi can slowly build up and perfect his army.
Hive Tech upgrades for the lurkers, and they're getting +3 range weapons. The melee attack, there's all these very expensive charges that the Zerg is making, and that's why it's not until now at 12 minutes that Reynor is finally getting close to maxing again. So I would love to see Jumi expand a little bit more aggressively here, just try to capitalize on this advantage. Instead, he's going to be just hunkering down on 5 bases, going to play it very safe to the vest.
Yeah, I like these distracts Reynor with these Zealots. And Nidus goes down in the natural, needs to clean that up. Reynor actually needs to trade out some supply. He has a Spire and he's making Corruptors, but he's maxed. He can't actually make that many Corruptors, and there's tons of Sky Toss units out. The Lurkers do manage to get out, even though the Nidus goes down. Instantly remake another one. Just so many problems to deal with here for Jumi as the Lings and Hydras come into the new base as well.
Army a little bit out of position right now defending the 4th base, but he will get there in time to clean this up. And with detection,
17.
18 probes do go down. That looks very significant, but the fact that we're only on 5 bases right now as Jumi, we're still at 70 probes. I don't think you're minding losing the probes all that much.
Yeah, you can definitely remake them quickly when you're on 5 Nexuses as well, you know. Get back up into the high drone count quickly, pro count, sorry. Another Nidus gets shut down here in the main. Jumi defending very well right now. This is not easy to do, especially against Reynor. He's in all your bases with the Nidus networks. Lings even getting in here, but there will be a ton of Tempest to free them.
Yeah, the wall's open, Lings they flood in.
The Zerg army at the front.
Jumi bleeding out so many workers back at home, and unfortunately Jumi, he's still in the midst of perfecting his army. He's not there yet. He's not there when it comes to the Sky Toss.
Just not getting this around. Another Nidus Worm going to be coming here into the main base of Jumi. Looks like this one actually not getting spotted by Jumi just yet. So might be able to get some damage done, but
that one Changeling given the... I was actually wondering how he had vision of that. But there's a Changeling in the main there. Tons of Lings flood out, start to take down these probes. Zealots will be warped in, but not after some probes already go down. And these Zealots with, I think they have Adrenal now, going to town on all those workers. The Protoss army is moving out those states.
Yeah, Jumi getting very aggressive right now. 4 more Templar.
Question becomes, can Jumi kill? The lurker count is low. Low lurker count, no Corruptors either. Only 4 lurkers. Jumi, he can win with this. Straight up, he can win the game.
I don't see too many Corruptors.
This is his moment.
Right now.
This is it.
3 carriers, max interceptors, a lot of Archons, the mothership. Maybe you can deal without it. A few Tempests in the mix as well.
Yeah, 6 Tempests.
Falls down. It would be very nice for Jumi if he could get a base. The Corruptors actually don't
Jumi's
see that
maxed.
war prism there, as there's a big fight happening here at the front.
Yeah, Jumi looks like he's going to be able to take down this gold base. Reynor trying to find a surround right now, but his forces are spread a little bit
Reynor, he
thin.
cannot stop
This
this.
is a perfect Protoss army
Reynor,
right now, just
he doesn't
taking
have
bases.
anything.
This
especially with these high energy, high Templar over here anchoring the position. Those Archons could be attacking the base.
Storm's on the way.
Storm, we're talking about it not being quite as good a defensive tool, but against lurkers, it is so much better now. The overall damage, unless you unburrow and get out of there, it's a lot higher as these high Templars very much pulling their weight. And with a big Warped in the main base, Reynor now has a lot of problems to deal with, and only 4 larvae. He cannot spend the
He made it,
he's got.
Wow, that's insane. He's spending this lava frantically, even making ultras right now. He doesn't have a ton of anti-air though, only some corruptors coming out now. Look at this army from the Protoss. Jumi making so much headway in this game, even picking off the corruptors as they spawn. Another base will potentially go down here. Jumi in a great position right now.
Man, and the fact that Jumi's been able to take down hatchery after hatchery is huge because Reynor, he's been slowly trickling units from all of these expansions this entire time. Larva has been a very big limiting factor for him, despite the bank that he had a few minutes ago. And when you have the reinforcements get staggered like that against an army that is just a powerhouse like what Jumi has, a perfectly crafted army, you see the cost efficiency. It is plus 10,000 resources. Traded more efficiently here for Jumi as he's continuing to push now into the natural expansion.
Jesus.
These lurkers getting cleaned up, and I'm not sure if Reynor can muster enough to deal with this.
I don't think he can fight this. I think he has about 15 corruptors right now.
He's
There's
going for the
so many
dive.
evidence. Okay, Jumi will actually recall out of here. I love
Force
that.
the recall.
Gets all the damage. Sees a potentially risky engagement that he may overextend into. He says, okay, I'm good. I did my damage. I'm going home. I'm going to recollect myself, max out again. And he is in a fantastic spot right now.
Yeah, Reynor, he's
To play for anyone else, I'll try to increase the quality again. It's just there's been some latency issues with the venue.
But he's got very little economy behind this. Oh, these corruptors, that's a big value.
Fingers crossed.
Taking down one of these Tempests, you got to do anything you can right now as Reynor to just try and steal away some of these Skytoss units, because otherwise you're never going to break down this position. At the third base, at the fourth, at the fifth, through the static defense, and Jumi knows this. That's why he's not roaming out on the map. He's not playing to win the game right now. He's playing to win the game no matter what.
Yeah, and Jumi's making so many Void Rays right now. I think these Corruptors might actually not be able to do anything in the air. Here come the Void Rays. They start to lock on. Corruptors going down. They were trying to take out that base, but will be forced to retreat here, even being backed up by the Tempest. And the problem for Reynor right now is anti-air. He's going into Vipers. He has quite a good number of Infestors on his side. But I'm
Yeah, right now Reynor's doing everything he can to keep Jumi busy, but the reality is that if Jumi moves out, Jumi will end the game. Like, Jumi's army, he has a death pool of an army that cannot be dealt with. The Fungals will help, the Parabomb combo can help as well, but the Viper's not ready yet, it's not out. Once it gets out, then it has to gather energy as well.
And just a couple other units there to assist. It really is all about those Corruptors, and it's only 12 Corruptors. We almost have more Void Rays than Corruptors right now, Sturgeon.
Yeah, I'm wondering how he's planning to deal with this. Okay, another run by. That's very nice for Reynor. But the issue is this massive Protoss army at the front. So many ultras on the field. They would deal with all the ground. Huge fungal
Doesn't matter.
all the Protoss units, but there's just no follow-up behind it.
Yeah, I mean, the Fungal's about the best you could possibly hope for here as Reynor, but there just isn't enough to back it up. And Jumi gets a win on the board. We have a series, folks. It is now 2-1 in the advantage of Reynor. And for Jumi, the comeback, it might start right now.
The comeback is greater than the setback. Jumi fights back here in game number 3. We finally got to see him kind of play the game that he wanted without it being scouted.
But GG, well played. Again, as you mentioned, this is the best map to try to slow the game down and get into Skytoss. This is where I'm a little bit concerned, because the other maps, it is more difficult to achieve this kind of style on. I would say the best map is maybe going to be Celestial Enclave. That's like the closest in the latest map pool, but I don't think Celestial Enclave is a part of this tournament. Let me just double check. I'm not 100% familiar with the map pool. No, sorry, there is. Okay, Celestial Enclave is a part of this tournament map pool, so that might be an option, but no, there it is. Mothership is coming up next, and a very, very open map instead. Ooh, so it's going to be more difficult. Winding it back, it all came down to Reynor's failed aggression. Remember, Reynor went for a massive Dune drop into the main base, did not do enough damage, Mothership was there to defend, and Reynor did lose momentum once he failed with his aggression, but aggression is favored here on Mothership. Or more so than on Tokamak.
If Jumi can play another game like that here on Mothership, oh man, we might be going to a map number 5, Sturgeon.
I was so impressed by his defense that game. Reynor is one of the best at multitasking with groups of lings, you know, Nidus worms with lurkers inside. Overlord drops, like all these different tools that Zerg has to stress the Protoss' multitasking in the mid and late game. And Jumi looked so good against it. He was fighting on all fronts, defending extremely well. He lost some probes, but it was late enough in the game that it didn't impact his economy too much, and he fights back. Here we are in game number 4. The map is going to be Mothership, our three-player map in the pool. And in the top left position on Mothership, we have the red Zerg Reynor.
And spawning down in the bottom right. He was down 0-2, but he just won game number 3. He wants to win game 4 and force a game 5. Our blue Protoss player, it is Jumi.
Jumi.
Absolutely, Jumi fighting back in this series. The first thing we can say about this match so far is that Reynor has sent his Overlord in the correct direction.
Yeah.
So he will be able to see that Protoss wall. And Jumi right now actually going to go for a bit of a cheeky build here.
Nexus first.
Man, that's exciting. I love this
Okay.
from Jumi. We have some really brave plays coming in. It's an 18 Nexus for Jumi. A Nexus first on a 3-player map. And had Reynor gone for something like a 12 pool here, which, I mean, it's very unlikely, but hey, it is a possibility.
Yeah.
Well, that would be Jumi just taking the L. He would probably have a very hard time surviving into a game number 5, but as it is right now, playing the
Since
map,
they beat
the
us
fact
last
that
year,
Reynor
yeah.
does
True.
not know where Jumi spawned because it is a 3-player map. Jumi taking a little bit of a risk right now of the Nexus first and no scout. This is about as greedy as you could possibly be as Protoss.
I love it from Jumi. He knows there's a 50% chance.
Yeah, so hyper greed out of Jumi when it comes to his opener, going Nexus first, no scouts. Meanwhile, Reynor is playing standard. So Jumi does have a slight edge early on, going for a 2-gate follow-up.
So it makes
Okay.
sense to bring out a very greedy build here, especially after playing relatively standard openers up until now.
And doing this on match point too, it's just got to be a real big confidence booster here for Jumi. It shows that he is, he's feeling very brave right now. And when you're an underdog after a victory like that in game number 3, you got to be feeling really good. So I wonder how he is going to leverage this big economic advantage that he's getting from the Nexus first, because economically he's going to be a powerhouse in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, for sure. We did see 2 gateways go down. He's added the core now. We'll have to see what tech he wants to go alongside with this. You can still go Stargate and then expand afterwards. You have some other options as well. But his economy is going to be so good in this game. You know, making probes from so early on, from 2 Nexuses. Reynor right now taking his 3rd base, getting his link speed. Pretty standard from his side of things.
Yeah, we have the first units getting trained out of the gateway right now. It will be a stalker here for Jumi. There's also Warp Gate coming in. I was a little suspicious of this probe that was roaming around the top right side of the map for a moment. I was wondering if we might have a proxy, because it looked like Jumi was really considering potentially sending something up there into the top right, but instead it is a pretty standard follow-up here. Actually going to be the Twilight Council. And normally we kind of write off the possibility of Twilight Council
Twilight Council opener.
because they usually don't pack enough firepower to actually get game-ending damage done. But when you go with a Nexus first, your economy comes online so much faster. I mean, look at it right now. 34 probes to 28 drones.
Yeah.
This could be the economic difference.
So you can see, I don't know if you noticed, but Jumi, he pulled out a gas in the main base. So he's only got 4 and 4 in his 2 gas geysers, or 2 and 2, 4 in total. So this should be 4-gate glaives. Should be glaive adepts. Typically, if it's DTs, then you stay in gas. And yep, there it is. Glaives are on the way. So 4-gate glaives out of Jumi. He could try to pull back in and throw down extra gateways, but he's not pulling back in. And this is not meant to kill, but this is meant to cripple. As actually, sorry, I said 4-gate. He's getting up to 6. He is. Remember, he opened up 2-gate. True. Jesus.
As it just comes into vision now, he's got to kill that.
So this is more committed than usual. This is more aggressive.
It's just outside of his vision.
It's just outside of the vision.
He just doesn't see it. Okay.
It's the tiniest sliver, but that might be enough time.
He gets in.
Jumi, now he is going to react. That might have been enough time for Reynor to see everything. He will see the Robo, and he should be immediately hearing alarm bells ringing in his head, because if you see a Robo on 2 bases like this, it is going to be some kind of aggressive play, and he sees the Twilight
he
Council
confirms.
getting
Oof.
boosted. So Reynor, right now, it's all hands on deck. No
So you
more
can see he pulls back in a gas. He gets 6 gateways in total and DTs alongside it. So 6 gate glaives plus Dark Templar from Jumi. Reynor here has the Roach Warren. Roach production has begun. Will he have detection though?
But Adept's moving out right now. The Lings are actually trying to, force a counterattack here, but there's a Stalker in the wall. A few more units coming in. They will be able to hold this position.
Okay. All right, we do get in position there, the
nice there
Adepts.
by Jimmy. That's so scary for a moment.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we have a lot of gateways here for Jumi. It is not just 4 gates, it is 5 or 6 here. So he has 4 more Adepts warping in on the front line, 6 gateways in total. And for Reynor, he's basically just sacrificing this third base right now. He's like, you know what? I'm on 36 drones. I'm just going to mine the man in the natural. I just want to survive these next couple of minutes and not take any damage from this glaive attack. That Shade is going to get canceled, so Jumi continuing to posture around on the top right side. Warp Prism also gets spotted, so Reynor, he's going to have Queens in position to try and shoo that away. Dark Shrine nearly done. Do we have any detection here for Reynor?
That's the question. Does he have a lair?
Moves will be made, yeah, but these Adepts get caught. They are forced to recall. DT is warped into the
Oh,
main.
no lair!
There's a
Yeah, it's
Spore
4.
already in the main, so Reynor has detection here. Reynor defending very well.
Yeah, TTs get picked up right now. I'm not sure if we have a Spore Crawler in position here at the third base.
Yeah,
or is
so
he getting
fortunate. The
worked in
Spore
right
was the
now,
only
so
base sorry, the main was the only base that had a
might have
Spore.
chance to try and just snipe down that hatchery, but as it is, Reynor, and I think coming back down to that clutch scout with the Overlord, just barely out of view of Jumi's patrolling Stalker. He was able to suss out this timing attack is coming, and he's able to deal with it very effectively. No big damage done, but let's not forget, it did slow down the economic development of Reynor. He stopped building drones, he stopped mining.
I have to push back here. State, he's that guy. Stop the timing attack. Remember, Jimmy's on 2 bases. This is a 2 base all in. He's throwing down 2 more gates. 2 more gates, 0 third. This is just straight up 2 base all in from Jimmy. If this doesn't do damage, that's game.
Go in for another wave, and he took a little bit of damage.
Like, he needs more.
He recalled those Adepts from the natural expansion of Reynor, but he still has a lot of hit points in this army. And the fact that Reynor was so slow economically, this could be an opportunity
Waddling
to
in.
get a lot done.
Yeah, he might lose all those Adepts as they do go there into the base. And like you say, Jimmy is not macroing out of this. He's making more gates. There's going to be a follow-up all-in basically here.
Double Prism.
Double Prism. Love to see that. These
Oh,
Adepts
no.
fighting roaches. That's kind of tragic. They need to get out of there.
God,
I think Jumi maybe just a little bit out multitasked right now, trying to manage the Warp Prism in the main base and the natural expansion. Did not notice the Adepts taking that fight against the roaches, and they are critical for this next push coming in because it's all or nothing right now for Jumi. We have 3 more Archons being morphed in, Sentry being added into the mix, more Adepts added. It's all about this next push coming in, just 1 or 2 minutes. But after losing those Adepts, I'm not sure if he's going to have enough Sturgeon.
Yeah, Reynor's gone all the way up to 66 drones right now. He has way more than enough economy to outproduce the Protoss. If this attack doesn't hit soon and hit very hard, it's going to be tough for Jumi to get anything done. 3 Archons at the front here do pick off an Overlord. They meet up with the War Prism. An Observer comes out. This little counterattack by Reynor is very nice. Keeps some units at home. Or you cannot lose these Archons. They're kind of the backbone of the
No, the
Protoss army
Archons.
right now.
Okay, nice save.
Okay, manages to pick those 2 up. Going to micro them as best he can. The Immortals will trade amazingly against
They touched on something really important here, is that Reynor, he's already done droning. He droned up to 66, he's doing a 4th base. Reynor's now focusing entirely on army production. And at this point, Reynor should be able to overwhelm. Like, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Jumi.
4th base, up at the 11 o'clock position, but the fact is for Reynor right now at 67 drones, he just needs to hold on 3 bases right now. He's got 20
Oh, the Prism!
in total.
Oh my god.
Morphing in a lot more. And these counterattacks, or this harassment, I should say, coming in from Jumi is not really getting a lot done. This is a very powerful force on the front line for Jumi, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Those Archons, they still haven't fully regenerated their shields after that earlier skirmish, and Jumi, he has to make it happen right now.
Yeah, here we go. The force fields go down. There are Ravagers in this army, though. They can buy all those away. So many Roach Ravager at the front here for Reynor. The Adepts trying to shade past, but the Protoss army is turned to... It has to flee. It has to get out of there. There's just so much Zerg on the front. Reynor's at 180 supply right now, State.
Yeah, Reynor is nearly maxed on Roaches. Man, it was tumultuous early game, but Reynor just...
The Wiles on the
economic
Prism.
superiority
Oh my
right
god.
now,
Oh, actually
minus 3
misses.
bases against the 2 expansions of Jumi. He is going to be able to push this army back, and Reynor looks like he is in a commanding position here in game number 4.
Reynor is in control here. The army is huge. Basically, you have a War Prism and a Dream with a couple Archons in it right now. Forced to recall those even. And he's still on 2 bases here. But Reynor's not going to sit back. He's not going to let him macro up, get another base. Reynor's going to send it here. He's actually forced to kill his own buildings because the Archons are too fat to get through there. They can't fit.
Yeah, I think he just wants to have the best
Calm
possible
down,
concave
Sturgeon.
right now. Reynor's gonna
They're
come
too
in,
thick,
lend
Pappy.
him
They're
a
too thick.
hand, take down those gateways.
Ah.
It doesn't matter if he's on 4 bases versus the 2 of Jumi. He wants to go into the next stage of this bracket. Reynor stutter stepping forward with the Roaches, with the Ravagers. Jumi, try as he might to micro the Immortals. It is not going to be enough, and Reynor will win the first series 3-1.
GG, well played is called. Reynor takes the series 3-1. What an amazing ZVP we had here, State. A ton of different builds. I love the variety we saw from Jumi. Go for that Nexus first, double Robo Bay Colossus. Tons of different cool strategies going out, but Reynor just too strong in this game. There's the handshake. What a great series.
Yeah, Jumi really trying to mix it up there in game
And
number
GG,
4.
well played. Personally, I think that this series is a really good example of how the meta has shifted in regards to PvZ throughout the course of the 2 seasons. We bring this up all the time here on the channel. If you've been watching, then you would have heard this already, of course, is that the ZVP meta did change because of the most recent patch, and especially because of the map pool as well. I remember it was, I think last week there was someone in the YouTube chat was like asking and posing the question, like, hey lad, I know you've been saying that like the meta has shifted and the map pool has changed, but do you think like Classic, do you think players just figured Classic out and that's why he's underperforming, or that's why he's not performing as dominantly as he did a couple of months ago? And I was like, nah, it's because of the patch and because of the map pool. And you can even see it here. The game that Jumi won was on Tokamak. That is an older map. It is a map where it is easier to turtle up on and build up on 4 and 5 bases, and that is why in that previous map pool you could go for that style. You can get into Skytoss so much easier and force that later game where Zerg is, to be honest, at a more disadvantaged state, just because it is so difficult to break a defending and a turtling Protoss player early on. This was the case not just with Tokamak, but with that older map pool in general. So that is why we saw a lot of that in the meta of ZVP. That's also why we did not see that in any other map in this series, because in the newer map pools, the bases are more open. The 4th base, the 5th base, the 6th base, they're typically more spread out, they're more open. It is more difficult to take that defensive stance and to slow the game down on those maps to force a Skytoss. That's why we're seeing some more mid-game aggression. We're seeing a lot more mid-game aggression, and we're seeing less and less late-game Skytoss in PvZ, in current meta, in current StarCraft, in the current map pool at least. And again, I feel like this was a good example of that. Because this tournament features some of the older maps, we can see some of those older styles kind of pop up in those older maps. For now, though, we have the winner's interview. Let's go.
Feeling good, feeling good. Pretty smooth games. Except the one I lost. That wasn't so smooth, but I think I was playing well, so that's all that matters.
What are your thoughts right now on the matchup PvZ? We've obviously seen Protoss is looking really strong right now. Do you feel like it's fair, or what is your thoughts overall?
I think it got a little bit better since the last patch. And,
Yep, it did.
I still think late game is Protoss favored. Before that, you can have some tricks up your sleeve, and they can work. I still find it pretty hard.
You played
Reynor's
every
admitting
season of
something there.
RSL. You got very deep, weren't able to actually become a champion of season 1, 2, and 3, but you're here in the LCQ. What do you think your chances are of going all the way today?
Thank you for bringing it up, Nick. And well, I hope I can qualify and eventually maybe win. That's the goal, you know. Like that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to mess around. I guess my chances. I don't know. It's hard to say what my chances are. The tournament is obviously really difficult. It's the best year, and it's only one slot, so it's gonna be a fist fight.
Are there any players you're really trying to watch out for? Anybody who you think is going to be like maybe the biggest challenge going forward?
I would say Solar is his biggest challenge. But we'll
Well,
see.
obviously everyone is scary, but I'm particularly looking at Solar and Maru.
Yep.
I think those are the guys that give
I
me
agree.
the most issues in the bracket. So if someone else could take them out, very happy.
Well, congratulations again, man. Your next match is coming up in just a little bit. We are going to go to a short break. When we return,
Well, that's
the
it?
RSL offline finals day 1 continues on.
I feel like the Ryang interview was a lot more in depth. Like what? Yo, why was Tasteless on his own? We needed like someone, our toasters out there, like a question or two. Ay. They didn't ask like, oh, you know, how are you enjoying your time in Korea? You know, when did you come? Like, when did you come here? Like, what was the plan? Like, how has your practice been improving? Like, how's your time in Korea been affecting your current play? You know, right? Like, I mean, you know, it's there's things to ask. But oh, Reynor, fill the time. But what he said was interesting. I said that he admitted something that is correct. If you heard, he was asked about ZVP, and he was like, "Oh, I still think that that late game PvZ Protoss is still favored against Zerg." I would agree with that. But he's admitting something important, which is what we were alluding to when it came to the series and when it came to the map pool, is that yes, Protoss late game is still favored over Zerg, but you're not seeing it much, right? It's something that now you're seeing less and less often because of the patch and because of the map pool. So the current meta and the current ZVP landscape doesn't really facilitate for too much late game as much as it used to. So that is like a big change when it comes to matchup. But Reynor admitted that he, like intentionally so, like he didn't bring that part up, which I found very interesting. You know, he's gotta you know, tell the he's gotta pull the narrative. There we go. That's the other thing that he spoke about, which I would agree with, is who he fears most. For me at least, I feel like his biggest threat is Solar. I think that Solar and ZVZ is a beast. Arguably has the best ZVZ in the world, so I do think that Solar is going to be his biggest threat. I think I like Reynor. I think Reynor versus Maru is going to be very close, and I would love to see it. I think it's going to be very close, very exciting. If Maru gets to the finals, I favor Reynor over everyone else. Like if it's Reynor versus Cure or Reynor versus Ryung in the finals, I do favor Reynor. But as I mentioned before, I do think that the biggest threats to Maru are the Terrans in those mirror matchups. Funnily enough, it's the mirror matchups where I feel like Reynor and Maru are going to be struggling the most. So Solar versus Reynor, I would favor Solar there, or like Cure and Ryung over Maru. I mean, they have good shots there as well. Meanwhile, are we really not casting Trigger versus Percival? What's going on? You can see up next, Cure versus Shin. Is Trigger and Percival just not happening on any stream? That's so sad. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Anyway, so it looks like we're jumping into the quarterfinals, Cure versus Shin. I'll be honest, as much as I'm not too fond of mirror matchups, I think Maru versus Ryung would have been so much more exciting. Like Cure versus Shin, I feel like Cure is heavily favored there. Best of luck to Shin. I mean, I do like to see diversity, and to see some TVZ is going to be nice and all. But I don't know. The Ryung drop happy, right? We'll see. What is, do you know what Rotterdam is going to be casting? Let's see. I know Roddy, he's the B stream. Roddy, he is... No idea. Yeah, not too certain. Not too certain what Rodden's going to be covering, but he's got his own series. His own series. Yes, Pekwaita, yes. Has your league improved since coming to Korea? What role do you play? Favorite champions? We need the hard-hitting questions. Yes. How does the Korean ladder on league differ to the European league ladder? That's the real question. How many hours do you practice League of Legends in preparation for RSL? How many? Oh, no. But for now, we are going to be going on a break. When we come back, it'll be in 10 minutes. 10 minutes time, we'll have a Cure versus Shin. We'll have that TVZ. See you soon. See you soon after the break as we enter the quarterfinals. Oh, see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League 2025 Last Chance Qualifier co-stream. Once again, I'm of course just VIP, and we are co-streaming the main stream. Of course, this is like we're adding our own little bit of commentary, reaction stream, even as well to the main stream. We of course have permission to do so as well. As always, as we are stepping in to our third series of the broadcast, the quarterfinals of the bracket is going to be underway. Best of 5 between Cure and Shin, and we have our two casters for this event, for this series, I should say, sort of, and Artosis. Let's go.
Some back and forth in the series.
Yeah, especially the first TBT was very explosive with the
Ooh, Percival beat Trigger 3-1. That's a big win for Percival. That was off stream, if you remember. Unfortunately, that was off stream. That is a huge win, considering Trigger beat Percival this week in the Tuna Cup, and also did defeat him at SC for All as well. So Percival gets his revenge. Let's go.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll definitely talk about that a lot. But let's take a look at some of these other matches. So first off, just from the first round that we had here, Shin over SOS 3-1. That doesn't really surprise me. That sounds like exactly right. SOS hasn't been as active as Shin or anything lately.
No, yeah, Shin has also been super consistent in the last couple of years, right? Whereas SOS has been to the military and came back, and it's like a little bit unsure about exactly how good he is and how much he has played and so on. But Shin is just like super consistent, so not super surprising to see him go through there. Looking at the rest of the bracket, Solar 3-0 with Rex is also fairly easy to predict.
Yeah, Solar's been very good for a few years now. It was really interesting, actually. I just want to mention like him rising up over time, because remember, there was like years where he was just like always the round of 16 guy, never better than that. But I mean, in the last, it feels like maybe 4 years or so, he's just been like really a top tier Zerg.
Yeah, for sure. Solar's been one of those players who've like gone back and forth a lot in terms of playstyle, right? At certain periods, he's been like the very Serral-esque macro Zerg in Korea, right? At other periods, he's been like super aggressive and timing attack oriented.
I feel like that's his best form. Personally, like when I watch Solar, I feel like he's the most successful when he is that aggressive, timing attack oriented type of player. Yeah,
absolutely. I think in the like more recent times, he's been able to like bring those two together a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think he's starting to lean a little bit more against like the timing attack.
I would agree with sort of here that he is more aggressive and more all in.
And then we had Creator versus Nightmare. Creator taking out Nightmare 3-2. Closer match than what I would have guessed, but honestly, I haven't seen as much Nightmare lately. Like I don't know, I've just missed his games.
I mean, he retired for a bit.
He's also a player that, like SOS, has been on and off a little bit.
Yeah.
He dabbed in some Deadlock a little bit. Now he's back on the StarCraft 2 train. But he is also like, he's one of those Protoss players where you would consider him like a standard micro Protoss, but he has his own little like unique style to things, right? Where he does things a little bit different than some of the other more standard Protoss players. But yeah, seeing him back, and obviously like Creator has been somebody who's always, similar to Shin, been very consistent in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So seeing him go toe-to-toe with him is a good sign for future events for Nightmare, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually a big Creator fan, so I'm kind of happy to see him go through. But a little side note about Nightmare, he was the first pro gamer in a pro match to utilize Blink DTs.
That's pretty cool.
Very fun moment when that finally occurred.
Yeah.
Of course, we just saw Reynor versus Jumi, but we had Percival take down Trigger 3-1. About, what was it, a month and a half ago, we actually had the reverse of that, Trigger taking down Percival in the Philadelphia LAN finals. So, nice play from Percival.
Yeah, absolutely. Percival is one of those like kind of up-and-coming Terrans in the Korean scene. Obviously, he's been around for quite a long time, but in the last, I want to say like 6 months to 8 months, he's really started to step up his game.
Yeah.
And you can really see it here in the results that he's actually going to go versus Reynor in the round of 8 here.
That's a great match.
That's going to be very exciting.
I'm really excited. And I like Percival's style. Like, if you're going to beat someone of Reynor's caliber, I want to see you be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. Very aggressive based, very like multitasking heavy playstyle. So that should
be it's Rigard, Bob. It's Rigard. Let's go.
He really likes to multitask. He really likes to
sometimes
be aggressive, but he can also go in the very macro-oriented direction as well.
Then we have Solar versus Creator coming up as well, and
it happened off stream. Maru, he 3-0'd Ryung, the first big Terran hurdle. Let's go. And again, personally, I feel like it's going to be another TBT between Maru and Cure in the next round. But it's a shame that was off stream, is what I will say. It's a shame it was off stream. Would have loved to have seen it.
He'll like to use Colossus. He'll like to use DTs. Something that we don't see too much.
But I was also curious to see if they were going to be casting all the quarterfinal matches. The answer is no. I guess we have the answer. The answer is no. We're not casting all the quarterfinal matches. What series is Rotterdam covering? Let's see. For those that are curious, Rotterdam is the B stream. Looks like he isn't casting anything yet. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Just like to get there in different ways.
Nothing yet.
Other Protoss players a lot of the time.
And I'm pretty sure this didn't say it when we first showed this graphic, but it looks like in the time that we've been talking about these other matches, Maru is 3-0 against Ryung. I actually thought it would be like a little bit closer since Ryung was able to challenge Maru in Season 3 of RSL, but I mean, that's Maru for you, right?
Yeah, like Ryung has always been kind of a wild card in TVT, right? Where sometimes he has looked super, super strong, and sometimes it's been falling a little bit flat.
Oh.
We saw he looked really, really good.
We're the players.
He has
Cure.
struggled against recently as well.
Yeah.
But obviously Maru being Maru, and he seems to be in pretty good shape in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
See in chat, do you know who is casting Solo versus Creator? I do not.
End up winning the last chance.
I believe the schedule isn't public, so I don't know if Rotterdam is going to cast that, or if it's going to happen off stream, or if the main stream plans on covering all the remaining matches. Like it's unless someone says something, I'm referring to the stream. Unless one of the caches said something, we're kind of in the dark as to what the schedule is. I think Rotterdam might have a better answer for you, because I think Rotterdam is going to cast one of the matches himself. I just don't know which one.
But I feel like when Cure plays his best games,
So I would say either Rotterdam is casting that series at the same time, or it might be after this one. It's hard to say. I would hope that it's going to be casted.
Absolutely.
Hope so.
Like if you look back to the recent EWC in his series versus Serral, which ended up being a 0-3, but if you actually looked at the games, they were very, very competitive games versus Serral, who obviously looked almost untouchable at that tournament, right? So Cure definitely like has the capability inside him to play extremely, extremely well. And I think it's also like the consistency kind of comes from he has a very like methodical, stable approach to the game.
Yeah.
He doesn't do too many super crazy things. He'll throw some curveballs every now and then, but for the most part he keeps things very simple. But he has like really good multitasking, really good understanding of when to attack, where to attack, these sort of things. I think that's just kind of leads a lot to his strength.
Yeah, and what was it? There was a TVZ that he played. Well, it might have been one of the games against Sarah where it was like one of the best TVZs I've ever seen. No. The year before, I think, in Riyadh, he played like the most insane TVZ I had seen to that point. Where I'm like, oh my god, this.
Yeah, I remember seeing Cure versus Serral at Master Coliseum. Like Cure had an insane series versus Serral.
Great fight here, but Shin has been in really good shape lately as well.
Yeah, Shin has just been super, super consistent, right? Like where he's just always, especially in CVT, I want to say, where his CVT.
Yeah, as it discussing the players themselves. I mean, coming into this, Cure is coming in as a favorite player. Like he's a heavy hitter. Echoing what sort of said, like I would say that his fundamentals are on point. Like his fundamentals are solid. Meanwhile, as you can see, I believe that is Percival next to Shin. Right? Yeah, that's Percival on his right, which means that is Reynor on the left. So it looks like, for those who are curious which series are happening at the same time, Cure versus Shin is here on the mainstream. It looks like Percival versus Reynor is going to be happening at the same time, either off stream or on Rotterdam stream. But you can see Reynor setting up there next to Cure, and Percival setting up next to Shin. So that series is happening concurrently.
Has the edge here, and what is the map score?
I would actually give Shin the slight edge, I think, in this matchup right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the new patch really fits his playstyle.
Okay,
being able
that
to
makes sense.
So is that Roddy is doing Reynor Percival, I think? Oh, there you go. There you go.
Back into play and so on. So I would
Makes
probably
sense.
give
Makes sense considering we can visually see that they're playing.
Well,
They're
I was
about to
actually gonna
play.
take just slightly the other side. I know that Shin has done a little bit better than Cure lately, but I feel like you give Cure like a tournament like this, like. Okay, I feel like he steps up when it's the end of the season or something like that, if that makes sense.
He's a big game player.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. We're going to start off on Botanical, and down here in the bottom right, we have Cure.
And in the top left, we have the blue Zerg player, Shin.
The golf claps. The crowd goes crazy.
14 Overlord here, which is not something that's super common. We'll have to wait and see what he actually has planned to follow up with this. For Cure, it's just a normal depot into barracks, nothing out of the ordinary here. We'll have to wait and see if Shin has something special planned or if it's just a normal build order.
Hello. Okay,
Yeah,
hello.
well, you know,
Well, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is as we get into our first series. Predictions. Predictions are now open. It's Gamba time. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. That's like in the chat. Personally, I'm a big fan of Shin, and I want Shin to do well. And we have seen Shin pop off and actually dictate the meta at times. That is true. But Cure is so insanely solid. I have a hard time rating Shin over Cure at the moment, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, Shin, he does have some quirky builds at times. He's a very smart player, very methodical player, and we'll see how Shin will adjust his approach versus Cure. We'll see how he's planned.
It's the kind of thing where, like, if it works, you feel way more comfortable, and you start, take some pressure off yourself, and then you can go into like a more calm mindset for the rest of the series, right?
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, like, okay, I tried a curveball, I can always just go back to my normal play.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good way to just like grab momentum in the longer series like this.
No, I agree with you completely on that. Like, I really do like people to set an aggressive tone to open with, where it's like, yeah, no, don't be too greedy, right? Because if you're sitting back playing a little bit more defensively, your opponent gets away with something greedy. I mean, it's going to really ruin the series for you, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can think so much about what could possibly go wrong in a normal macro game, but you can just take that all out of your mind, throw a curveball, and then see what happens, and then take it from there. I think it's a good way to start. But so far, everything looking super, super standard here from both players. Nothing really standing out yet.
Now, the Reaper going to come across the map, get a little bit of scouting intel done there as well. Of course, the factory on the way back at home. Speed on the way here for Shin, and yeah, just going to intercept with those Zerglings. Don't really expect too much damage dealt here.
Yeah, we don't see a drone out on the map yet, so it could be expected that we'll see a 2-base opener here from Shin. And obviously that can lead into a bunch of different places. It loses one Zergling to the Reaper, and that's an acceptable trade in this part of the game. Third Queen on the way before the third hatch here. So
oh, we're leaving one extra in gas.
We could expect a lair here, I would say, in the coming moments.
I'll be honest, it's difficult. It's difficult co-stream whenever someone like sort of is involved, because he's very analytical and he has a lot to say and he has a lot to add to the cast as well. Maybe not the most expressive of people out there, but very knowledgeable, very analytical. I can only just echo his sentiments. It was really good of him to point out the fact there was no drone on the map for a third base. The observer pointed out the extra gas in the gas geyser, the extra gas mining, I should say. So that leads into faster lair tech, and with faster lair tech, we could even see fast Spire and fast Muta play, which Shin has been very fond of in recent times.
Some decent scouting going on. Of course, we can see over on Cure's side as well, he did go for the
third
fast
CC.
third command center off of
2-on-1.
Hellions, so nothing really new there. That build is about as old as the Earth itself. So
No,
his economy is
it's a 2-on-1.
absolutely going to be great.
Yeah, and I like this response from Cure, going into the 3 commands into 2 barracks, 1 factory, and probably going to have a starport following up here. Especially when you see like the no third hatch from the Zerg player. This build allows you to deal with most of the aggressive options, but then also be in a really good position to take some map control and take advantage of the lack of larva from the Zerg. And also, obviously, if we do end up seeing a Spire, going into these fast stim and fast medivacs are going to be super useful.
True.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That layer is going to be finishing up.
Yeah, I do appreciate that sort of he brought up just the advantages of going into a 3cc 2-on-1. Again, this is going to be an earlier stim timing for Cure, earlier than normal. This is not a regular build that Cure is doing. And against 2-base Muta, this can excel. Speaking of, there it is, 2-base Muta out of Shin.
The show started today, how exciting it is with some of these Spire changes to try to bring the Muta back. It's just such a classic unit for the matchup and something that really makes.
And also, big shout to Arkfed in the chat for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. To Ripple Monkey. Gracias, gracias.
Like, most of the great games you will think about will be Mutaling Bane.
Yeah.
Versus Biomine or Biotank or something similar.
Yeah.
It's just a really, really fun, explosive composition where there's lots of actions, lots of back and forth trades. So
yeah,
really, really exciting.
Seeing a lot of army movement, counterattacks, like quick battles and things like that. I mean, that's really the bread and butter of an exciting StarCraft 2 game, if you ask most fans. And of course, that is where he's going right now. That Baneling Nest finishing up, the Spire almost done there as well. But Curie's been on these 2 racks for a while, and he has his first 2 medevacs out, so he's going to boost out, and that stim is going to be done when he gets out there.
Yeah, Shin realizing what he's up against, so instead of droning here, he's making a bunch of links, so he can get ready to either counterattack or just straight up deal with these 2 medevacs, right? Because if you just have the Mutas coming out when there's 16 Marines with stim on your doorstep, you're going to be in big trouble. So
yeah,
he's respecting this opener from Cure, which is good, and a nice small counterattack here at the third as well.
Yeah, I really like to see this. Just
so far, really nice counterattack. Does delay some mining time. It's going to be a difficult defense there for Shin. We have some slow Banelings morphing in. Once again, when it comes to 2-base Muta play, the Evo chambers are late and upgrades are going to be delayed, so the link Bane is going to be weaker for Shin.
Yeah, he definitely wants to clean this up fairly efficiently as Jhin, because he also doesn't want to get stuck in unit mode for too long here, right, on 50 drones. He wants to be able to clean this up, and let's see.
Oh, not very nice. Oh my god, the target firing.
Yeah, but it's a good surround there with those Zerglings. He's going to be able to eliminate that army for the most part. The Muta's chasing down this medevac. They should be able to eliminate that pretty quickly.
The target firing from Cure was amazing, but he still got surrounded. He lost everything. He lost the entire army. Now there's nothing to defend. The third base is going to be under fire.
Yeah, and
Mutas are coming.
Opportunity here as well. Obviously, as he's droning, he doesn't really want to commit too hard and lose all his lings. He wants to make sure that he can keep them alive in case for the next follow-up medevac. But here he commits on top of the Marines.
Ooh, look at this. Just surrounds those Marines really quickly. Brings the Mutas to the high ground. Will pick off those Marines and taking out the siege
forcing friendly fire.
Well. The Zerglings trying to remove this missile turret. The Muta's going to come down to help that also, but the SCV repair a little bit tough to deal with.
Yeah, this is amazing for Shin. Getting all this damage done while he himself is just powering up behind us, right? More drones coming in. I expect to see a fourth hatch soon as well, but the damage is massive here.
Yeah, this all came down to the failed 2-on-1. Like, the failed 3CC 2-on-1 getting across the map. To lose all the Marines was a massive moment for Shin. That snowballed into this. That's 10 SCVs going down. That's a third base being denied. That's a tank being killed off as well. And Cure, he's in shambles.
From this point on, it's quite easy to just, start making units. You have a massive economic lead. All you have to make sure to do is that you don't take much counter damage, and then you can look for a later timing with baning speed or with +1 armor or something like that.
Well, the fourth base gets started, but it's not like super fast or anything here from Shin. In the meantime, Armory coming up for Cure. He's getting into, well, he will be getting into his 2-2 very quickly here. A few Vikings added in as well. What would you say is Cure's best plan of attack from here? Like, do you just power up and try to hit like a 2-2 timing push, or is there a way to get into a regular macro game?
I think it's going to be really hard to get into a regular back game from here. Your best bet is to either get some extreme value now with the 1-1 upgrade advantage, or like you said, wait for like a +2 timing and try to do like a big committed push at that point. But you also don't just want to sit here and let Shin creep up the whole map and make 40 banelings, because then your push is going to have pretty low odds of actually doing something. So he needs to find some way to either get on top of these mutas or somehow get the medevac across the map, kill some drones, these kind of things to actually try to equalize the game a little bit, because for now it's looking very, very good for Shin.
Yeah, I'd agree with sort of here. Basically, he said, hey, Cure, he's either going to go for an all-in, he's got to find some economic damage, or it's going to be game. Like, he cannot stay home, he cannot macro.
But, we're still kind of new in this patch right now with those faster spires with the Vikings as well. So, more mutas being produced, a lot of Lings and Banes coming up. Baneling speed almost done here for Shin.
Yeah, we come in here with the Ling attack. We see almost no units, so we'll know that there's a big committed attack coming. And Shin seems pretty well set up to deal with this. If we can get quite close.
Yeah, he's got quite a few speed banes in there. There are a couple of siege tanks, so if Kira can target super well, maybe he can still take a good engage here, but I feel like there's enough Ling Bane that Shin should be able to save this hatchery. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I think Shin is just opting to play on the safe side here, because he has 1-1 just about to finish, and he doesn't really want to take the fight right before the upgrade finish. It feels a bit bad, but I think he was actually in a good enough position to actually take the fight.
Yeah, I would agree.
A hard call to make in that position.
Well, maybe better safe than sorry, but I thought for sure he was going to move in before the hatch took its final hits. Cure backing up now, playing a very solid game. Now, Shin has expanded a couple more times, right? So he's trying to get up to 5 base right now, not mining from it, still kind of morphing those in. And I love how Cure is pulled back after the hatchery kill. He doesn't want to lose that army. He got damaged probably more than he even expected. Pulls back, 2-2 is just over halfway done. I actually kind of like where Cure's headed with the game right now after that hatch kill.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives him this breathing room, right, to get to the 2-2 timing without the Zerg getting too out of control. And now 2-2 is just about to finish. Yes, we have drilling claws coming in. We're going to see some more mines, a few good mine hits, a good fight with 2-2, and we could definitely be looking at a much more even game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing a 4th CC here. I would have expected Cure to snowball and turn this into a 3-base all-in and go for an 8 racks, but Cure is expanding.
I could see the next engage where he's up those 2 upgrades and has drilling claws mixed in. Look, he's even adding in a Thor right now to help zone those mutas a bit better. Absolutely. I kind of like the timing push that Cure's going to be pushing with.
Yeah, for sure. It's very important that he get out on the map and clear take some map control away from the Zerg, just so that he doesn't get to base number 6, number 7, number 8 completely for free, right? And he doesn't really need to kill Shin or anything, but again, you do want to slow down the progression a little bit, and in the meantime, trying to secure your own bases so you can keep your economy growing as well.
All right, well, 2-2 is finishing up those drilling claws as well. Concussive shells, just kind of finishing out a lot of these bio upgrades right now.
2-2 is done.
Cure. his supply getting really
got his
high as well.
upgrades.
Of course, Shin is maxed out. He's on 90 drones. He's got a big army.
Yep.
But the overall quality of it, like if you're set up as Kira, you should end up winning that fight.
Well, it's one of those things where right now, yes, Shin is max, but what do we say? The soup lies, right? The soup does lie. Shin, he needs to start trading. He needs to start engaging, trading, and then making use of his bank and replacing those losses and ensuring that Kira doesn't max out himself, because a maxed out Terran army is superior to a maxed out Zerg army. He's going to have a more efficient force to work with, at least currently, as Shin doesn't have Hive Tech.
Read the situation pretty well, where it's like, okay, well, I could push right now, but really you look at what Shin is on, he's not really scaling up the power of his army at the moment. Yeah, he's going to get 2-2, so that's really big, right? Like catching up on upgrades. But it's not like his army is becoming substantially better, whereas every unit Kira makes his army a lot
Kira, he's
better.
fine, just
Yeah, Shin opted
chill.
to like max out on mutilating Bane before he's starting his hive.
Yeah.
Also, obviously, like delaying his progression to just make sure that he doesn't fall into the trap of getting bullied by a push from Kira, right? So now his progression is a bit slower. I would think the game is definitely stabilizing now. But yeah, we'll have to look to the coming trades. Will be super important here for both players to actually get good even trades.
Now look at Shin, he's expanding across the top side of the map. So he's trying to really grow himself at the moment. What is this going to be, 8 bases? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
His creeps are at pretty good, not everywhere it needs to fill in, but you know, right now, taking that 4th base as Cure, he's maxed out. His 3-3 is close enough. I don't think you move until you've got that 3-3. There's no real reason to. But we are getting into Hive Tech here for Shin with the Ultralisk Cavern, Adrenal upgrades, 3-3, all that good stuff.
Yeah, Ghost Academy just came in here for Cure as well, and he's obviously maxed out, so he's probably starting to look for some trades so he can replenish the units he loses with some Ghost here coming into the coming moments.
Also, mines mixed in here. We'll be able to drill them underground very
and nice trades out of Cure.
Just kind of kiting back
Important
against
scan.
this incoming Ling Bane, just, you know, shaving off what he can at the moment, trying to keep that pressure on a little bit. But don't forget, Shin is growing during this time.
Yeah, like as the Zerg in this scenario, when you realize that the Terran is taking a more defensive posture, starting to get sensor towers and PFs up, you usually want to just mass expand and ideally try to saturate the further away bases as fast as possible. So not only do you have a better income, you're also actively taking money away from the map from the Terran player, so you can capitalize on that later into the game.
100%, yeah. Now this Mutalisk counterattack, I really like this. I feel like this is a great way to utilize these Mutas right now, because they're not going to do very well in a big fight against massively upgraded bio and mines. So to do this little counterattack, take out the missile turrets, okay, he picked off a few Vikings, like, whether or not that'll really be useful right now could be debated, but doing a great job with that. And look at this, now rolling into the front.
Rolling into the minefield, actually.
He's coming in here, Thor's in the front, tanking a lot. Widow Mine's still alive, so Shin has to be really careful here. Bailings are starting to connect a little bit though.
Man, those Thors definitely tanking a lot of damage. Shin thinking he's Nest T there for a moment, but not necessarily the most efficient trade there for Shin, but obviously...
Yeah, Cure, he traded well there. There were some decent mine connections, some lackluster, but in the end, Cure, he does hold the line. We have a couple of Banelings trickling in. We have more Banelings on the way. Shin has to try to break this base. He's going for it.
Yeah, defending the space is super important for Cure, because you really need to support the Ghost production. But even more Banelings trickling with more Ghosts here. Again, these trades are inefficient for Shin, but they're good enough. He has a much better economy than Cure. He just wants to make sure that Cure doesn't get to stabilize and get to like a big maxed out army with Ghost and a big bank, because then Shin can start getting into trouble. As long as he can just keep the pressure on, keeps Cure's supply low, he should feel pretty good about his position.
Now Cloak on the way here for his Ghost.
So touching on what Sort of just said, Shin, he's trading inefficiently. That's true. Shin, he failed to kill the expansion. The base did survive, and now it's getting up and running as we speak. We have a sensor tower on the way. We have a planetary on the way. If Cure can establish that 5th base, then Cure can max out.
A little bit preemptive. I think, you know, going into Ultra in a second round of Ling Bane first, and then maybe going to the Grapplers if you see more Liberators, because you definitely want to try to keep the position one more time.
Yeah, I don't think he really has that much. But anyways, attacking in right now, those
Jesus,
going to be
the mine shots.
Pretty quickly indeed. The Ultra's getting on top of absolutely everything. Baneling's rolling into some of those front Ghosts as well. And he will be able to take out
Gets the base. That's what he wanted.
The planetary.
Kills the planetary.
The fight started a little bit dicey, but then the 4 Banelings connecting with the Ghost there right at the front was just massive turnaround, because those Ghosts were just about to snipe all the Ultras. So Shin gets a really good trade there in the end, and he's able to remax once more, and actually did get pretty good value out of the Corruptors, being able to kill off some Liberators and also kill off some Medivacs, and I think Shin is just going to look to remax and do the same thing once more.
Many more Liberators and Mines on the way
Now,
right now.
because he killed the Planetary, this means that position is that much weaker, and now it's easier for Shin to just do that over and over again. Now, the win condition for Shin, just barrel into that 5th base, knock it down, just keep knocking it down, keep forcing these rough fights out of Cure, and eventually, Cure, he'll run out of steam, he'll run out of money, and Cure will be broken.
Yeah, the big problem for Cure is that he's unable to secure this 5th, and because he's unable to secure the 5th, he's unable to progress to another base on top of that, which he will need to eventually like just keep up with the massive bank of Shin.
Well, another attack comes in.
Oh my god, the mine shots.
Oh
my god, the mines.
Through the Corruptors. Not doing too much yet, but they will be helpful as we
But
get
he's still going for it. Oh,
that are standing
Jesus.
there so defensively. The Ultras continuing forward, trying to catch this army. The Marauders dealing huge amounts of damage, of course, to them.
Yeah,
And they will
sure he deals with this,
eventually
but we
turn
have the
them around.
remax.
But once again, he forces the liftoff of this base, and Cure just can't get anything taken. Almost every base on the map has been taken by Shin at this point.
Yeah, Cure keep getting his ghost count reset, which is a massive problem because Shin is still leaning into the Ultras, right? Usually when you're playing into Ultras, you want to get up to a high ghost count, and then once you have that high ghost count, dealing with the Ultras become much easier. But every single fight so far, Ghost has just been dropping like flies.
Yeah,
And
he hasn't been able to really build them up into the numbers you need to start really abusing the high-end Zerg units. And I'm not sure how he's supposed to at this point. With the amount of income that Shin has, this very aggressive stance he continues to take, it's really hard for Cure to just slow things down and start to gain value out of his units.
Yeah, he has traded very well so far, but not well enough to make up for the massive income difference, right?
Yeah.
So the coming fights, you do need to start actually trading out a little bit better and being able to secure more map. Because like in the bottom left corner especially, he cannot really let Shin mine for those bases.
Yeah. He's going to eventually need those bases if he's going to win this game, which is looking less and less likely at the moment. You know, the thing is, Cure is still alive. Like, maybe he can still continue to build up. He's got these great defensive formations. But you can see the Lingbane Ultra still just kind of making its way through. He's got an Infestor mixed in here as well. Hasn't really utilized that as of yet. I'm sure eventually we'll see some sort of cool tactic out of that. But as of right now, Shin just is keeping Cure, you know, right around this 150.
Even Bardling's in the main. Oh, he's got the Infestor ready.
To break it.
Yeah, like this map with the current layout that it has, it's a map that's fairly easy to hold onto, right? On the 4 or 5 bases of the Terran. But even though it's an easy layout to hold out on, Cure is still struggling to actually get to that max out, get to the 5th base, get to the 6th base even. And it's starting to get to the breaking point soon. But we can see the bank of Shin is mostly depleted at this point because he is making 30 more banings, he's invested into Ultras, and Ultras are pretty expensive when you keep trading them out over time. But again, the next couple of fights needs to go Cure's way, and Cure needs to start being able to push into the bottom left corner of the map.
If Cure can actually maintain closer to a max supply and continue to build up his ghost count, I could see him maybe grinding this game out. You know, we've seen top-end Terran players occasionally win games that look like this. But yeah, in comes Shin here once again. And, you know, the Lingbane.
Oh, the fungal!
He's having a hard
Let's
time
go!
with that.
Oh
It's a
my
sick fungal
god.
right there.
Most of the Ghost stays alive here actually though.
Yeah.
The bank is still a problem for Cure, but this was a very good fight for him, resources-wise. And that's kind of what he needed, but it might have come a little bit too late at this point. We'll have to see.
Well, the
Yeah, this is maybe the best fight that Cure's taken. It's hard to like say that and then look at the supplies and be like, geez, like Cure, he gets knocked down like 50 supply. But again, as sort of said, like the majority of his ghosts survived, right? For the first time in a long time, he preserved the ghosts, so he doesn't worry about replacing them. If you look at the army supplies specifically, it's actually in favor of Cure. Cure has the larger and better army currently. A lot of the supply right now is in workers in favor of Shin.
Becoming really, really strong. And it's just about, can he actually secure more income now and maintain this army? Because he's managed to keep his ghosts alive from the last couple of fights, and now he has that critical ghost count. And he, definitely from this point on, he can trade super, super efficiently and actually make a game out of this. But he needs to deny this space. He needs to secure it for himself. He needs to actually be able to max out again.
Yeah,
So
he needs bottom
out.
left.
You know, I love plays where you take one of those bases, you actually drone it up like the bottom left right now, where it's like, I'm going to need those resources later. And oftentimes a game that goes like this, you're getting up in 30 minutes plus. Every single resource that you suck up is really going to count towards the end result.
Especially when there's a map like this with 2 gold bases on it. And those gold bases mine out so fast. And Shin has been mining from these this entire time, so those are just going to be gone, and that's just going to be a massive resource swing into Shin's favor, right?
Yeah, well, how efficient are you going to truly have to be
Oh, he
as
sees.
to win a game where he mines out both the gold bases? It's almost too much.
Yeah, it's a lot of resources. Shin is trying his best to make sure that Cure doesn't get to take the space, and he's actually going to get the command kill here, so that's big.
Ooh, yeah, nice kill there. He did try to repair it at the very last second, but a little bit too little too late.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't one of those crazy like Beyond games where there's like 30 orbitals and you can just cloud out a new one.
Yeah.
Sure, Cure is actually like pretty limited in terms of number of command centers, so losing that one is a very big deal at this stage of the game.
But we do have to say, you know, he's got good supply. 183. Like, you're not going to die to the next attack. Maybe it trades a little bit better, but he's been pretty efficient. I love this idea that we're seeing the drop that's going to be going towards that main base. We'll see if he actually hits that during this time. Looking at the first-person view here of Cure, trying to control against everything. Just checking as everything comes in. Is he going to see this drop into his main base? He's doing so many things right now.
He doesn't
I think
notice.
it's going to catch him a bit off guard.
Yes, Cousin goes back to deal with this. This could leave an opening at the front.
Yeah.
Shin realizes that the ghosts are no longer there. We'll have to see if he capitalizes on this. But I think Shin is also just pretty happy to keep him off that 6 space, right? He realizes that Cure must be running low on resources at this point.
Well, this is the overall strategy that we've seen from Shin time and time again. It's like he slowed him on the 4th, and then he slowed him on the 5th, and it's like, yeah, just keep doing this. Keep him slow, mine from these extra bases, and it's working out very well for him. And look at this, he attacks in. As soon as he sees the ghost in the main base, he makes the move.
Yeah, no ghost here, so nothing to deal with the Ultras, which gives the Banelings free range to just connect with literally all the bio, and Cure has to pull back and give up this position once more.
Well, Shin is doing exactly what he needs to do in a game like this. Definitely he's brought his gas way back up. You know, he was sitting down at like a big mineral bank in like 100 gas for quite some time, but we saw him throwing down those geysers. You can kind of see him speckled throughout the minimap at all those newer bases. So Shin is starting to refill with much better army, and that's going to make it really hard here for Cure, especially with things like those drops coming in. Look, another one's coming in. If you send your ghosts to deal with that, how do you deal with the frontal attack?
Yeah, it's really tough for Cure. It's a kind of a doomed if you do, doomed if you don't situation, absolutely. And you can see as on the minimap as well, Shin is not even mining from his first like 5 bases anymore. Like he still has a lot of minerals left over there. So even if this game goes on for let's say another 15 minutes, Shin has minerals to fall back on, whereas Cure, there's just going to be no minerals in the map because Shin has already mined them all.
That's actually a really good point, that he can kind of like backfill those mineral patches later on if the game gets out of control, which it doesn't look like is going to happen for him, but he's prepared for it.
Yeah. He could also, if he wanted to, because his fight first. Ben is coming in, good bit of mine hits.
Yeah, you know, Cure's still microing well. He's retreating nicely, splitting this off, letting the Marauders take some of these big shots as well, but there's just too much damage coming out of the side of Shin. He just kills another orbital right there. He's clearing out just all the defensive structures, and you know, once again,
Yeah, you can see the frustrations here. Like, again, Cure, he does outtrade. Like, Cure, he does take better fights. You can see Cure actually is up in army supply quite heavily here. Shin even getting supply blocked, making 12 Overlords, Jesus, in the production tab. But Cure, he needs bases back. He's going for it. He's going for the counterattack.
Possible for him to find the fight he needs to actually be able to take this game.
Did I read that right? Did he just make like 25 Overlords?
Yes, he did.
I think so, yes, yeah.
All right.
He was supply blocked.
Definitely going to be ready for some more drops or detection or whatever he needs from those Overlords. Still continuing to upgrade his air armor. We already saw that +3 air attack finish up, so, you know, could go into Broods at some point if he needs that little bit of extra help. But honestly, I don't think he needs it. I feel like the Ling Bane Ultra with occasional drops is doing enough for Shin that he should be able to finish out the game in this regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can go into Broodlords if you find that Terran has like stabilized really well, and has really well up siege tank lines and liberator lines, and you just want to bust a position open. Switching into Broodlords can be good, but obviously in a case like this where Shin already knows he has him where he wants him, he can just keep leaning on him doing the same thing, and there's no way that Cure can endure for way much longer.
Well, he's starting to clear some of the creep that's on his doorstep right now. I mean, I guess it's something that needs to be done, but definitely a very hard position to be in. He's remining from this base. He definitely needs to expand to the left there. I feel like he needs to deny Shin's new base on the right-hand side of the map as well. He did do that once, but we need to see him do that again. There's like a long laundry list of things that Cure needs to do to stay in this game, and I don't know that anyone is fast enough or good enough to do that.
Yeah, it's just math at this point, right? Like,
yeah,
there's very few things that Cure can do. No matter how well he does them, there is no correct answer here for him, I think.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of changelings kind of march in, kind of getting a little bit annoying there for Cure. I do like that he's over here trying to deal a little bit of damage, slow that economy at least a little
But yeah,
bit.
this
That is a
game
lot of
emphasizes just how turtley this map is, botanical. You may be looking at this and being like, well, I mean, can't Shin kill him? I mean, Shin's been trying. It's just the map itself is very turtle heavy and very defendable on 5 bases. If you recall, sort of did mention this like 15 minutes ago, but botanical has a really secure 5 base setup. So even though Shin is ahead, like if he tries to push in, it's going to be a worse fight. I mean, he still has to do so, and he has the bank to make up for that. But it's not easy to kill a defending player, whether it's Terran or Protoss on this map. Emphasizing as well that a map like this does not exist in the current ladder map pool. For good reason. To avoid this kind of situation.
Nice start here for Shin, cleaning out some Widowmine shots, clearing out some turrets, maybe setting up for an attack, but again, like we talked about, he can wait. He can afford to be patient, whereas Cure really can't.
No, Cure is.
Yeah, there's a reason why this map Botanical is not
He doesn't have that
on
many
the ladder.
minerals left over. He needs to retake these bases, and then you look at the bank that we have for Shin, 11k, 5k. It's funny to me that Shin is taking this long to attack again, by the way, because like he's got this insane bank, and he's letting Cure kind of get up to such a high supply that the cost efficiency is going to get better and better for Cure here.
Yeah, I think just Shin has realized at this point that, yeah.
I was going for it, let's go.
It's time to go.
He commits.
There's no point in waiting anymore. It's
Not just going off on the Overseers trying to force friendly fire. Oh my god. Jesus.
Well, that's good enough for Shin. Just kicking off this base again.
Yeah.
Even though it was a very inefficient fight, doesn't really matter at this point.
And he's going to get another orbital there as well, which is so.
Oh, the friendly fire.
Once again,
Drags more mines.
Liberation zones. Going to move in with the Banes and Ultras, and it's great splitting, it's great building placement here from Cure, but absolutely not enough. I think we're just going to see a GG at this point.
Yeah, definitely dragging it out to the last moment here, but it could be a plan to just tire Shin out a little bit.
Yeah.
If you look at the start of this game, it looked really bad for Cure for a long time, and he was able to get us to this position, so that's something that he can bring into the next.
Cure, he did drag himself back from the brink. He was in a really rough place earlier.
He basically brought him to not quite the map being mined out. You know, I always look at, like, if I think the map's going to mine out, I'm like, it's right around 32 minutes. I feel like that it always ends. GG. Very well played from Shin. But the fact that Cure started off in such a tough position, right? Like, definitely after he lost those first couple of medevacs and everything, it was looking really good for Shin, and Shin kind of held on. But Cure did the attack, killed the hatchery, kind of was able to expand himself, get great upgrades. He went up to about max supply a couple times in there. I think he showed that he absolutely is capable of taking down Shin.
Yeah, we have to remember this was a very bad start for Cure, right? But he was down something like 35 supply versus Mutaling Bane.
Like, remember, like, this all began with a 3cc 2-on-1 out of Cure, and his push failed. He lost his double drop of Marines, he lost momentum, he lost his SCVs as a result. I want to say he lost like 18 SCVs in total, 8 initially and then 10 after the third. Like, Cure, he was almost dead at the beginning of the game. So it was crazy to see him turtle up and survive. And we spoke about it. Partly it is because of the map. The map does favor defensive play, and it helps defensive play. So Cure was able to kind of like settle in and hunker down and build up on 5 bases. But as we were emphasizing, he never got a 6th, right? He never got a 6th base up and running. He was never able to take another expansion. And unfortunately, his trades were not efficient enough to make up for his lack of economy and his lack of bank. He was fighting well, he was fighting efficiently, but again, not efficiently enough to make up for his deficits. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shin takes game number 1, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. We'll see if Shin can extend his lead. We'll see if Cure can bounce back. Now, what I'm most curious by is the map order. Clearly, maps are pretty important, pretty influential, and checking the map pool here, game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Jesus, I mean, the fact that this tournament uses its own maps, it can be, it's a little bit jarring at times. Tokamak is also very defendable, so we could see Cure go for standard play on Tokamak and try to get into a longer game. We'll see.
And, you know, making lots of drones. It's like, okay, I understand why you're attacking, but you saw how late that third base was. You know what he's doing right now, and you can't expect that he's not going to make the round of Zerglings. Right? You can't expect that.
Likewise, we could see Mutas again from Shin. Mutas would make a lot of sense here on Tokamak.
Come on.
Yeah, so definitely just getting really punished there by Shin.
Yeah.
For that, and then after that again, really hard to come back. Well, maybe if he's a bit more conservative, just like settles for clearing some creep, or even just like, okay, I see the Mutas, I'm just gonna pick up and go back home, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
And-
I feel like you're actually in an okay position there. You're going to block anything the mutas are trying to do. And the thing is, you have to build to critical mass anyways. That's really the main thing against Ling Muta.
Yep.
And especially, like, really any melee unit. It's about hitting your critical mass of ranged units.
Yeah, as like from Shin's side, he actually, it's kind of a tricky position for him versus this build order because he has to make those units to not get overwhelmed by the Marines.
Absolutely, yeah.
But because he made those units, he was on an even economy with the Terran, which is not really a position you want to be in that early in the game. You would like to have a base saturation on top of the Terran. But he went for the units, Cure didn't realize, overcommitted, and then we ended up in the game we had. I don't think the next game will look like this did.
No, no. In fact, I don't really think that Shin will go for the 2-hatch layer very often in the series. Maybe if we go to 5 games, we'll see it again. But as much as I want to see it and I like to see it and it's enjoyable to watch, I don't feel like that's an every game strategy.
Yeah,
So I would
sure.
push back against what Artosis just said, just because we've been watching a lot of Shin recently. I feel like we're probably going to see it more often than not. I'm referring to Muta play, but it's very map dependent, right? It's very map dependent. I think on Tokamak there's a high chance we see Mutas again, but we'll see. We will see how often we get into the
I think we'll see
Mutas.
some variations, but I wouldn't be surprised if you bring this out 1 or 2 more times this year.
Even 2 more times, you think?
I think
Yeah.
so. If
I'd
he-
love to
if-
see it.
Yeah, if he's confident in his Muta play, I think that's something he could do.
Yeah, so I'd have to agree with Sort of then, because Sort of he himself right now is saying like, actually we're probably going to see it
Well,
more.
I did like his overall Muta usage throughout the game. Like, I really
Yeah.
liked the counterattack as the mass was getting too big. It's like, okay, you're actually finding places for the Mutalists to be utilized. It's just, I'm a little bit nervous because if Cure fixes, like, not diving too deep and stuff, you're going to reach that critical mass so much quicker. And I feel like
I would
that's
say there's some
where
mass
it gets
issues.
a little bit tricky, a little bit difficult for those, like, 2-hatch Muta players.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Cure demonstrated really well in that game, even though he lost, that he is capable of dragging the game out. He is capable of playing that late game scenario. Being able to stay alive for 30 minutes in a game like that is an impressive thing to do, I think, versus somebody like Shin.
Absolutely.
Especially versus Mutaling Bane, whereas Mutaling Bane compared to something like Hydroling Bane or Lurker has a lot more of like straight up attacking power.
Yeah.
Because you have to spread yourself more thin, because you have to deal with the mutas, and that leaves your front a little bit more vulnerable than it normally would be. So, yeah, definitely something that Cure shouldn't feel too bad about.
Sure. So you just lost a game like that as Cure, right? Yeah, you had a tough opener, but you made it into a reasonable game that was pretty long. What are you looking at as you go into game number 2 here? Like, do you think that Cure should maybe mix it up, get very aggressive, you know, go for like a bunker rush? Should he, you know, what are you thinking?
I mean, you always have the option to throw in something like a proxy 2x or a proxy 3x
True.
from the Terran side.
I've heard that it has really great tournament results.
It does, it does.
100% win rate.
I think more so you want to have one like stable game where you like prove to yourself that okay, the last game was just like the early game being bad. I can definitely win a game. Just play a normal game first, because if you start proxy racking right away, it feels a little bit desperate,
Yeah.
and you kind of give over the mental edge to Shin. I feel in that scenario.
Yeah. It's like, oh, he's cheesing me already. This is in the bag.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we'll probably see something similar from Cure, just a little bit more. Probably like proactiveness in the early game, just realizing that third is late, realizing if you have Hellions out, getting some information about, okay, there's a limited number of queens, the third is late, there's not very many drones in the third, being able to pick up on these things. Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like we are going to get started into game number 2. Cure's settings are better, and here we go into Tokamak. In the top right, our Terran player losing that first game. It is Cure.
Never mind.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Got to pause it, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. We got to make sure that these settings are all good. I'm sure they'll get those fixed pretty quickly here. Kind of a funny thing. It's like, well, we just played a 28-minute game. You'd think everything is really, really solid, but it's like, no, I mean, you don't really want to pause during the game once it actually gets going.
Yeah.
It's much better to just fix it at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get everything out of the way right away. And like you don't want to hesitate and like, maybe I can leave it in and then have to pause later. Just get the pause out of the way, get it fixed, and then focus 100%.
It's also one of those things where, I mean, hey, it's an offline setting, offline venue. Like, trying to set up PCs is a big part of that, and it does take some time to do so as well. That's why there's so many like extended breaks in between series, is to make sure that You can get your settings up and running, and sometimes they don't save correctly, sometimes they don't apply correctly either. Like, it can be a little bit finicky at times.
Well, I think that's the only other reasonable 2-base build. Like, if you're going to go layer on 2 hatch, it's like, okay, well, it has to be Spire, it has to be Speed Roaches. Everything else is insane. It's like, well, I guess you could do
Reynor's been playing around with
something.
2-base Hydra
I don't
recently.
know.
Everything else is dark territory.
Yeah, everything else, exactly what it is.
Yeah. No, but definitely something he could mix in. But again, he could also just fall back to normal 3-hatch builds and play a bit more like a normal Queen into Ling Bane style or Queen into Roach Ravager Ling Bane. We'll have to wait and see. I do think that pretty much every single high-level Zerg out there, if you give them a chance to play Muta, they will take that chance, because I think they really enjoy it too. Normally, when you're playing a normal ground-based Ling Bane composition, you get very locked into your side of the map, playing very defensive. But having the Mutas give you some way to actually put some pressure back on the Terran and take some control of the game, it feels very good to play.
Yeah, and as well, like, if you're going to be playing, with just like Ling Bane, which I think is actually like a strong strat. Every time I see a Zerg execute that well with the extra macro hatch and everything, and get into like maybe an ultra list-based late game, I always feel like it's strong. But like, utilizing the queens as much as you need to for like anti-harassment things, it hits so differently than the mutas flying around, and really. The mutas are more of a punish, the queens are more of a prevention.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just why we saw mutas fall out of style for so long, is because you're investing all of these resources into units that are not directly helping you scale into the game, right?
Yeah.
They can help you put pressure on, but they can't really help you be defensive, they can't really help you get more creep out or anything like that, right? That's why we saw just bring the mutas out, put some pressure on, and it can scale into the game that way instead.
Yeah. All right, so guys, Kier has to fix something on his PC, so we're going to take just a very quick little commercial break.
Smart. So it looks like we have a break mid-series. What I was going to add to what sort of was saying is that another big reason why Muta play did die out quite heavily is just because of how aggressive Terran players were being and how successfully aggressive they were as well. If you remember, that's also why last year and the year before that, 2023 and 2024, we saw the rise in popularity of Roach openers and a lot of Roach-based play in ZBT, to the point where Cyril was playing Roaches every single game. Like every game, and it became more standard to play a Roach in ZVT. But nowadays, that is now Zerg players have more options. Now it's more flexible to go into Ling Bane Muta, into Ling Bane. The reasoning for this, of course, is because of the most recent Baneling change. The recent Baneling change has allowed Ling Bane to be more viable and more effective compared to or against these early aggressive move outs and early aggressive builds. So again, we have Ling Bane that's being more viable, and likewise with the buff to the Spire, then Ling Bane Muta is more viable now as well. Which is, I would say, a positive thing. I think it's a positive thing that we're seeing more Ling Bane Muta in ZBT, like back in the day, papi. Like back in the day, let's go. Until then, though, we're going to be cutting to a short break. 2 minutes, and then we'll be back with Game 2. See you soon.
Advanced Qualifier. Have a great match going on between Shin and Cure, but Cure does have a little bit of an issue, something with his repeat rates not functioning correctly. So he is trying to fix that right now.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that fixed in soon here. But looking back to the first game, I really think that it bodes well for the series for Cure. Like, he shouldn't feel too bad about how that first game went at all. Just a small misstep in the early game, and then he can just adjust that for the next game, and we should be looking at it.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to bring up. As of course, welcome back to the break. Yeah. So a little bit unfortunate we have so much downtime here, but hopefully we're able to get back into the series itself. As they're emphasizing, I don't think game one really was indicative of the series itself. I was putting a little emphasis on the map and how defendable it is and how Cure was able to slow the game down. But of course, sort of is bringing up the fact that hey, like Cure, he messed up early on. He lost the first double drop from that moment. He lost momentum, and then things just snowballed from there, and he lost map control really early. And that kind of allowed Shin to mass expand and just to grow on the map the way that he did. There's a lower chance that will happen again. We did mention that the next map is going to be on Tokamak. There's a higher chance that we do get into a longer game on Tokamak, I'll be honest. I'm most curious mainly to see what Cure does, because I do think there's a high chance that Shin plays Meter again.
Whereas it's like, no, he's keeping up. Like this is a real game. This is really competitive. But yeah, that's kind of the history of Cure in general, which I think is just like a funny thing about him. It's like he keeps up with everyone, but he's not always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he definitely is like one of the best players.
Sponsor time.
Best sponsors.
Yes, well, not just some of the best sponsors, the best sponsors. Yes, Archon Studios with StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game. I saw that box over there. I personally haven't really played miniatures games, but it looks pretty cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, even if you're not into those kinds of games, just having that on your shelf
as a collector's item, right? For
absolutely.
StarCraft, I used to have so many StarCraft collector items.
Yeah.
You can make them look pretty neat on your shelves and everything. And there's not really that many different things I feel like for StarCraft compared to some of these other games.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, we did have some back in the day, but recently there hasn't been much coming out.
Yeah.
And having something cool like this coming out.
Yeah, we had the BC back in the day. We had the carrier. I think we had like the
RSL,
infested
so
carrier.
Shout out to Archon Studio. Definitely check them out, guys. And then, of course,
the Broodlord,
Pulsar, the other big sponsor here at RSL. I can tell you guys that I have used a lot of Pulsar gear in the past. It is actually really fantastic gear. I have one of their best keyboards. It's awesome. I've used the Super Glides mouse skates quite oftentimes in the past. They're awesome. The mice are really good.
Yep.
It's a great company. To see them supporting some StarCraft 2 warms my heart.
Yeah, absolutely something you need if you're gonna play a StarCraft at a high level. You need high quality gear that won't let you down in the heat of the moment.
That's for sure.
Stay where you need it to be.
Well, I wonder if Cure might want to switch over to a Pulsar keyboard if he's having an issue right now.
Yeah, seems like that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
True.
And if you are here at the venue, they have a nice booth set up as well, where you can go over and try out some of their stuff. We were actually all over there earlier before it started, giving a little look at all the mouses and mouse pads and keyboards. And
that's really cool that they have like a booth set up.
Big thank you to Pulsar, doing a great job supporting the events here on Tasteless TV. All right, so yeah, there's the booth right there.
Oh.
Look at this. We got one of those gotcha machines. My daughter was over there earlier trying to make it work.
The gotcha.
Yeah, you can see some of those keyboards set up.
The gamba.
That one right there that you can see. Nice. It's good. It's solid. Plugs into 2 different computers. If you have like that type of streaming setup, that's the type of keyboard you want.
Dual streaming setup.
Yeah.
Very common these days. Got some mice there in the background as well. Some nice looking mouse pads. And Cure.
Well,
looks
there
like
he is.
he's ready.
Oh, are we ready? Okay. I actually thought we were gonna.
But yeah, that's really cool. It's really cool that they have like a little booth. It isn't just like a name sponsor. I said this before that I do wish that they did more when it comes to the Archon Studio kind of like miniature setup, and that they could like show off the miniature itself and have like a little painting stream or just have a little bit more in depth kind of like a look at the miniature itself and at the game. Honestly, it's a really exciting thing that's around the corner. We should be getting more news in January, if you recall. We should be getting the official rulebook in January and confirmed roadmap as well when it comes to the release of new units. And I think even pre-order is going to be opening up for the beginner books. So there's a lot happening with the miniatures game coming into 2026. Really cool to see.
Yeah, for sure.
Said it before, I myself have never really gotten into miniatures games. Like obviously like the price tag and the price point is a big hurdle to get through, but definitely tempted to try out the SE2 like miniatures war game. Tempted, I'd be tempted.
Take a long time to develop for most people, I would say.
Yeah, they really do. It's like for Shin specifically, right? Like I remember seeing him in pro tournaments in 2015, and it took until like 3 years ago before he hit his first finals in a big tournament, right? And it's just like, oh man, and a lot of people will never make it even to that finals, let alone win one. And so
yeah, these are the absolute best of the best we're seeing here, right?
Yeah.
So there's along that way, there's a lot of people who tried that journey and can't get to where these guys are at.
So true. Here I am, still trying it, man. Oh my gosh, it's hard. All right, let's get into this game. Game number 2 is starting up, guys. Here in the bottom left, our Terran player fixing his keyboard and gear. It is Cure.
We have some StarCraft.
And on the top right, we got Shin.
All right. So that was a little bit of a reset, you know, because it took a little bit to get everything fixed up.
Yeah.
And I actually think that favors Cure a little bit, right? Like you're kind of on, if you win a game, you're really ready for game number 2. Like if I win a game in a tournament, I want to start the next game immediately. Don't even look at the replay. Just get into that next game. But unfortunately, you know, that had to be fixed. So
cool
Shin's going to
first.
be a little bit reset here.
Yeah, you do want to like ride that high, right? Like, it's like keep that good feeling going, keep the momentum going, and having this pause is kind of like resets everything a little bit, and definitely good for Cure. Shin though, deciding to mix things up a little bit, going for the pool first here.
Yeah, why do you think he's done that? Is that just like a safety precaution? Does he think that there's a potential for Cure to do something a little bit cheesy here at the beginning?
I think it's either something he's expecting a proxy racks, or he has realized that Cure doesn't consistently SCV scout. Maybe he can, get out some links, try to run them around the Reaper, that kind of thing. We could see, a gas come down and a Roach Warren, but so far it looks completely gasless. So my biggest guess would be he's just going to make 4 to 6 links and try to run them around the Reaper.
We've definitely seen that a lot of times in the past. If you don't send out that scouting SCV, the Reaper is across the map, and you can sometimes feel some big
only
damage
2
to that command
links.
center that's trying to be built.
There's the SCV scouts.
But he is sending an SCV out, so that should help. As soon as you see the timing of this hatchery, definitely going to help you to not take that massive damage.
Yeah, and from Shin's side, he only made 2 links here, so like seeing the SCV scout, you don't feel too sad. If you make 6 links and then you see the SCV scout, you feel like that's pretty bad because you made a big commitment into these links. But just 2 links, it'll still be enough to keep the Reaper at home. And you can just go back into a normal map game from there.
Yeah, you would think that. Yeah, and he just moves it out a little bit of the way to maybe intercept any Zerglings coming up. But yeah, we have that natural hatchery going up. It is about to finish. A factory on the way here for Cure. And what I'm excited about and what I want to see is, do we see Shin take down that 3rd hatchery a little bit quicker, or are we going to see the 2-hatch layer once again?
Yeah, we're going for the speed so far. We'll have to see if we keep buying gas here or not. Looks like he still has some guys in gas, so that would indicate that he has plans.
Yeah, 2 in gas. So 2 in gas screams lair.
Like a bit of things where we leave 2 in gas a little bit. Here the Reaper sees the 2 in gas. Cure might think, it's a 2 base, but then he's just going to pull them out and bank the gas for later and play a normal game. That's also possible.
Oh!
But
Oh my god! How?
Yeah, well, those mind games are the ones that they just get so complex, and that's part of the reason why it takes so long to get good at this game, because it's like, it's so hard to feel that out. Like, you'll look at that as a rising player and be like, okay, well, this has to be a 2-hatch layer, and then you go over and he has a 3rd base and a bunch of drones, and you're like, well, come on. Like, so you're telling me inefficiency is the most efficient thing you can do?
Yeah, he commits back in. There it is, a 318 layer timing. This screams 2-base muta.
All the layers of mind
The
games,
mutas.
potential follow-ups, and the follow-ups to the mind games, and it gets very, very weird. But yeah, lair coming in. So similar to last game. In fact, I would say the 3rd is even later in this game than the last game. And even opted for a 4th queen, I believe, before the 3rd hatch. So that's a little bit different. But we still have Cure should have obviously picked up on the no 3rd here. And he is going to a more standard opener here with the 1/1/1 into Banshee.
All right. Well, I definitely think Cure is good with this style of opener, but is he going to be able to find that damage against such a quick layer, against someone who's staying on the 2-hatch, right? You're not quite as spread out. You're going to be able to get those Overseers out if you need to. So we'll see what type of damage Cure can end up causing here, but I would imagine that this is going to be Spire again, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would definitely think so. With the gas.
So coming into this, we'll see what Cure can actually get done here, as he is going for a standard 3cc 1/1/1 setup instead. Or I should say he's going for the 1/1/1 before start. But oh, actually, we do see the fast Hydras. Okay.
Oh,
Never mind.
What are we looking at here? This is really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Might have figured something out where there's some potential Hydra timing, or
Yeah.
maybe he just wants to go into like a Hydra-based macro game. That could also be something we're looking
Yeah,
at.
Raynor's
But
been doing
this
this.
is
If
not
you've been
really
watching
something I
Reynor
have
and
much
ZVT.
experience with.
No, this is fascinating to me. I'm loving this. I love to see something new in this regard. So the double evolution chamber is coming up as well. So definitely
Just bearing in mind, this is not unseen. We've seen this from Reynor. Have we seen this from Solar? I want to say we saw this from Solar recently as well. But those are the two Zerg players that come to mind
out a little bit.
for 2-base Hydra.
And yeah, I mean, he's going to have enough.
Because if you remember last time we saw it, which was like last week, we mentioned how it's like, oh, it's like very Miyamika-esque, right? It's like it's very upgrade heavy, Hydra heavy.
Like a 2-base mid opener for Cure, right?
Yeah.
He's seen a bunch of links, he's seen no drones at the third, he saw the late third, he saw the queens. This should be like, oh, this is Muta from him. And the Hydras might really catch him off guard. One thing that Cure did that was kind of nice in the early game here, he did
Share
go
map,
for a 2
share
command
map.
center opener, which is not super common, but he actually put one of his depots in the back of his main base to hide that the fact that like I need these extra depots, but I don't want you to see them, because if you see the extra depots, you'll know that my command center is late. So that was a cute move by Cure. But in terms of like the information in the early game here, I would say Chin definitely coming out on top initially. We'll see what these Banshees can get done.
It does look that way. Look, he already has the Overseer to end up scouting these cloaked Banshees as they come in. But you're still going to get a bit of damage. We have 3 drone kills right there, and he's going to be able to see the Hydralisk.
Confirms. He scouts.
Natural base, and that should be a little bit surprising for Cure.
Yeah, I wonder if this is something that Chin has maybe done in the ladder or something in the past, or if Cure is just completely blindsided by this. Either way, getting 7 drones here is a good start.
I'm pretty sure Cure has played against this already.
Yeah, doing a great job with harassing, but he is going to end up losing both of those Banshees, so that was a big investment.
Like, didn't we cast Cure versus Solar during Pickerster Cup this week?
Hellions still trying to poke in to get a bit of damage, but some nice micro here from Shin, mostly preventing it.
Hold on, double checking.
We saw a little bit like a year ago or so where Scarlet was
double
some
checking
sort of like mass Hydra play versus Terran a little bit. But it seems like that's not really the direction that Chin is leaning in as he's getting the bailing nest behind him.
Yeah, it was Cure versus Solar. Cure versus Solar in Pickerster Cup.
Composition would be my assumption here.
It's possible that's the series that I was thinking of.
On the same side, we did have the two command center opener from Shin or from Cure, so the economy is somewhat even.
Yeah, he is now getting all of his SCVs over to that 3rd command, so that's good. Going to continue to build that up. Still just sitting on the 1 factory for those siege tanks. You know, I feel like anytime we do see Hydrolink Bane,
The other series I could be thinking of is Shin versus Beyond. But I think Shin was very muted heavy there.
Where Hydrolink Bane was actually pretty popular against Terran for a bit, and it really felt like you needed 2 factories back then to fight against it. What would you say about it nowadays?
Yeah, it's definitely changed a little bit nowadays, where I think it's more so been like a, oh, you're going mines, I can go Hydras now. That's kind of been like a responsive reaction to seeing mines. But definitely like opening up like this kind of throws the order completely out of whack, where now Cure kind of would like to transition into mines because it gives you a bit more map control and it's a bit cheaper. You can afford to get into Ghosts and Liberators a bit easier.
Yeah.
But seeing that this Hydra's already out, you might feel safer to just keep making
tanks.
Keep making tanks. We do see second factory coming in now.
Yeah, I do like to see that second factory. I think that's a really good way to end up playing it. And I think if you're playing this kind of Ling Bane Hydra type play, you see like, oh, he's going second factory, you know, he's going to try to make a really strong push. It's like, well, maybe it's time for Hive. Maybe it's time to get up to the Vipers or something like that. So we'll see where he ends up going with it. But right now, just playing a pretty defensive game with a little bit of Zerglings running around.
Yeah, big push coming in from Cure. Stepping on the creep now. No 4th command center behind us yet, but we do have the second factory coming in. So there is some sort of transitional plan. But usually, what you would have seen the 4th command center.
Oh, the Bane's rolling in.
Definitely wants to find some damage here.
Some Baneling's going to roll into this center line. Ooh, not too bad. Grabs 5 right there. A good pull and split there from Cure. He definitely could have lost quite a bit more than that. 2-2 on the way on both sides, but actually faster here.
Echoing what sort of just said, where's the 4CC? Like, 4CC is missing? Is late?
But he's definitely going to be up and
surprisingly so.
The one thing we can definitely say, though, is the creep spread is not really that far out. It doesn't feel like Shin is about to be able to do a great attack or something like that. Like, defensively, okay, fantastic, but attacking-wise, I think that there's not a lot of pressure on Cure right now in that regard.
Yeah, that's just kind of a side effect of the two base opener from the Zerg, right? Where you can't really afford to get as many queens as you normally would, and you don't have as many queens out on the map to actually actively push that creep. It's a lot easier for the Terran to deny the creep when there's not 5 queens standing there waiting to just put on new tumor immediately.
For sure. So, more tanks still being popped out here from Cure. He's starting to zone the map a little bit. We'll see if he decides to take that 4th base soon. And, you know, over on the other side, the Infestation Pit is going to be finishing up. And I think that this is actually very, very important, like we were mentioning.
Kira's about to max
right?
out.
If your
He's
opponent's going
basically
siege
3-base
tanks,
all in. Jesus.
I
Oh,
mean,
there we
once
go.
they get
Finally.
close to a max supply, you're not going to stop that with Lingbane Hydra. So you do need to get into your hive with reasonable speed.
Yeah, we have to see this upcoming fight. It's really important that Cure is paying attention, because he might not realize that he's actually fighting with an upgrade disadvantage here. And that could be massive if he tries to commit to a big fight right now.
Nice setup with the
Staying
tanks.
off the creep this game. It looks like he's learned from that previous game that we had him overcommit a little bit in the early part. But yeah, poking up a little bit, sieging his tanks as well. A little group of Marines on that left-hand side. That's actually a rather large army that was sent to deal with that.
Yeah, for sure. And then this is pretty good for Cure, getting to set up the tank, clear some creep, and then now when 2-2 is actually kicking in, he can set up to actually take the fight with the upgrades rather than fighting with the disadvantage. He is getting a 4th command center now, and this 4th command center is definitely later than it usually is. But to make up for that, he does have the 2 factories, so double tank production is coming in. So he has a lot of units at home here to deal with this counterattack.
That was kind of a funny counterattack. I'm not sure what world in which he's not going to have enough units to hold that off, but yeah, that gets turned around pretty quickly. In the meantime, this hatchery taking a bit of damage here from Cure. Cure bringing the rest of his reinforcements up to join with this army. And yeah, it looks like Shin is just going to give that hatchery up, and I think that's
This would be when the counterattack would be amazing
I
for
think
Shin.
might have thought this is like a complete 3-base all-in, because he has a vision on the 4th base, and he hasn't seen a 4th command center yet. He's like, okay, you're just 3-base all-inning me, and he's kind of choosing to give up this position. But now there's actually going to be a 4th command center here. So Shin does, like, he's down to a 3-base economy right now. We actually need to clean this up.
Oh, big connections. Jeez.
Ooh, a lot of Banelings going down there, but does clear some of the Marines. Now, some Zerglings coming in for a bit of a counterattack here on that 4th base. You know, his Changeling did see that occurring, so he's able to get in there and harass that a little bit. In the meantime, Kira trying to push into that main base with a bit of a medevac drop, but being cleared quickly there from Shin.
Yeah, this is getting scarier for Shin by the moment, because he needs to get his economy back online, he needs to get creep spread out, he needs to
Here
clear
come the
out
Blinding
this position
Clouds.
as quickly as possible. And Shin
Gets
is
one,
trying to get
gets
that
2.
now.
All right, he throws down some Blinding Clouds here on some of the siege tanks. The Hydra's moving down and targeting down on some of these other siege tanks as well. The Banelings rolling into a lot of that bio. And a really good break here from Shin. He ends up killing off basically all of the siege tanks that were involved in that attack. A lot of the Marines as well. So he will hold that off for now while he expands again to the top left.
Yeah, really good Blinding Clouds there to start the fight. He's getting position out to deal with this, and he just
So
needs to
what's a
keep
little
that
bit scary is that Shin took a decent fight. He lost all the Vipers. All the Vipers went down. You can see on the production tab, he has to build up 4 more Vipers, so his Viper count was reset. He has to build back up again, gather energy again, and this will keep Shin busy. And because of the early game, they alluded to it, there's no creep. The creep spread is non-existent. The Queen count was has been very low this entire game, and Shin has very little map control.
Another command center is almost finished here to end up taking that 5th base, probably towards the bottom right of the map. Starting to move his army towards the top left, though, knowing that that's kind of the furthest away point right now for Shin to hold on to.
Yeah, and no creep here like he's already seen with the previous drop. So it's a pretty good area to push. Also, the rocks are still up, so it's a nice area to put your tanks behind. Gonna be a bit of a rough position here for Shin to break out of. He does have the Vipers though still, so they should be able to help out with that a little bit.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Shin should maybe start seesawing to the bottom right, Like, well, he is taking 1 more base over there because he has to, but like, this area, I don't think he can hold this long term. There's just not enough green spread in the area. It's too easy from here to attack.
Really nice Blinding Clouds in this fight. Getting most of the tanks. Getting on top of the rest of the tanks as well. And
He's almost every tank covered. Jesus.
Yeah, those Blinding Clouds doing an absolutely fantastic job. Without those, that would have been a route in the other direction. But he actually ends up killing most of the siege tanks. Still a decent amount left here for Cure, who is
he's going for the split push.
Those 3-3 upgrades. So he is at
Cure.
a slight upgrade advantage right now. Some more links
He kills. It's going to let it cancel.
And Cure will pull back with his hurt Marines.
Yeah, you can just kind of see the lack of economy for Shin coming into play here, right? Where normally the Zerg would take a fight like that and be able to just stay maxed out and remax instantly, and killing off 6-7 tanks should feel amazing because you can just, the next fight is going to be that much easier, right? Yeah. But in this scenario, because of the economy setup from the start of the game, Shin is actually kind of struggling to max out here.
Well, I love the pressure we see from Cure on both sides, right? Like, he's pressuring to kill top left, and he's pressuring to
Cure is so close to breaking Shin. He's so close.
Expansion outside the main, so doing a fantastic job. Some more Blinding Clouds coming down, though. He's so on top of his Blinding Clouds this game, keeping those Vipers up in energy. But Cure is in 2 different spots, and he's putting on a huge amount of pressure here against these Hydras.
Yeah, definitely putting a huge amount of pressure. And even if he doesn't get much more value here, which he actually is killing off a lot more Hydras, he should still feel very happy with this state of the game, where he's keeping Shin very pinned back while he's taking a 5th base of his own. He's getting Ghost out. Again, the creep spread is still pretty much non-existent, which is a huge problem for Shin looking down the line in this game.
Yeah, this looks like 2010 creep spread right now, and it's definitely making it very hard for Shin to hit these defensive moments.
That was a really good fight for Shin, though.
Wow.
Nice Lightning Clouds. Oh my god.
Look at those abducts.
Shin.
3 medevacs that
He's
have
going for
units
it.
in them. Huge
The army's
there.
overstimmed. This is it.
To capitalize on this timing.
Can he try to break one of the bases?
To start bringing himself back into this game, and he's definitely getting really good value here.
Well, he's attacking down here once again, bringing all of his units to bear. I like that he's leaning onto Cure now, making Cure kind of stay back, and that's going to allow him to get his bases actually mining for a bit. Going after that planetary, and I think he is going to be able to pick that one off. The Zergling's getting on top of it.
Viper got sniped.
Yeah, the SCVs get picked off as well. Now,
Nice Lightning Cloud.
yeah,
Very nice.
Fantastic. Dashes forward there and will be able to pick up those tanks before the blinding cloud wears off.
What a crazy shift in the game. I think Cure did not quite realize the position he was in, and he was trying to be a little bit too fancy out on the map.
Yeah.
For just a little bit long, and Shin definitely punishing instantly and jumping on top of his army. And
Cure, he got too excited. He got too excited back.
Yeah, like I actually really felt like he was kind of starting to run away with the game, and then just out of nowhere, like a few more good blinding clouds, and he jumps forward. The Hydra's being microed and targeting everything down really, really well. And look at this, another blinding cloud on top of the bio this time, and the Banelings rolling in, chasing down these ghosts.
Yeah, right in the middle of the ghost position as well. So during this position,
Yeah, Shin, he's done it. Wow, crazy moves here. Shin was in a really rough position, by the way. Shin was losing bases. He was down in economy. Shin was taking worse fights.
He had in this game and gets a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, really, really high quality play here from Shin, where you can see even if he's not ahead, he knows how to take that moment as soon as it's there, man, and just runs away with it. Now, I don't think Cure is dead. Like, Shin doesn't
27 SCVs, what do you mean? What do you...
Well, actually, Cure is kind of dead. His 71 supply is pretty low, but he still has a lot.
I was about to say, man, our toes on that high-grade copium. He's like, oh, Cure, he's okay. Pans over. He's got 1 base worth of economy, papi.
Cure does need to secure this. Shin's economy is not out of control like last game, so a few
that is fine.
He can definitely still get back into
it's a flesh wound, papi.
But,
true.
The game looks so much more complicated than it did like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it really does. Look at this, lurkers being added in at this point as well. Mostly ghosts and tanks being
yeah, Cure can just shake it off. It's fine.
That should be able to help you.
He has too many SCVs.
If he had a little bit more, right? Like if he had 20 more SCVs and another little handful of army units, I'd be like, oh, okay, we're actually kind of resetting to a somewhat equal position. But
this is like, we just, if we only had a little bit more, like 20 SCVs. Like another base. Just a little bit. 2 bases.
Absolutely. And Nida's coming in as well.
2 bases, 2 mineral lines.
It's like, even if you want
just a little bit more. Yeah, true.
Have enough units to be everywhere you need to be at the same
but
time.
But again, that was really impressive play out of Shin. Like they emphasized it, and they should be emphasizing it afterwards as well. Just like Shin was on the back foot, he was on. He still even has no creep, no map presence, no map control. He was on the back foot, losing bases, losing more workers. But 2 really strong fights for Shin. And Cure overextending. Like I sort of mentioned that Cure, he was maybe being overly aggressive considering how good of a position he was in, where he lost his lead.
That's the one where he's gonna win this. It could be the thing. This could even be an empty night, as for all we know, right? Just to try to put him out of position. But I would expect there at least maybe a couple of units in there.
Well, he does get the Marines up here with the Marauder pretty quickly in the medevac, and so yeah, clears that out. The gold base has been taken. Hey, 47 now. Like we've gained almost, you know, about 40% of workers there for Cure, and like he's starting to recover a bit.
Absolutely. Like it's still like he still needs the fights to actually bring stuff back. But again, we're not in the same desperate scenario as last game. But it's starting to get there.
I would say this is very similar to last game. This is very similar to game 1, where Cure, he's stuck turtling up on 5 bases, where he lost momentum. Cure lost map control, he lost the fight, and now he's stuck defending back at home. And it's on Shin to start trading inefficiently and pushing into these bases. And the win condition for Shin is kill the gold base. Kill the gold base, kill the fresh mining bases, even if he trades his army just to kill an expansion.
Realizing that, okay, I don't want to lose my lurkers. I just want to keep your pinned here and kind of playing the same game as last game, where you just want to wear him down slowly. But again, the bank's still very low for Shin, and that's something that he has to keep in mind, as a bad fight here could let Cure come back into the game.
Yeah, but if you don't fight at all, you are letting Cure kind of fight his way back by refilling his economy. He's got that gold base.
Again, we're waiting for Shin to commit into this.
But I kind of understand, because like I looked at those Nidus.
The longer this goes on, Cure, he will eventually recover.
One decent Nidus going, and this should snowball into your direction. But that hasn't been the case, and Cure is once again closing the supply gap.
Yeah, both of them being very, very patient, just looking for the correct fights. And Shin probably feels right now with the gold base being up on his side and securing the right side base as well and going to the bottom corner even, that he probably doesn't need to do much right now. He will have to stop Cure from progressing further, but that's something he can keep on doing with the Nidus and pulling them apart and multi-prong and so on, right? We saw in the last game he used drops to great effect to do that, but in this case he has the Nidus with lurkers, so...
Well, maybe you should go back to the drops a little bit quicker on the execution of that. It's got a ton of Overseers in there once again. Greater Spire on the way maybe this time because the position is so good defensively here for Cure. He'll want to get into some Broodlords. But there's, you know what, he's got a good amount of ghosts, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the exact count of ghosts, but I'm pretty sure he's done a much better job this game than the previous, building that number up.
Yeah, there's kind of two approaches you can take into playing Broodlords in this matchup. One is like, okay, I'm gonna make Broodlords once we've mined out all the bases, and I don't really care if you kill my side.
It's taken Shin so long to move in like this. Finally, lurkers are within range of the mineral line, and he can start to force Cure to engage into him. But again, Cure, he's maxing out now. He was at 70 supply, by the way, like 2 minutes ago.
Normal ground army right from there. We have to see if he actually does that, or if this is just like
3 minutes ago.
I want to have the Greatest Fire just in case, and we'll see if we'll use it later. Nice multi-prong here from Shin.
Yeah. I like that the ghosts were already kind of ready for this, so he will be as efficient as he really can get. A couple more factories being added, by the way, as well as some Vikings and ghosts being made. So I really do like the approach from Cure here and how he's trying to kind of improve his position, get up to the...
So again, like this is why I pushed this kind of like quote-unquote narrative earlier. This is just like last game where Cure, he has to, and I mean it's no fault of himself, but he's forced to be hyper defensive and just turtle up and max out. Just like last game. He's turtling up, he's maxing out on 5 bases, and he's hoping that Shin takes one bad fight too many, right? That he trades too poorly, and then that allows Cure to counterattack. But he's kind of waiting for Shin to move into him and take a bad fight.
He was at 71 supply with 29 SCVs against like a 170 Shin with 90 drones. And here we are. Look at this. 187, 187, 51 workers, and plus mules, of course. So, you know, his economy's good, and he's got like a very quality army. He's kind of like switching up what he's playing with. You can see he's got +3 vehicle attacks.
Shin has just been so passive.
And adding in fire Hellbats at this point.
Yeah, so definitely like running out his army very nicely, where his use can start trading up more of this bio and replacing it with more quality units like the tanks and the ghosts, even some more liberators probably as well. And I don't think he needs to be in too much rush to do anything, but you don't want to...
Just streamed it late today. I'll try to fix that later.
Definitely.
I'll try to fix that after the game, I guess.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. He's going to need him as well. With the type of composition he's switching into, it's not going to give him a quick kill. This is going to be a long grind for him to win this game.
Yeah, I do believe he still has a lot of ghosts left in his main base, which is why there's only 6 ghosts here. Probably left them to just be able to make sure he can deal with the Sniders. I think I would prefer to see him just leave a couple of tanks behind.
Yeah.
But he might be thinking about the drops from last game and these kind of things, and obviously the Ghost will deal well with
well, he made a couple Vikings. I'm pretty sure he has the Vikings outside there.
I think the reason why there's a delay is because earlier the main stream was lagging.
Yeah, there they are.
So I think he like desynced us.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, you're right. Bring those ghosts out, have them in your main army. You've got to take really good engagements here. And if you're actually putting on some pressure like this, it's going to tax Shin as well. Like, he can't just go do everything at once all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But again, Shin is doing the same thing as the last game. Now he's actually taking the entire map, and he has done the thing where he has sent all his drones to the forward bases. So now the timer is actually on Cure here to actually start getting some more map control, kicking Shin up on some of these bases. Because again, otherwise you can just have the game number 1 all over again.
Yeah. Ugh. That didn't look too good for Shin right there.
Definitely the kind of trade you want here as Cure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Cure forcing a fight within range of the tanks.
Slowly forward into this bottom right position here, and I think we'll have to see Shin either decide to just pull the trigger or to just give up this position in the coming moments here.
Now, quite a few Thors being mixed.
He's got to
in at this
commit.
moment as
He's got to
well.
trade. Nice thing run by.
Hellbats moving forward. Looks like the ghosts that were up there are
Oh, no, he's not looking. Oh my god.
But look at this, the Link Bane
No
rolling
splits.
in underneath those
No
little range
reaction.
zones and actually going to clear almost everything. Now, a decent amount of ghosts did get into those medevacs, so good save there from Kira.
Yeah, and good thing he's not really panicking and like remaxing or more other Marine. He's just getting better units every time.
Yeah, it's just mech.
So that's,
Just
what
mech
he
here out
has
of
to
Cure.
Make sure that he still has a win condition in this game, right? Where
Yep.
he does need to get that really, really strong army.
All
That
right.
was Shin's bank now. He's down to 145 supply, and the bank is big, but it's not 10k, 5k big.
Yeah.
So he has to be a little bit careful when the coming fight, especially if he's planning on making broodlords here, because broodlords are very, very expensive. You don't
Yeah,
get
switching
many
into
of those
broods.
armies in a single game, even with the economy like this.
And the thing is, he's making the Corruptors, but I don't know if Broodlords are really the right call here. With the amount of ghosts that are out there, we know that there's some Vikings out there. We saw the Thors made. I'm not sure if he's actually seen the Thors so far, but it feels like Kira really has everything he needs for Broodlords.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he definitely sees them now.
it will still come down to the fight. If getting a good fungal on the ghost, and the broodlords get to blow up a couple of Thors at the start of the fight, they can definitely swing into Shin's favor very, very quickly. So I think Cure should realize here that, okay, you're not fighting me. Why are you not fighting me? Let me kill these bases. If he was playing Ling Bane, he would like to trade and remax, right? Trade and remax at least.
Yeah.
But there's nothing happening here. So that should tip Cure off that it actually is the broodlord switch coming. And we just can see if he has enough time to actually get ready for this. I would love to see some more Vikings coming out, just to force the Zerg into having more supply tied up in Corruptors.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going for the Thors, and the Thors will definitely also do very, very well.
Yeah. 6 Thors plus Ghost plus he has at least a couple Vikings.
Yeah, so slowly we're just switching into Broodlord Infestor. It's we're refining the compositions here.
He's got the
Cure, he's back in this. Cure gets a fresh base as well. Bottom right, now in favor of Cure. He's taking more bases.
Suddenly, I'm looking at this game, man,
Jesus.
and like, I thought Cure was in it. Then I looked at the numbers. I'm like, no, not really. And I'm looking at it now. I think actually Shin is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, there's still 9 tanks that are a lot of supply that's not tied up into units that are actually going to help versus the broodlords. And Shin has just said, okay, I'm only going to make the broodlords plus some amount of Ling Bane on the ground. The big thing here is that Cure needs to make sure that the infestors don't get to connect with the ghost, because that's going to be the big thing to turn the fight for Shin, is getting a fungal on the ghost in the fight.
For sure.
But slowly pushing forward, securing this base, and if he can secure this base,
It's going to be fungling the ghost. It's going to be nearly the Thors.
He can be pretty relaxed in terms of just being able to trade even is enough at that point, right?
Yeah. Just turtle it really, really hard. And I love this type of turtling too. Missile turret, siege tank, liberator, and then roaming with like a ghost, Thor, some Viking army. Like, how do you break that as Zerg? Seriously, like I know Zerg has a lot of tools, but that is incredibly hard to get through.
Yeah, it seems like Shin's answer was to make a bunch of spores and cancel them and get up to 210 supply here. So you get some extra broodlords out. This initial fight will be very important.
That's a lot of broods.
Well, I love the parasitic bomb. Absolutely great spell there.
25
And
broodlords.
like,
Jesus.
that is a lot of broodlords, man. He is just blowing up anything he's attacking.
Takes
right
care of the
now.
Vikings.
Goes on a fungal there on those Vikings as well.
You're not
And
enough
the
Vikings.
Banelings rolling into some of these
It's only
tanks
Thor.
also.
The 25 broodlords, they can do it.
Any connection with the broodlords yet? Nor the ghost, nor the
He's
Thors.
doing
The
it.
Thors are starting to thin out. There are only 2 left now.
Where are the
It's
ghosts?
really hard for them to deal with.
Oh
The
my
21 broodlords on the field here.
Dude, those broodlords really did much better than I actually thought they'd end up doing. Not a lot of anti-air left here, but a little bit. The Liberator's trying to get some damage done, but it's going to take them a while to cut through all those broodlords.
Yeah, I think Cure was a little bit too eager to actually take that fight. And like I said before, I really would love to see some more Vikings, because if you have 21 broodlords, all of a sudden there's like 10, 15 Vikings. You need to actually have the supplies for the corruptors as well.
Absolutely.
So that just makes the numbers smaller.
And again, two just heavily reliant on the Thors, none the Vikings.
But yeah, going back here, now Cure is in trouble, where he doesn't actually have the money to actually make an army to deal with this.
Okay, there were what, like 2 corruptors?
This is not, you
Jesus.
don't want to be making 6 Marines against this. That is not going to be, like, I don't know, are you going to counterattack somewhere with those? Because they're not going to get through these Broodlings. So now the Broodlord's attacking this bottom right planetary. I tell you, this is the second time in this game where Cure got ahead and Shin knew exactly how to break the position back into his favor. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Cure, when he realized the Broodlords were coming, actually send the side of force off to the left side a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
because that's like the one big weakness of the Broodlords, is that they can't really protect your outer bases.
Yeah.
Like once you make Broodlords, you're accepting the fact that your bases are going to die. and Cure didn't really take advantage of that. I still think he would struggle to deal with his army, but at least then he could trade out some of those tanks, some of those like Liberators that are not going to be super useful. You do want some of them left to deal with potential Banelings and Infestors and stuff, but when you have 21 Broodlords, you need to prioritize the anti-air.
No, I definitely, I think you nailed it right there. If he had hit up that left side a little bit quicker when that tech transition was happening here for Shin, it definitely would have helped out. Like you can see, he just cleared a whole bunch of it out. The thing is, he's losing so much on the right-hand side of the map right now.
Oh.
It's going to take a while for a Thor
The Thor's been arrested.
Click his way out of that one.
Yeah, he's trying. Help us gonna help him out. Alright, so this army is just insane for Shin. Like the army value must be out of this world for this third army.
Oh god,
In the meantime, Cure is struggling with the changelings. But yeah, pushing through, clearing up more and more infrastructure, and at this point, Cure doesn't only need to win the fight, he kind of needs to win the fight kind of decisively.
Yeah.
To be able to have a chance in the game afterwards.
Well, he's basically not mining at this point, so he needs to win the fight and then also walk across.
Oh, nice
so
EMP.
that's going to be a little bit difficult. Oh, just a great neural right there. Fantastic news from Shin. The fungal goes down. Oh my god, the blinding cloud. What are we looking at here? Just mastery of the Zerg race from Shin.
Yeah, and once the Banelings comes in and the Thors are forced to kite away, then it gets really bad for the Terran very quickly, because if the Thors are moving, they're not attacking, and they don't move or attack very fast.
No,
so
they do not.
Yeah, GG.
Wow. Wow. What a game right there from Shin.
Yeah.
And what a game from Cure as well. Like, Cure played very, very well. It looked like he was ahead multiple times, and Shin just knew exactly how to hit back. I love that transition. Just so
GG well played. It was very similar to last game where Cure, he did lose momentum early on. I say that Cure was in a better position initially over Shin, if you recall. Like Cure, he did a great job killing the 4th base, rotating, killing the 5th base, and he was in a better position straight up. Like initially Cure was in a better position, and then Shin had a crazy couple of fights. It was 2 fights in a row. The first one was when he was able to blinding cloud, I want to say like 3 or 4 tanks and lock them down, and then he went for the abductions on the medevacs when we saw Cure pick up and try to escape. Suddenly Cure plummeted in supply, and then Shin immediately counterattacked, and when he did, he brought down 2 bases. That was the moment where after the fights, Cure went down to 27 SCVs. He went down to 27 workers, and that should have been game then and there, but then Shin was so passive. He was so passive in the aftermath, and that allowed Cure to recover. That's a bit of a criticism here. I do think that Shin could have been more aggressive earlier and ended the game sooner as well, but he was so passive and so tentative and so scared to really commit and double down, and in the end it did hurt him. It did hurt him in the end. I mean, in the end still won the game, but it was closer than otherwise should have been, as Cure was able to get into mech, build up, and be able to make a game out of it. Let's go. We are jumping into game at number 3, potentially the final game of the series. It looks like we were lagging behind a little bit just because of the latency issues or connectivity issues that were taking place beforehand. So we are able to catch back up here, and welcome to Mothership.
Going for that Reaper right now, and of course having his expansion being
so hatch gas pool out of Shin.
Side mining his gas, probably going to get into that speed quickly. I'm very interested to see if he leaves the 2 drones on gas and goes up towards that 2 hatch layer again. Is that going to be just the Shin special here, ZVT all day?
Nah, pulls out.
Seems like no. He pulls all 3 out of gas.
He pulls out.
Okay, there you go.
But does not. Oh, okay, does start link speed. So he did not start link speed right away, but it seems like he does start it now. Again, I don't think there's a 3rd out. Maybe there is a 3rd patrolling there outside of the 3rd, I believe, actually. So he's going for normal 3rd hatch this time.
Okay.
So we'll see a much more normal game. And this could still go
meanwhile, I know that there were people asking about Solar versus Creator earlier, and that series has already concluded. So Solar did take down Creator 3-1. Creator is out of the tournament. Percival, he got knocked out by Reynor. So Percival is out, Creator is out. We have the lower semis. It's going to be a ZVZ between Solar and Reynor. I mentioned this earlier, but I do favor Solar in that ZVZ. Best of luck to Reynor. That should be on the mainstream at some point. And then we have Maru waiting for the winner of this series in the upper semis.
Yeah, you also want to be able to protect your creep tumors here. And Cure tried to see if Shin was greedy there and put the tumor behind, but he did not. So Shin is probably going to put the tumor right now after the Reaper leaves.
Also very quickly, so far game 1 and game 2 have been very slow. I'll be honest, like they've been very long games, and they've definitely had some explosive moments to them, but they've been a little bit more and passive and tame in their approach. I would say a big reason for that is just the maps themselves. We had Tokamak and Botanical. These are maps where they do favor and they do kind of lean towards more turtle heavy play, which is what we saw at Cure, which is why he was so turtle heavy. Here coming into Mothership, it is more open. Now we're entering the actual current map pool, the current ladder map pool, where the maps are more open, they're more exposed, they're more aggressive, they're more vulnerable, and they do favor more aggressive play, and they promote more aggressive play, typically. So we should be seeing a more active game here between our two players.
A little bit of poking coming in from Cure once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely something you have to be on top of as Shin here. You don't want to lose these queens. As he's going for the 2 command center opener instead of the 3 command center opener, all of the timings are a little bit faster for Cure, right? Where he will be able to have this cloak out a little bit faster, the banshees out a little
Yo,
faster.
what's happening in the background?
Yeah,
Jesus, they're like
you
you can see behind Shin's camera, they're like wheeling a chair over. I think that's Gemini actually. I can see Gemini in the background.
Respond accordingly.
Looks like he's adminning.
Spores already and a couple of extra queens.
All right, so the Hellions rotating up right now. Shin going to continue to try to hold those back. You can see trying to get a little bit of scouting in there as well.
Yeah, Lair coming up as well, which is normal and expected at this stage of the game.
Yep,
right
standard
now,
timing.
Shin is just concerned with not taking damage from these Hellions, not taking damage from the Banshee, and continue to drone, continue to push his creep. We should see the 4th hatch coming down real soon as well. At the same time, we have double eBay and extra barracks coming in for Cure, so we're transitioning into a very, very normal setup here for both players, where we're just going to progress into the mid game and probably go into some sort of Ling Bane comp.
As we're alluding to, this is the most standard game we've seen so far in the series.
From Shin with this setup versus a 2 command center opener, but it's still an option for sure.
Now, you think it'll be like a Hydroling Bane? Obviously not the same as what we saw last time. Last time was like the super fast, like Evos, and the very, very fast Hydrolist Den. So definitely a little bit different from that. But do you like that on a map like this, as far as like trying to cut into those other expansions for Shin?
I think it's on a map like this where you feel like it's a pretty decent Zerg map. It's quite open. Like once you get this rock star especially, it's quite easy to fight. It's quite easy to expand. I think you're pretty happy to just go into a normal Ling Bane opener, and then you can transition into Hydra Ling Bane from there. You can go straight into Hive if you want to, and go into something like Ling Bane Ultra if you want to as well. We have to see where it decides to go. The most common thing I would say these days is to, if you go for this kind of opener, is to transition into a Hydra Ling Bane composition down the line. But we'll have to wait and see what he actually does with this. But would be very surprised if he has fire here, looking at the amount of gas he has.
Yeah, I for the most part agree. I would have said the most common thing to see here is Ling Bane Hydra into Ultra nowadays.
Almost halfway done, getting that carapace upgrade.
We'll keep it on Shin.
Well, 1-1 already been on the way here for a bit, and still flying around with those Banshees slightly.
Yeah, and there's the Hydra Den from Shin. So he's going to get into the Hydra Ling Bane eventually.
6:30 Hydra timing.
And in the meantime, he's just continue to drone, continue to push creep. And
standard
Cure
tech
is
timing.
Gearing up for his first big push out here with the first 2 medevacs. So ideally, he just wants to get out on the map, clear some creep, not let the Zerg get too out of control too quickly. And army coming behind, so he's going to get 2-2. We'll have to see if he opts to drop 3 more barracks, or a command center, or a second factory. This will be the big tells to tell us what his actual long-term plan is in this game.
He's getting that armory, of course, for this 2-2 getting started there. Just pushing out a little bit, trying to keep that pressure on with the Hellions. I feel like he hasn't really gotten all that much done as of yet. Shin has been able to kind of go forward with his initial plans pretty well. But setting up the siege tank in kind of an interesting position, he is going to elevate her up submarines.
Yeah, but with the Spore and the Queens here, you should be able to shut that down pretty easily. As Shin, you're not super urgent for clearing this out, but you do want to get position back so you can start spreading creep again and start getting towards chance out of the map.
And the collapse in. Nice target firing on the Banelings.
Right on top of these siege tanks, does target down some of those Banelings, but pretty quickly cleans up the rest of the ground units, and Cure does.
Cure hasn't expanded yet. I don't see a fourth. I don't see a fourth.
The worst trade ever
there it
for Cure.
Oh,
like he only had 1 tank there, so it was not like it was both tanks over there and loses both, and you can feel kind of bad about getting cleaned up so early. But in that case, you just got to trade out his Hellions for some Ling Bane, a single tank as well, so he should be pretty okay with that trade. Yeah, we're just looking into the second aggression.
So second factory is on the way. This tells us that most likely Cure is going to expand and get a 4th base, but it's a delayed 4th. Speaking of, there it is, delayed 4th base out of Cure. He is building up into a longer mid game.
You don't want to let Shin just get to 95 drones and 8 bases right away.
Well, he's at 85 right now, so we're not that far off. One thing I want to mention is it is going into, or Cure is going into a second factory here, right? So it's kind of a little bit like the
nice damage with the Banshees.
Like a 2-hatch Hatch Hydra opener.
Yeah.
Right? This is a much bigger economy Shin. So I'm actually really nervous for Cure because even in the worst position in the previous game, Shin was able to fight through that 2-factory opener. So, like, is Cure actually going to be able to get much done with this or no?
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's just going to follow the script, right, and do the same thing as done in the previous games. And it probably means that he just thinks that, okay, the previous games, I know what mistakes I did, I know how to fix them, and even though this map is not as good for it, I think I can still put it off. That's just kind of the approach he's taking here.
Well, I gotta tell you, I'm pretty nervous about that. Like, maybe he stays on the mines, but normally I feel like you have to go Marauders with that as well if you're fighting against this comp. But, like, if he tries to go tanks with how big the map is and the bases that are going to be on the right, I can't see him doing a push that's actually going to win this game.
Yeah, the problem with going tanks is that you lose the ability to put any sort of pressure on the Zerg.
Yeah.
So I do like the mine choice for sure. Because, again, on a map like this, Shin is already taking the corner base in the top right. You do need to have like the mobile force out on the map with like multiple units out in multiple groups to keep the Zerg in check, keep the creep spread in check, keep the expansion rate in check, so you can try to match the numbers.
Well, it's just like, I guess the thing I'm looking at here is he's getting surrounded right now, but oh man. It's just like he's okay. There, we finally have some Marauders. Okay, and a bunch of
that might just be game, by the way. Like, Shin is counterattacking, Shin is maxed out, Cure is racing back home, Cure is in danger, he's in trouble.
A front line of Marauders in front
Shin's
of
coming.
It's like Zerg can just control the area so well. But it does look like he's altering his unit composition a little.
And again, I was going to echo what our host was actually saying. The fact that Cure's going to be in trouble here if he's just going to try to play this out into a macro game with Biomine.
Yeah, Shin identifying that there's no more tanks after kill the last.
Yeah, again, there's no tanks.
So when there's no tanks, going for these kinds of attacks are way more powerful because the only real threat is Widow Mines. So as long as you have good micro, you can quite easily find openings like there's no massive damage here.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now for Cure. You know, he's on the ropes if he loses.
And again, you can see the disparity between this game and the last two. The last two maps favor turtle-heavy play. Here, Cure cannot defend. Here, Cure, the bases are so much more open, so much more spread out. And as a result, Cure cannot defend his third or fourth base. 31 SCV kills.
Now you're at the same position you've been in the previous games, where Shin has the entire map, and are you going to be able to defend the next wave, or the next wave after that, or the next wave after that? It kind of becomes a very snowbally thing. And I kind of think a lot of the times with this 2 command center opener, you have to get a lot more done in the early game as a turn compared to if you go for a fast third command center.
Yeah.
And I feel like Cure was not quite able to find those openings at all. And when Shin actually gets to set up, like you said, on 85 drones, and then the pressure starts coming, you feel so comfortable as Surrogate used to start taking these fights very aggressively. And then you end up in a position like this.
Well, especially on a map like Mothership, you see how far away some of these
where are the railings?
Like, yeah, he just can't
infiltrate. Oh, there they are. Jesus.
So we see once again Shin coming over. He has so many pain lanes just rolling through these Marines. There's just nothing left here for Cure. He's trying to split, but I mean, this is not going to work out. GG is called. And Shin absolutely cleans up Cure there in game number 3.
Yeah, very nice plays from Shin. Really good job there. Good to see some exciting new, like, not new really, but coming back to the play, like the two-base muta openers.
Yeah.
It's really exciting to see those games. And in the last game, just like very clean, very standard, by the book, and taking the win. And Cure, kind of unfortunate, where he looked really, really good, like he does, but not able to to plug in those holes.
Yeah, GG, well played. Again, I was favoring Cure coming into this, but something that I wasn't factoring in was the map pool. The map pool itself as well, where we saw Shin was able to gain map control on a Botanical, on Tokamak as well, and kind of like force a situation where he was able to just mass expand, build up that economy, and of course contain Cure on a lower base count. Cure, he had no room to breathe. I'll be honest, like, it feels like in this series he just didn't really get to play his game, didn't really get to be active or play his style. There were some moments for him on Tokamak specifically where he was ahead, that is true, where he was able to be more assertive, but in the end he was still shut down, he was still overwhelmed. With that, Cure, he is out of the tournament, and Shin will advance on to the semi-finals. And I'll be honest, I'm sure Maru is very happy with that. I'm sure as Maru, he's been waiting for his opponent. It's going to be Maru versus Shin in the semi-finals. So we have our top 4 players. We have Maru versus Shin, and we have Solar versus Reynor. Those are going to be the next matches ahead of us here. I don't know if they're both going to be on the mainstream. I don't know if one of them is going to be with Rotterdam or not. We're about to find out.
What is
is up, everybody? I'm here at the analysis couch with Shin. Congratulations on your victory. That was a marathon ZVT. I gotta ask, how are you feeling right now?
Simeon.
일단 신이범 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 긴 시리즈였는데 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 오랜만에 이렇게 오프라인 와서 좀 좋고요. 그 다음에 사실 3대0으로 이길 거라고 상상도 못했는데 이겨서 좀 좋아요.
Yeah, it definitely feels good to be back on land in a long time. And that being said, I didn't really expect to win in this fashion as 3-0, but it feels really good to win as in 3-0.
Yeah, so this was a 3-0 victory, but Game 1 and Game 2 felt like they were the length of an entire series. It took so much work to actually close the games out. And I wanted to ask you, is that just the way that late game ZVT feels now? Like you can never kill Terran? Or is that something specifically versus Cure where it's just tough to close it out?
I talk about the maps.
사실 1,
What?
2세트가 이제 각각 30분.
Like, again, there's a reason why Game 3 on Mothership was so short compared to Game 2 and Game 1. So it's a bit of a weird question. But we'll see what Shin says.
어떤 생각이 드셨나요? 좀 테란을 좀 죽이기가 좀 어렵다 뭐 이런 생각이 좀 드셨는지 어떤 생각이 좀 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 테란이란 종족이 당연히 이제 수비만 하면은 뚫기 힘든 종족이긴 한데 첫 번째 경기는 저도 이제 맵을 좀 많이 안 해봤기도 하고 그 다음에 첫 경기다 보니까 뭔가 판단이 그렇게 빨리 안 돼서 못 끝낸 것도 있는 것 같아요. 근데 두 번째부터는 그 컨셉 자체가 수비만 하는 테란이기 때문에 그냥 자원 모으면서 마지막에 무리군주를 이기려고 생각을 했기 때문에 네, 계획대로 됐어요. 두 번째는.
So yeah, if I mean Terran is actually really good in defense. So that being said, it's hard to kill off if you stick to defense. And so in the first game, I didn't really got a really good grip of the game. I think didn't really read it that much because it's been a long time I played against defensive mech or defensive Terrans, but. In the
There's a reason for that.
I just try to trade off as much as possible and then go straight to Brewlords. So in that sense, I think in Game 2, my plan actually worked.
All right, well, congratulations, Shin. You have successfully earned yourself a spot to play against Maru next, and that's not going to be an easy feat, but I'm not sure how much you know this or not, but he's not exactly been someone that's very easy to play against. I don't think you've won a single best of 3+ recently or at all. So what are you expecting for this going forward? Because this is going to be a tough match, I think.
이제 다음 상대가 또 영원한 숙적인 조성주 선수가 됐는데 사실 한 번도 다전제를 이긴 적이 없잖아요. 그래서 좀 이번에 좀 조성주 선수 상대하는 좀 각오는 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 이제 성주랑 당연히 제가 많이 지긴 했지만 거의 한 1년 정도 못 만났어요. 1, 2년? 그래가지고 최근에 좀 나도 좀 실력이 늘었으니까 만나보고 싶다 이런 생각을 많이 했었어요. 근데 RSL에서 2번 연속 만났는데 성주도 많이 잘해가지고 조금 힘들 것 같긴 한데 그래도 제가 오프라인에서는 의외로 테란전 잘하는 선수들 좀 많이 이겨봐가지고 오늘은 좀 괜찮을 것 같아요.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I last faced Maru, but in the RSLs, yeah, it wasn't easy. But that being said, I've been playing pretty well on land, and I've been beating a lot of great Terrans in land. So yeah, I have high hopes for it. Even though he's very difficult opponent to beat, but yeah, I think I have a good feeling about this.
I think a lot of fans are going to be cheering for you to finally take down Maru. Anyway, congratulations, Shin. He's going to be going on to the next round of the RSL Offline Finals. We're going to be back after this short break with more StarCraft 2 action.
Cyclones are not that
Interesting. I would have liked to have heard about Shin and how it feels coming back to LAN, especially because he does have a pretty big fan base in Korea. Like, he's a content creator, he's a streamer, he does a lot of content on YouTube as well in Korean. So it'd been cool to have heard from that perspective, like what it feels like being like in front of a crowd again and having fans to interact with and other people that are fans of StarCraft, right? Would have been nice to have heard. Quickly touching on the first question that was asked, I did emphasize that it was a bit of a weird question to ask from State. He asked, like, does Shin feel like ZVT late game is difficult to the point where you can't like break a Terran anymore? Like, is this how ZVT has changed? And Shin, he inadvertently kind of answered the question, which is how we answered. Shin said, if you recall, he said that he felt that he didn't really have a good grasp of game one because he doesn't play a lot against like a turtle heavy Terran player anymore. And that goes into what we said, where it's a really weird question to ask because the only reason why we had that really turtle heavy play was because of the unique map pool that RSL has. This is where a better question would have been like, what do you think about the map pool that is being used in RSL and how different it is from the current ladder map pool? As we try to emphasize, the current ladder map pool doesn't really allow for Terran players to turtle up that hard anymore, except for maybe on Celestial Enclave. True. But there's a reason why we saw that turtle heavy play on Botanical and on Tokamak, two maps that aren't a part of the ladder map pool, specifically that are part of this tournament map pool instead, and why we saw a short game on Mothership, and why Cure couldn't turtle up and couldn't be hyper defensive on Mothership in comparison. So I think posing a question that more was directed towards the older maps and the newer maps and how that's different and what he prefers and what he thinks is better or worse, like when it comes to the state of the game. I think there could have been some better pointed questions there. But regardless, we're going to be going on a short break. Reynor versus Solar is going to be coming in next. Oh, we're jumping in mid-series. I had no idea, but apparently game 1 is done and we're jumping straight into game 2. Interesting. I thought that the semis was going to be held, but apparently they're happening at the same time. Like they did not care about holding on to Reynor versus Solar. So I guess they're happening as soon as they're ready. I don't know how much time they have slotted available to them for the event. I know it's lasting a long time. I think we assumed it was going to be around 6 hours, and we're coming up on the 5th hour, and there's still a best of 7 at the end. So they might be a little bit behind schedule. So we'll be gone. We'll be back in a short break here with the next series, Reynor versus Solar. See you soon. And we're back. We are back. Again, a bit of a shorter break. A bit of a shorter break, a little bit of a shorter delay here. But again, we're jumping in mid-series. Apparently, we might be a little bit behind schedule, so we're trying to power on through here, getting into the semifinals of Solar versus Reynor. They are mid-series. It's going to be a best of 5, and I'm not too sure who's up in the series. We're about to find out together. About to find out. Still maintain we need another level of reacting. Chat reacts to light, react to RSL casters. I mean, you're insinuating that maybe you disagree with some things that I'm saying. If so, then be vocal. Be vocal in the chat, Pappy. Let's go. Speak up. As Reynor's up 1-0, and we're getting into game 2.
He's definitely good enough to do so. We'll have to see if he's able to bring out that level in this game. It is going to be on Tokamak, guys. In the bottom left as the red Zerg, it is Solar.
Nice. And over on the top right-hand side, the Italian Stallion himself up 1-0 so far. It is Reynor.
And if you're in the chats, we are mid-series, but predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I was actually going to be favoring Solar. I was going to be favoring Solar coming into this series. I still do, but to see Reynor win the first game, impressive start here for Reynor. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the games ourselves, so we don't really know what transpired in the game. So we're still a little bit in the dark. A bit of a shame they're not using Sort of here. Sort of, he is kind of the Zerg expert analysis that they have. Analyst that they have on site instead of going to be stepping in with Gemini and Sturgeon.
Is that what we're going to be? Is it the monkeys with the knives circling each other? Is that what's going on in the series?
Well, I mean, Reynor's very, very, very good at that, so I would not be surprised to see it. Also, it's worth mentioning on the current patch that Mutalisks have made a big comeback in this matchup. The Spire now builds quicker, it's 50 minerals and 50 gas cheaper, and is kind of dominating the ladder. Like, a lot of games you see Mutas, they're really, really strong right now, so I expect to see that come out at least a couple times in this series from one or both of these guys. You know, like Roach Muta, Lingbane Muta, you have choices.
You are definitely a Muta enjoyer yourself, I have to say. Anytime I'm watching your stream, there's just...
So when it comes to ZVZ in current meta, we have seen hyper-aggression in the ZVZ matchup so far, with a lot of players cutting workers, cutting corners, being hyper-aggressive, hiding tech as well. We are leading into Tokamak. This is a very large map in the map pool. There's a reason why we kept talking about how this is more defensive and why it led into such a long game between Shin and Cure. Here, I would imagine that Muta play is going to be very accessible just because of the size of the map, the rush distance by ground. We'll keep an eye out for the gases, for the layer timing for Muta play.
Slander on this stream right now.
No, I'm not going to slander it. Yeah, you definitely love it. It's good so far in the patch. It's been definitely buffed just a little bit. I was asking Reynor even as well when we were doing the vetoes for this. I was just a quick question of how, is this 3-0 easy peasy, you think? He's like, nah, man, ZVZ, anything could happen. So far he's been doing really good, obviously, 1 up in the series, but according to Reynor, at least, ZVZ is kind of like PvP, where it's on a knife's edge, like we were saying. So anything can happen. I mean, Solar's been having a good day so far as well.
According to Reynor?
I'm really not sure who to expect to actually come out on top in this particular match. It looks like everything's going to be mirrored overall. It looks like Reynor's just making a few...
Sounds like he doubts, Pappy. Sounds like he doubts.
Going for a few extra drones, but Baneling Nest getting thrown down for both players as well. Pretty nicely timed just to have a nice defensive setup in case any player decides to go ham with it. But you could also just turn that switch on as well yourself if you really find the need to.
Yeah, both these guys, as the observer pointed out, took 1 drone.
Ooh, early Roach one. There it is.
Standard as you need to get your third base down a bit quicker. You just don't need so much gas in the early game. And to answer your question, are we going to see the Lingbane Wars? Well, we might see a little bit. Solar's making some right now. He's getting his Roach Warren in the 30s. Reynor now throws his down a few drones later, which is nice. You always want to be just a little bit ahead, but not too far ahead economically in ZVZ.
So we're going for the earlier Roach Warrens here. Solar is slightly earlier than Reynor. We'll see if he commits into early aggression. Lair has now begun for Solar. Reynor shouldn't be too far behind.
All looking pretty standard so far.
Yeah, neither player seemingly want to being super aggressive in this game, particularly.
We have the money.
Solar is
Where's
going
the
to be
lair?
noticeably faster coming on in here, so I'm wondering if
Oh.
Reynor's waiting with this Zergling to try and get a scout off before committing
Yeah.
to that. It looks like that is the
Later
case,
lair.
as he does start up his lair right then, but it is going to basically be pretty far behind. Solar's is already halfway done at this point, and so he's going to be able to get the much faster Roach speed. He's got an extra gas coming in here as well, so he could be flooding with Roaches eventually as well. If he gets the scout off, that he will be ahead in that regard. If you can catch your opponent off with the Roach speed advantage, it's massive for you.
Yeah, he's already up to 4 gases right now, so I'm thinking this might be like a Roach pressure with a Spire behind it. Something like that kind of seems to make sense.
Spire is
to me.
possible.
Look,
Oh, there it
we
is.
go. That's-
Going for the
Mr.
mutas.
Big brains
There we
over
go.
here.
You know, I know how to make view lists. But yeah, he's adding on 2 more now, so he'll be able to get a ton of those when the Spire finishes. I like this from Solar. He's going to have a lot of...
Now, once the lair finishes for Reynor, he needs to morph in that Overseer. He needs a scout.
And then follow it up with the Spire.
Yeah, very curious to see how this goes. Whenever you have the kind of the non-mirror matchup and how they play the play style being different in the mirror is very interesting to see. We got a couple of scouting lings coming forward. We'll be able to see a few of those extra gases coming out of Solar. Did not quite see the extra one there as the 6th gas, but looks like Reynor might be trying to be a little bit aggressive with his Roaches so far, just taking some
There's the
map
hydrogen.
control, maybe realizing that Solar's going to try to go for a fast tech play.
Yeah, that's all Reynor needs to see. He sees the 5th gas. He says, okay, he wouldn't have that, you know, so fast. Okay, he actually confirms the 6th one as well. He throws down a Hydralisk then immediately, expecting these Mutalisks, and that will be in time to deal with them. He kind of pressured out on the map. I thought he was going to try and commit before the Spire finishes and the Roaches come out, but maybe he doesn't know the exact timing of the Spire. You don't want to get caught on the map by mutas as
I mean, Reynor, as he was pushing, he was droning. He was droning the entire time, so now he's taking up. The Overseer comes in. He has gotten eyes on the gases, but he has not
Yeah,
confirmed the
definitely
mutas
not gonna
yet.
see it, but the mutas are going to be out in a little bit anyway. Oh, well, the
Oh,
changeling
never
might
mind.
find its way down. That is a nice scout, but it's not really going to give too much of a heads up here for Reynor. Looked like he was going to try and poke around on the map earlier, but obviously dissuaded by the amount of units that Solar already has on the map as well. But now that the mutas are here, Solar is going to take advantage of that and try to kill off any overlords that he can, kill off whatever vision, and try to take control of the map.
Yeah, indeed. Reynor already has Hydralisk out, so he will be able to deal with the Mutalisk for the moment. And he's getting the flyer upgrade, so it looks like Solar's going to commit heavily into these. Maybe go Mutaling Bane, get the extra base up earlier than Reynor, get the gas there, fill that up, and just make as many mutas as he can. As Reynor, at some point, you will need an infestation pit to deal with those Banelings. Roach Hydra is very, very bad against Lingbane Muta. The Banes just destroy the Hydras, and then the Roaches deal with, the Mutas deal with everything else. So we'll see that come online at some point. Right now, Solar just flying around, trying to get any damage done he can.
Yeah,
It's a really strong statement there. I mean, Roach Hydra can hold its own against Lingbane Muta. It comes down to the unit control, it comes down to the Baneling connections.
Which is map control, and trying to deny it as much as possible. Some more Lings will find their way into the main base here from Solar, but will be killed off quite easily as
A lot of
well.
mutas.
Solar not really able to get too much done outside of a few Overlord kills and whatnot. He's not been able to get any massive drone damage or anything like that.
And we're going for the base trade. Oh, Reynor turns around.
He's going to try to initiate a little bit of a base trade.
Wow, and Reynor's actually having to come home right now. He can't commit across the map with his slower army. This is really good for Solar. Potentially, you might be able to get
Roaches, they get into the natural.
9 drones going down.
Mutas into the mineral line.
He's able to trade out these Roaches, which he doesn't really want anymore because he's going Mutaling Bane. His Infestation Pit is on the way, but will not be available just yet for those key fungals he'll need.
Yeah, it looks like some units got sent across the map from Reynor as well to try and do some counter damage. There's a couple of Roaches.
Nice Roach counterattack.
Some drone damage as well.
I was about to say that Solar didn't really achieve too much damage. He threw away his Roaches, but he just bought time more than anything. Meanwhile, he'll lose 10 drones across the map.
A lot of Roaches were suicided to be able to do that damage, of course, but still Solar also dealing a lot of damage with about the same amount of units. I think he kept his Muta count pretty good, so yeah, only losing 2 there is nice for him, of course. He wants to keep the Mutaflock as large as possible going for this main army, so that way the Banelings eventually could actually get the massive connection.
And of course, when it comes to Reynor, Infestors are on the way.
Having the presence of mind
Getting ready for those fungals.
across while you're being attacked is so clutch. He's going to be able to take out this 4th base with the mutas right now. I think this Mutaflock is starting to get really large, by the way. But on the other side, Reynor does have his Hydralisk up. He's got his Infestors coming out now. They'll be able to fungal the Banelings, stop them connecting with the Hydras, hopefully, is the game plan. But looks
Oh.
like Solar's looking to be aggressive.
Shows that first fungal.
He's gonna try to jump on this
Ooh,
army.
massive,
Raynor
massive
really not paying
connection.
attention, But the fungal is perfect, coming in right on that massive block of Banes and Mutas. The Banelings weakened by that
Banelings.
fungal. Will try to get to the back line, but a nice split from Reynor will be able to deny the majority of the damages. The Mutas.
Mutas, can they win the fight?
Right on top of the Hydras.
The
Does he actually have
Banelings.
enough to take this engagement? It looks like he does.
Oh
Will
my
just
god.
Completely kill all
Just
of these
barely.
Hydras down, as there's nothing left on the ground right now for Reynor on this
And
side
Solo's
of the
done
map.
it. He's done it.
Spore Crawler keeping his work line alive. Meanwhile, he's trying to
Oh my
rally.
God.
An Infestor spawns into the Mutas, but gets the fungal off. A couple more maybe going down here. These Hydras running for their lives right now. Solo making a lot of headway. But again, somehow, Reynor's lost 7 drones. This is chaos right now.
Yeah, he just
Solo
came to
looks like he's in
production.
prime control to take this map number 2 as Reynor is just scrambling to get any units to come out of these hatcheries together. Everything coming out one at a time, not all together, as he's going for a desperate Roach counterattack on the other side of the map to try and deal any sort of damage. But these Mutas have no answer at the moment, and Reynor realizes that GG Solar will even this up.
Wow, wow, wow. What a game from Solar. Really like that. He played the Roach Muta build. You know, he pressured a little bit of the Roaches. He went into the Mutalisks, got a huge flock of them, and then in come the Banelings to kill the Hydralisks before you get that kind of critical mass of Infestors that can shut down everything with fungals. Beautiful game number 2 here by Solar.
A lot of it came down to the engage. Winding it back, again, the fungal was amazing from Reynor, but he only had the one, right? He only had the one infestor, he only had the one fungal, and on top of that, Baneling still made it through, and we barely got those connections towards the end, getting in towards the third base mineral line and catching out a good chunk of Hydras. And it was barely enough to allow for Solar to then just focus down and overwhelm the Hydras with pure sheer numbers of Mutas. Was close, was clutch, in the end, GG. GG, well played. Solar, he does break through, he does overwhelm, and with that we have a tied 1-1 scoreline. Again, unfortunately we didn't get to cover game 1, we don't really know what happened in game 1, but now we're tied up 1-1, and now we're getting to game number 3 in this best of 5.
And he changed those fungals. Suddenly all the Banelings die. Then you have enough Hydras to fight the Mutalisks. The game can look completely different. So good killer instinct by Solar there, picking his moment and making that timing work.
Yeah, some Mothership is going to be game number 3 here between Reynor and Solar. Who's going to take it? I really have no idea, but let's get started into this next game.
Indeed, in the top left on Mothership from Basilisk, nope, take that all back. It
Another
is
animal.
our Korean Zerg in the red. It is Solar.
For Team Falcons.
And over on the right-hand side, unfortunately losing out on that last game. Will he be able to continue taking any games in the series? Give it up for Reynor.
A lot of Reynor fans in the building, and how could you not be, Gemini? This
Yeah.
is a fan favorite for sure. We love to see this guy play. And yeah, what a game too. This map is very different though. I'm just checking where they're both scouting right now. So
Good, were we
Solar's
giving no
actually
love
scouting in
to
the
Solar?
correct
Was
direction. He will be going towards
Gas first, by the way. Gas pool hyper aggression out of Reynor. Oh my god.
wrong way. So he will get that.
Casters will notice soon, I'm sure. But late expansion, early gas, early link speed, early Banelings.
You don't, right?
Yep, that's the fun little RNG part. Well, I mean, us viewers like to call it the fun RNG part. The players don't like to call it that adjective, but it still is going to be making it slightly more interesting because at least Reynor here is going for a pool first build, and it's actually
Gas
going to get
first.
scouted pretty fast by Solar. So Reynor trying to take advantage of the map and potentially get the RNG in his favor that Solar doesn't scout it early enough, but it's not going to play out for him in this particular scenario because this Overlord should be able to get over and notice the timing of when that hatchery's been placed down.
Yeah, indeed. Reynor mixing it up here in game number 3. We'll be going for that pool first, like you said, getting
Was
his
gas
gas
first,
as well.
sure.
We'll have the quicker link speed. We'll have to see if he commits into Banelings as well.
And you can see he stays in. This is important. He stays in gas, which means he's going link speed into a Bane bust.
Now the question is, how aggressive does he want to be with this? Sometimes you just make 6 to 8 links.
We already know the answer to the question because he's still in gas. He's still in gas,
Your
Pappy.
opponent overreacts. On the other hand, you can also just
He's
make
all in.
links and throw Bane, link Bane at them.
He's
for a
all
long
in,
time.
Pappy.
So it's up to Reynor how he wants to play this.
We already know how he's playing it.
Yeah, for now it's going to be
Ah.
a couple lings and then immediately a drone as well right afterwards. So it doesn't look like he's going to be trying to be super aggressive with this, like you said. Maybe just trying to force an overreaction.
He has money up. There's a
Solar
Baneling
at this
nest.
point. It will be a Baneling nest though, so hold that thought as it looks like it's just going to be that singular drone and will still go
Yes,
into
and
the
I think
aggression from Reynor.
they've caught on.
Yeah, Reynor now making some more lings. So it's not the early earliest possible lings you can make, like as soon as the pull finish, he gets another drone or two. But he's sitting on just 18 workers right now compared to the 23 of Solar. So
Now,
he's
again,
quite
what's
committed
important
to
is what
it.
Gemini said. Gemini emphasized that Solar saw the late timing of the hatchery, so Solar knows something is wrong. He doesn't know though if it's gasless or not. He's trying to confirm. Deny the scout. He sees the lings. He knows.
Larger pack coming out from Reynor, so
He knows.
fully aware of what's happening. At
Queens
this
are coming
point.
in.
His mainly nest will be a little bit later, but he's got his double queen on the ramp here, ready to deny any lings trying to run on in. And a couple more lings just trying to find whatever they can on the middle of the map before Reynor speed lings.
Does he have any defensive banelings? It's going to be close.
Yeah, and Reynor going back into
Here they
drones
come.
right now, so he's going to try and make Solar make a ton of lings that he doesn't want. He's going to deny mining from the natural because it's so scary. If this isn't all in, you have to really respect this as Solar. You don't want to just die. Queens on the ramp plus the banelings will be able to hold
3
this.
queens, 2 banelings, 3 banelings. Jesus, Solar should be fine.
Eventually he will have to, bring some workers back down, and already the work count is equal with Reynor now taking the lead.
Oh, the banelings.
And then it looks like a
Show us the
seesaw, right?
natural.
Eventually
Show us the
Solar's
natural.
turn to go across
Jesus.
the map and pressure as
Por
well.
favor.
Eventually here.
Yeah, and you can see that Solar really identified what was happening very
Glare.
quickly. The drones started being
That's
remade
bold.
very fast
That's a
after he
bold
noticed
move.
That there were no extra lings coming on to the mini-map as reinforcements from Reynor. So good identification from Solar to get back into the macro as soon as possible, but that he's still going to be slightly behind for now.
Yeah, so behind this, Reynor is droning. Reynor is going for a roach follow-up.
As well to go straight into a lair on 2 bases.
Yeah, he's going to go 2-base muta here.
Yeah,
really
the
like
lair
this.
indicates
Early
2-base muta.
Aggression from either side. Going for a quick 2-base muta can be a way to catch your opponent off guard. They might not have a quick layer themselves. They're going to try and take the 3rd base. It's kind of low economy. You don't power up quite as quickly, so mutas can have a really big impact. We see that 3rd and 4th gas going down, so this is almost undoubtedly going to be a Spire here. That one Overlord just getting away there.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, but oh well. Got to keep those queens back home. You don't want to lose those to some random lings across the map. We'll try to poke forward as Reynor, but still being denied the vision. Of course, Solar does not want to give up that vision so easily. The fact that he's got 2 gases sitting there in his natural is a blind tell. If you could just see that as Reynor, you know exactly what is happening. So there's the Spire coming down from Solar, trying to go into that Muta style yet again. It worked so well for him in the last game, so he's going to try to see if that card can play once more.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to...
So what's happening here is that Solar's going 2-base muta. Remember, Reynor went for the early Roach Horn, and you can see that Reynor's going for a secondary all-in. So the first all-in has been deflected. What's important is that Reynor did not commit, and he didn't lose his early Ling Bane, right? He retained the Ling Bane. So he retained it for the second all-in, for the second wave. And Solar's being greedy, right? Solar's rushing into mutas. Mutas not going to help. They're not going to help against the all-in that's coming his way.
80% done almost.
Yeah, Ling's getting into the main base of Reynor, though, is going to make things awkward, losing quite a few drones.
Here comes Reynor. He's pushing.
Forced off of mining here, but the attack from Reynor.
And again, the mutas are not ready.
A massive army onto the front of Solar's natural here. Will he be able to hold? He's got a couple of spine crawlers trying to desperately make in time as the Banelings trying to go forward. Trigger the other Banelings of Solar, and then the rest of the
Yeah, Reynor's done it. He breaks through.
Solar just needs to hold on until he can get his mutas out.
Solar just too greedy.
In time. Reynor has so much in
The greed,
natural
GG.
And Reynor takes game number 3 on Mothership with a crisp time in attack. As soon as he realized it was mutas, he said, okay, I'm going to stay on 30 workers. I'm going to pull the trigger. You didn't take a 3rd base. If you can't hold this, you're dead, obviously. Beautiful time in there by Reynor. Really kind of good game plan, knowing what he was up against.
Yeah, I like overall how he...
I'm fairly certain that Reynor didn't know that it was 2-base muta. I don't think he saw the gases, but his plan, because we saw the early Roach Horn, remember, it was a Roach Horn before he even had his 3rd hatchery, before his droning. Reynor was already going to be aggressive because he was all in to begin with, right? So he went for the gas first opener into the Ling Bane, then it was deflected. He retained the army for the second all in. I'm pretty sure this was a decision made independently, regardless of what Solar was up to, whether Solar was going to be droning, getting a 3rd base, or going 2-base muta, or trying to get into roach play. So again, hyper aggression there out of Reynor, catches Solar with his pants down. That's why it was a really bold decision for Solar to go for the 2-base muta, despite knowing that his opponent was being hyper aggressive. There was a lower chance that Reynor was going to be droning. So it was a big gamble there from Solar. Did not pay off. Not pay off. GG, well played. And with that, looks like Reynor may have asked for a break. So Reynor, he's up in the series 2-1, and Reynor is 1 game away from claiming the series. Solar has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Meanwhile, a Shin versus Maru might be happening at the same time off stream. I'm not entirely certain.
And we jump into the next map. It will be Magnetic North here. You know,
Ooh.
pretty standard map, not like your Mothership, which is a 3-player map, where Reynor pulled out this kind of wonky, not wonky, like, you know, pool first is.
It looks
very
like their plan
normal
is for the
thing,
mainstream
but
to cover the
that's
upper
the map to
semis
do
as
it
well.
on, where you might scout the wrong direction with the Overlord. You don't exactly know what's going on. It's pretty big. So I like the choice from him. And yeah.
Yeah, I think Magnetic North, despite being obviously not a 3-player map, it's definitely one of the lesser.
Yeah, it looks like Rotterdam is also
co-streaming.
co-streaming.
It's not in the major map pool at the moment. It's not in the main map pool, so we don't see it as much. It usually would get vetoed earlier on in the season.
So there's no other
series,
series happening at the same time.
So seeing it come out here in the game will be kind of interesting because yeah, we just don't really see it as much. I think overall, yeah, it is just kind of a standard solid map. So I don't think it's going to be too crazy for a ZVZ particularly. But
I know. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, the dog wearing shades, for the 100 bits. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Do appreciate
you can
it.
do all kinds of stuff, right?
We
You have a lot
appreciate
of
it, back.
choices available to you as both players. I think if you're Solar, you went 2-base muter, it failed. The game before that, you went muterless. You were
I
able
heard
to
bold
win.
move and I
You
came
do
back.
see Reynor returning to his
Esther
chair now. He
007.
will be jumping into the lobby, and we'll get this fight up in just
The
a
Shin
moment.
Maru is happening
But
15 minutes
I
according to the
always wonder
community. Yeah.
about the thought process of pros as they think back to the previous games and how much it influences them.
I think the
you know,
plan
the
is
ones
for it to
coming
happen
up.
after this series.
Yeah, it's always interesting to know just how many mind games are being played as well. Like, you know, how many players or how many times.
Tips to the
players
cast, that's
played
trade.
before. 'Cause
Thank
I
you,
mean, by
thank
the-
you.
our-
Appreciate
At this
it.
point in StarCraft's history, it's like these players have been playing each other for so many years at this point, and you
Yeah.
have so many matches. Like, you go on a Legalek and you just kind of look at the history of some of these players, and it's like, some of these guys are playing like every week and like the weekly
just
cups
catching
and
with a shot.
everything. I'm just always amazed at just how they're able to come together with all.
I'm becoming like Reynor, binging League all week. Oh no.
How do you shake it up?
Este
We're going to
pecoeta.
be going into game number 4 just shortly here as Reynor is back. We are loading on in to Magnetic North.
Yes, we are, guys. Can't wait to get this going, see who's able to take this game. Will it be Reynor closing out the series or Solar making a comeback?
Oh, and thank you so much, still wearing shades for the sub for 6 months. Half a year support. Thank you, thank you.
Korean Zerg Solar.
And on the top right-hand side, of course, taking the lead yet again in this series. Give it up for Reynor.
This is what it's all about. We're deep in the bracket now. We're in the semi-finals. Whoever wins this moves on to the finals and a chance to get to day 2 in the top 4 where they will fight against all those Protoss waiting for them.
The green wave, baby, the green
Ah.
wave.
The green wave.
They're all waiting there at the gates, welcoming their
Welcoming?
non-Protoss brothers. Like, come.
Do they
with
welcome
us.
them, Gemini? Or do
They welcome them into
storm them?
They welcome them into their guillotine that they've got waiting in the back behind the gate. Yeah, yeah, it's going to be great, of course, to see who ends up going on into the final 4 tomorrow. That's going to be some great set of best of 7s that we have set up. But this series, of course, is leading off into the finals of the LCQ after this. I mean, we're going to have Maru playing again against Shin in that upper bracket section as well. It's going to be super sick, as I do love to say.
You do love to say, Gemini. But what a treat these games are. It's so good to see these players offline. You know, the caliber of Reynor, Solar, Maru, Shin. Amazing players. And this is a 2-day event. As you mentioned, they're fighting for that spot in the top 4. Let's see what happens. Right now, we have Hatch gas pool on both sides. Very standard openings. No pool first shenanigans.
We're going to talk about the
like
map.
that. Things will look fairly similar on both sides for just a moment here. And we'll have to see if they want to take their third bases, their bane nests, or if they want to wall off.
So very quickly, welcome to Magnetic North. Magnetic North is a unique map. It has a ramp coming into the natural. Because of the ramp coming into the natural, it is very common to play 2-base on this map instead of going for a third. Not saying that'll happen all the time, but there's a higher chance of staying on a lower base count because you're so much more defendable here. I mean, hey, look at that last game on Mothership where we saw Solar try to go 2-base muter, but his natural base was so open and so exposed that when the all-in came, he had no chance of surviving. Here, because of the terrain, because of the map, there's a higher chance of pulling off a defense on 2 bases against an early all-in. So we'll see. We'll see if we expand. Speaking of, we do see the third base being taken from both players. So no 2-base play. So far, everything looking normal. No early gases, no early tech. Nothing crazy yet.
They are very good for sure. It's not like...
But I'm a big fan of Magnetic North. I'm a little bit sad that this did not make it into the ladder map pool. I enjoyed it quite a bit when we were showcasing it on our channel. enjoyed it.
Than your opponent and try to harass them and then eventually
Smooch.
kill them as they tech up into infestors, lurkers, vipers, that kind of thing. We definitely do see mutas a lot these days, but again, Reynor also can go mutas just fine. We've seen him do that against Cyril a bunch of times in the past. He's very, very good with the mutas. The wild thing would be if both players do it and we go into a a big muta war. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Spamming those air defense upgrades.
My God, get Vipers out and just trying to, just send out some parasitic bombs or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that would be absolutely insane. It would be very cool. I mean, I feel like that overall, though, as a player is definitely very difficult to play. It's kind of like Phoenix versus Phoenix in PvP, where it's like you never want to be the aggressor in that scenario because you never know. Oh, if I just make one mistake, then all of a sudden everything just goes out of control and it just absolutely goes crazy. So, yeah, I'd be curious to see if that ends up happening, of course.
Yep. As it is, we see Roach Warrens going down for both players. We do see the slightly faster layer coming out of Solar, and this
So
is a very
last game we saw that Reynor also, sorry, not last game, the game before that we saw that Solar, sorry, that we saw that Reynor went for a late layer. Here also late layer. He has the money for it.
Going up to 3 gases. If we see a 4th one being added in the near future, I would say mutas are on the table, but we don't know just yet. Both players droning up right now. Reynor is actually waiting for his Roach Warren to finish. He is not droning.
He's all in. Hashtag all in.
He's going to be the aggressor here, throwing down 6 roaches right now. Is he going to just pressure with this, or is he going to completely stop droning? We'll have to find out. Okay, he's going up to 11.
Yeah. Remember, the tell wasn't that he was making roaches. The tell was that there's no layer. So Reynor is completely all in. It's a hashtag all in.
Felt like they was pretty light on drones. I mean, he's not got too many himself either, but I feel like a couple more drones would be.
And so far, Solar doesn't know.
At this point, as the other player, and Reynor also kind of trying to get that scout off as well, just to
He's making some safety roaches.
Sees those extra.
He knows. He sees.
But he's got a bunch of roaches in lane.
Solar supply blocked. Oh, he's supply. That was not the time.
Made for him.
Now breaking out.
Break Solar with this attack.
Yeah, Solar's up to 5 gases. That slows down your mineral income so much. He's on 49 drones, which isn't an insane amount. But right now, the issue is all these roaches and lings flooding in.
When he finishes, ooh, nice connection.
Good connection on the lings. Does he have another
Very
one?
nice.
Another good connection. Here come the Banelings of Reynor. Going to do a lot of AoE damage to the roaches and queens of Solar. Does he have enough, though? Right now, it looks like Solar might just be holding more units streaming in here, a few more lings. And the army of Solar is actually being split right now, Gemini.
Yeah, there's a spine crawler that also just finished at the third base wall, which will be critical for
Solar holds
on this defense. Reynor waiting for the rest of his reinforcements to come along.
And remember, Solar, he has a lair. He has upgrades in his favor. Roach speed is about to finish up. He has gases. He has income. Solar is miles ahead.
He's got a lair finished up, but he's not going back into drones at this point. He's continuing on with
Reynor has to end it.
Ravagers. The spine crawler getting repositioned to the front. Solar's not out of this yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Solar's game plan was to go for a spy with that many gases, but after seeing this huge attack by Reynor, he knows that's not an option. He's doing nothing but make roaches. The lings try to get a wrap around on this big ball of roaches.
Fails to lock down the army. Solar gets away.
This spine crawler helping out so much in the defense for Solar. I think he may just be hanging on here.
Yeah, he's even going to go on the aggressive now, realizing he's.
They say Solar hanging on. No, Solar. He already defended. He defended previously. He shuts us down, and Solar snowballing out of control.
Helping him.
Like, Solar has a massive advantage. Remember, Solar has speed. Reynor doesn't. Like, Reynor, he will lose these roaches.
There on the way across as well, getting the Spire now behind this with some more roaches and trying to go back into the drones, but Reynor continues to make more reinforcements behind this. Does Solar think that he's actually droning?
I'm not sure, but Solar has the roach speed right now, so Reynor cannot catch him. He cannot really run away that well. It makes sense to try and be active with those units. Both players kind of going back into drones here.
Here, I would say that Solar could have just kept making roaches and could have gone for the kill. Instead, he's playing it safe by backing off, droning, and taking up into mutas. It's a bit of a more like safer approach at it here out of Solar. Because he knows he's so far ahead. Remember, he knows he has a lair and that Reynor doesn't, so there's no threat of a Hydras, for example.
To completion. He's been mining gas for so long as well, so he's going to actually be able to make a pretty good amount of them once the Spire does finish. He's not just going to be trickling out 1 or 2 or anything like that. He's going to have a full flock of mutas coming out nicely here for him. Reynor trying to recoup. He's getting that +1 upgrade. He's trying to recoup that drone count because it is just looking abysmal for him in that regard.
You can see just how much money we're banking, though. It was like, what, 1,000, 1,000. 8 mutas are now on the way. Solar going to his mutas. Gonna gain map control, contain Reynor.
Go for any counterattacks like that was happening in the earlier game as well. Reynor
12 mutas on the way, Jesus.
To try and backstab against Solar. doesn't want that to get going again.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Solar was able to save up so much gas and already making 12 mutas and the
crazy.
+1 flyer upgrades. He's getting an Evo chamber to upgrade his Lings, get that melee upgrade. Oh, he's even taking this base with the rich gas there.
Reynor being aggressive
So he's
against
gonna have a
Solar.
ton
It
of
was
gas
energy.
available. Reynor sees the mutas and just GG's.
GG.
Wow, that was what we call anticlimactic, but regardless, I mean, Solar with a great defense, able to...
Yeah, GG well played against Solar. Thankfully, he did not overdrone. He was not overly greedy. Remember, Solar, he droned up to 49. He went up to 49 workers. He did have an extra gas geyser, but he was able to just focus on roach production from there. He got his spine crawler. Remember, Solar did scout the all-in as it was moving out across the map. So Solar had some precious seconds to react and respond with that spine crawler. Did get supply block, but he was able to build up in time, pull back, and shut down Reynor. And now it all goes to the ace match. Going into the mutas there was like a flare on top for Solar. He didn't have to. He could have just doubled down into roaches, but he did decide to go into mutas towards the end just to be able to be more secure, safe, drone up as well. GG. GG well played. It all comes down to the final game. I don't know what the vetoes were, so let's find out together. Let's go.
Working out great for him.
Yeah, very good read on the game by Solar, knowing where he is, knowing when he needs to defend, knowing when he can afford to tech. Like, if you make that Spire and you try to make mutas, you could just die to that attack. It was hitting very, very hard. I'm curious what Reynor wants to do here in game number 5, because he's been very aggressive the last few games, and it's not working out for him. So maybe we're going to see him switch it up, try and play a macro style.
Depends on the
maybe
map.
go for mutas of his own. We'll have to see what he has in store, as the map will be Maganatha. In the top left, we have the Korean Zerg. In the red, it's Solar.
And on the bottom right-hand side, unfortunately not able to close out the series just yet. We need one more game between them. It is Reynor.
This is what we want to see, guys. A competitive series, down to the wire. Game 5. This is the time to bring out the strat that you think has the best chance of winning. All on the line here. You want to get that spot into the finals to go up against the winner of Maru Shin. You want to make it to day 2 and get in the big money. You know, there's a lot to play for here as we go into this final game.
Yeah, and interestingly enough as well, assuming that, you know, well, just based off of what the bracket is looking like, coming in as a Zerg player,
Maganatha,
you're not
okay,
looking at the upper
interesting.
bracket and thinking that another Zerg is going to make it at this point, probably thinking they're going to play against Maru. And at this point, yeah, just throw everything out there. This is probably your last ZVZ that you're going to play in this tournament. So go balls to the wall, just let it rip. Do whatever you can in game number 5. Let's whatever they got. You like that one, huh? You like that?
Yeah, go balls to the wall, Gemini. Sure, do what you gotta do.
That's a normal phrase people
That's
say.
a normal phrase. It is, yeah, it is.
Gemini has no faith in Shin, man. No
I
faith.
love the acronym PF. I love saying
Let's
that.
not do this again, man. Nobody says that in real life. Maybe in
okay.
text, but okay.
No one says it IRL.
Yeah. Oh no, save me, someone. So we have a hatch, gas, and a pool on both sides. Both these guys mining gas right now. They'll be staying with 3 drones in the gas until they get their speed and Baneland nest. No, sorry, until they get their speed, then usually you take one out, get your 3rd base, get your Bane nest. All the standard stuff. 2 queens on the way either side.
Yeah, I really want to know if Reynor's going to continue with this aggression, because like you said, he's been really favoring that overall in this series so far from what we've
So
seen.
far, standard openers. All right, I was going to talk about this. Maganatha is a very large map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, more open bases. We could see Roach v Roach here. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Muta play is accessible, but I don't know if you want to rely on mutas too much if you're Solar.
So maybe Reynor, realizing this, just tries to take a back seat at this point and realizing that maybe he has to force it into a bit of a longer game.
Yeah, they
or
both
maybe
pull
he
out of
just has
gas.
to make some small
Ling
tweaks
Bane.
here and there. Maybe he realizes there's a slightly different window that he can possibly take advantage of and try to go for a different type of all-in or aggressive maneuver. Because, again, like we said, so far in this last game, it didn't seem like it works too well.
Yeah, that is the luxury of being on match point before your opponent. You can afford to take that kind of risk like last game, right? You send it, and if it works, okay, great. You move on. If it doesn't, you can try something more standard in the last game, or you can send it again. They might not expect it. But you do have that luxury if you go up in the series. But now it's even footing here. Just 1 game remains. Both these guys going for the 3rd base, going for the Baneland nest. Interesting to note that Reynor's taken the horizontal base, whereas Solar's taken the triangle, more forward base. that can play an effect later in the game.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I feel like overall, at least from my perspective as a Protoss player, when I see this in a PvZ, for instance, when you see the more forward base being taken, it generally signifies a little bit more aggression from the opponent. They want their hatchery a little bit closer to the other side of the map, let their production be able to go across a little bit faster. I don't know how much that plays a factor in ZVZ as much, but do you expect that maybe Solar might be trying to go for something like that, or is this maybe just like something he, for whatever reason, prefers that base compared to the other one?
Yeah, that can be a factor. You know, your roaches will make more forward, you know, closer to your opponent than if you have the other
Ooh,
base.
+1 carapace. Reynor pulling a
Some players
solar.
just prefer
Okay.
these bases, you know, the personal preference.
So very quickly here, early Eva Chamber to +1 carapace is typically indicative of a Roach Ling all-in. This is a build that Solar popularized quite some time ago. I want to say like a year, maybe 2 years ago at this point. The years they blend together. But Solar was very much so known for this all-in, and he actually was able to dominate several for a time during WTL when Basilisk would go up against Team Vitality. So Solar, he does have a history with this build. Reynor is being cheeky going for it. Again, it's an upgrade that applies to both Roaches and Lings. That is also why, if you notice, Reynor, no lair. No lair for Reynor, so he's not taking up any further. This should be a hashtag all-in with +1 carapace.
I mean, we saw him defend with it as well last game, so it doesn't even feel like...
And Solar's being greedy, going into lair tech, and if he doesn't realize what's going on soon, then Solar might be going with his pants down. Solar's going for mutas again. Oof.
And Reynor, it looks like he will be pumping up the aggression a little bit again. Lots of roaches coming into the production tab. Is he going to try to go for one more big bust in this game number 5?
The answer is yes. As we mentioned, no lair. Remember, there's no lair, there's no further tech. It is an all-in.
Normally you think, okay, I'm going roaches. Obviously, I get missile attack. That's the best upgrade.
The Observer notice.
But if your opponent...
You can see Ziggy, the Observer, he's trying to make the casters notice. That's why he panned to the bases. That there's no lair.
And there's some Lings as well. I'm curious if this upgrade would work out better than a missile one. We will see.
He's talking about the upgrade. The answer is yes. Again, this is a very well refined build when it comes to the all-in, just because it applies to both the Lings and the Roaches.
Lots of extra Lings coming in as well. He's stopped
as you're very dependent on Ling reinforcements.
Just to make sure, denying
Solar's droning. He's getting baited. Yeah, Solar's droning.
That Reynor is going for this attack. There's a lot of drones being made.
Here comes the all-in.
Chamber being made. Only 5 roaches right now in the production tab. An extra spine crawler getting thrown down. I think he sees the amount of units coming across.
I think it's too late.
Overlords on the map. Will he be able to
Solar, I think it's too late.
Reynor has no layer here. He doesn't have a good drone count. He is all in right now, trying to kill Solar before the mutas come out. He's actually making mutas, which surprises me. You know, they're going to take a while to get here, and they will only chip away at the roaches. You need units right now. And Reynor's knocking on the door. Here come the Lings. Will he go into the natural or the third? Splits off some units, but Solar already has some roaches.
Nice positioning out of Solar. Very nice.
And here come the Ravagers.
Yeah, I love the bottleneck coming in from Solar to try and deny the
Roach 1 goes down.
Possible, but they're just going to go right over
He's breaking into the natural, and Solar getting the pants were down.
So everything's just going to find its fight in this natural at this point. Massive Bios getting thrown down on the larva as well, denying those. And the army from Solar is crumbling before our eyes.
Beautiful bios on the lava, so he can't make as many units. There's so much Roachling. They cannot shoot up, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be able to take out so many workers right now. Solar frantically trying to defend, but he just doesn't have enough. Can he clear out these roaches before they deal critical damage? Already 30+ drones going down.
It's already
here.
critical,
Poor
Pappy.
Solar, he's trying to rally, but there's still so much for Reynor.
Lings, they flood in.
He's getting spores, so even if the mutas move across the map, he has that anti-air.
Very nice bios.
57 drones go down.
He's got 2 drones, 1 drone on the map. Solar
the final drone.
To get a few more mutas. It's not going to happen. Reynor will be able to take game number 5 and move on into the grand finals.
Wow, what a game from Reynor. He says, okay, you've done this build 2 times in a row. Do it again.
Yeah, GG, well played. Hyper-aggressive build here by Reynor. This is why I was very concerned about the idea of Solar going mutas again. So he was being very greedy, droning up, going into a lair, and going into Spire and muta play, which means he was vulnerable to an all-in. Unfortunately, Solar failed to scout. He failed to scout, he failed to confirm the lack of lair, he failed to confirm the early Eva chamber, failed to confirm the upgrade, failed to confirm the low drone counts. So 3 different tells. Low drones, early Eva chamber, lack of lair. Didn't see any of that. Did not confirm the lack of any of that. So Solar was droning up to 62, drone up too heavily, building up towards a longer game state while being unaware as to what was happening. Solar was blind, or was blind as to what was going on, and in the end was caught with what? with the pants down, Pappy, with the pants down. GG, well played. Again, a cheeky all-in there by Reynor, but very fitting as well. As I mentioned, this is a build that Solar was known for. This is the Solar build. Like, this is the Solar all-in with +1 carapace. Solar, he was renowned for this build a couple of years ago, especially when in his kind of like in his foray against Cyril, in his back and forth rivalry with Cyril. Again, this was back in 2023, I want to say, back in 2023. Is when Solar was looking dominant and had the best EVZ in the world and was actually clowning all over Cyril a couple of years ago. And now we see it make a comeback here. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Reynor. I believe they're getting ready with their winners interview. And I believe up next should be Maru versus Shin. I don't know if they're mid-series, but that should be the next series up next. It's going to be a ZVT, and then that'll lead into the grand finals. So 2 series remaining, a best of 5 and a best of 7.
What is up, everybody? I am here on the analysis desk with Reynor. Congratulations, man. That was an explosive and exciting ZVZ. It was so aggressive. We saw so many mutas. I had no idea who was going to take it until game number 5. How do you feel?
I love that sort of is there.
Feels amazing. Solar is always big trouble for me or for every Zerg out there. It's very hard to know what's going on. Most of the time, it's going to be an all-in or mutas. It's very hard to figure out which one it is. So I just kind of had to gamble. Lots of mind games as well.
Gamba.
It feels like Solar is one of the hardest players in the world to beat in ZVZ, maybe even the hardest to beat in ZVZ because he's so unpredictable. So my question to you is, when you're playing a best of 5 like this one, where it feels like he can do literally anything, how do you prepare from game to game?
Well, it's a lot of scouting and like little tells, also a lot of mind games. For example, I let him pick the first map because I knew he would skip the Bailing Nest. So I just gambled that he would skip the Bailing Nest because it was a very short map and he has a tendency to do that. So I just all-in him. I don't know, we played so much, so I have like a lot of things in my head about Solar. That definitely helps. I just kind of gamble out, to be honest. Like, Solar is kind of the kind of player that doesn't care, you know. He will take a gamble. He will just do whatever he wants. He doesn't care, you know. So yeah.
Alright, so obviously the new patch, CVC, is a bit more volatile. But what are your overall thoughts on the matchup? Like, do you think mutas are way stronger now in terms of like macro play? Or do you think it's like still possible to deal with them in a non-all-in manner?
For sure, I think ZVZ got even more gambling after the patch. The Spire cost going down and then Microbial Shroud being introduced is good for Mutaling Bane because then you transition into Ultras. It's even more volatile and I hate it. So yeah, not a big fan. I like my Roach versus Roach, you know, if a game is smooth, that's what I like. Unless I'm playing against Cyril.
Alright,
True.
The next question was going to be, who would you like to play in the finals? So you have either Maru or Shin, but going off your last answer, I would guess that you would say Maru.
Well, it's hard to pick Maru, eh?
Yeah.
He's not just Terran, he's the second best Terran, so... I would probably still say Shin, even though ZVZ is a bit crazy. Maru is just so good. Obviously Shin is good as well, but
for sure.
Maru's next level.
Well, congratulations again, Reynor. You're now very close to the final RSL day tomorrow. Hope you make it. Guys, want to give a big
Dark just
shout out
tweeted he's
the
looking forward to
sponsor
return to
here of the
SC2.
RSL,
Este Dark, Pappy.
Studios and Pulsar. We couldn't
check.
do it without their
I'll
support.
hop
They have
on.
made some really cool products. StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game is coming out. The Pulsar gear also is fantastic.
I'll hop on the Twitters.
I can't tell you how excited I am to have a sponsor whose gear I actually use because their mice are incredible. So big shout out to our sponsors. We're going to take a short break now. When we get back, the next series here in the RSL.
Yeah. I feel like at least in the games I cast, I haven't, wait.
5 hours ago. Hello everyone, long time no see. I'm here with the news that I only have 10 months left of my military service. 10 months will fly by after just a few sleeps. I really look forward to meeting you all again soon. See you soon. Much love to Dark, much love. Come back to us, Pappy, come back to us. 10 months away. Crazy. But yeah, for now we're going to be going to a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes with Maru vs. Shin with a fresh best of 5 second last series of the broadcast. Remember, we have this series and then the grand finals, which will be a best of 7. We'll see you then. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second last series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the semifinals of the RSL 2025 Revival StarCraft League Last Chance Qualifier co-stream. I'm of course Josai VIP, and of course, welcome to the co-stream. As a reminder, we're just going to be adding our own thoughts, our own commentary on top of the actual commentary of our casters. We have State and Gemini. We have our double Protoss for a ZBT. Let's go. It's gonna be Shin versus Maru here coming up next. That's gonna be next on the channel, and of course, welcome one and all. It is what time? It is almost 9 p.m. here in Australia. It's been a 5.5 hour cast so far. Coming up on 9 p.m. I just ordered a pizza. So just as a heads up, maybe during this series or maybe during the next series, may have to quickly dip out to answer the door to get some food, as we get into our final two series. It's a best of 5 and a best of 7, so I'm expecting this to be like 2 hours. I'm like leaning towards like an hour series, but it could last maybe up to 3 hours. A best of 7, if it goes the distance, can last a long time. So especially with Maru involved, especially with a mixed old map pool with a lot of maps that do favor turtle heavy play. So yeah, but it could be a while, Pappy. It could be a while. Let's go. What kind of pizza toppings? I got everything, Pappy. Not everything. I don't think, you know what? I don't think I've ever had a pizza with anchovies on it. It doesn't sound very appetizing to me, so that's something that I have not really dipped into. Oh. Yes, do have a pizza on the way. I will say I've never been fond of pizza with like with barbecue sauce. That's not for me. It's very sweet. It's a little bit too intense. Never been too fond of it, but I know that some people are more inclined for that
the man who has been his kryptonite
style of
his
pizza.
Entire StarCraft 2 career, but this is Maru we're talking about, Gemini, and I have to say, Maru, you always consider him one of the best players in the world, but specifically over the last season of RSL and the last couple of months of competition, he has been looking so good.
Dude, that finals against Hero, man, that was just
True.
absolutely unreal. The full set.
Echoing what they're saying, I would say that right now Maru's looking the best that he ever has all year. Like, I think that Maru's looking better than he did at DreamHack Dallas, better than he did at EWC. Like, Maru's been on fire as of late. So this is gonna be a tough series for Shin. Wishing the best. I do want to see a series. I don't want to see a 3-0. No 3-0s. Give me a game 4. Give me a game 5. Give me an ace match, Pappy. But the pressure is definitely gonna be on Shin here. As Maru's been looking very informed. He's been looking like a beast over the past month. Like 2 months. Crazy. Pizza with ramen. Oh, you're an animal. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a thing like in Japan or Korea. I don't know if you're familiar with like Korean pizza, but Korean pizza's crazy. Korean pizza's like they put like sugar on it, like sweet potato, regular potato, corn. Like they have their own style of pizza, their own tendencies, their own preferences. I've heard from a lot of the people that go to Korea for an extended period of time, they miss certain cuisine, and one of the things that they miss is usually pizza. It's like, like, yo, I miss pizza, Pappy. It just doesn't exist in Korea. It's a different sort of thing. It's very different.
Because I think he just plays with the mindset of
It's blasphemous. I would argue that Korean pizza should be called something else. I feel like it deserves to have its own name because it is so far removed from what like traditional pizza is. Just because it's not very salty. Instead of being very salty, it's very sweet. It's very sweet. They add like bulgogi sauce or red bean paste or things like that. It's a very different experience for sure.
That is your season done in the RSL 2025. It is over. You must win this series and the next series to qualify for the top 4 tomorrow. And so I don't know if we're going to see Maru be quite that extreme with his confidence, but
how does Reynor not suffer stroke while living there? Thailand's very particular when it comes to their food. It's true.
Yeah, man, I mean, it feels like his confidence is through the roof.
I'm reminded of the drama with Special with Juanito. If you remember, infamously, Special would have his pizza, but he would put like tomato sauce on it as well. And I remember the Italians, the Europeans, being very concerned when they found out. Oh no.
finals for another best of 5 versus
Oh, no.
Maru. And what I will say
Big
was
Gabe
over
could
the
never,
3-0
could never.
victory over Cure, it was a hard-fought victory. It was tough to dispatch Cure from game 1 and game 2. And if there's any turn in the world that is hard to knock out of any map, it's gonna be Maru.
Oh, we're jumping in
Will
there.
he be
We have
able
a
to
series.
survive? Will Shen finally be able to surpass his kryptonite? Oh man, I cannot wait to get into this one, Gemini. It's gonna be one for the record books here in the RSL as game 1 is loaded in.
All right, and on the top right-hand side, one of the favorites to move on into day number 2, but he's got to get through Shin first and then the grand finals after that if he wants to do it. Give it up for Team Vitality's Maru.
And spawning in the bottom left, your Blue Zerg looking to take a best of 5 versus Maru for the first time. Give him your energy, he needs it. It is Shin.
And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 5 semifinals match.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, it's a proxy.
Shit, he's crazy.
Main base of Maru,
He's
and that
crazy.
is a worker-only path that Shin sent his drone through.
He's
There
going for
is
the
no
proxy
way Maru's
hatch.
expecting
That's
this.
why we
That
love
is-
Shin,
I love
Pappy.
it.
Let's go.
I just said, what's he got in the back pocket? He's got to bring something new. Celestial Enclave. As
He's
the
whipping
first
it
map,
out,
like you
Pappy. He's
said,
whipping
got
it
that
out.
Worker-only path in the right-hand side.
He's crazy.
This is something new to the ladder pool. We have never had worker-only paths before this map pool, and so will Maru be expecting something like this? This is not something that's going to be on his little checklist of the early game. He's not going to be looking for
moves
something
down.
like this, but
He
still
scouts.
goes down anyways because the
He
natural
scouts.
scouting path
Bunkers
of
on the way.
SCV to send it across goes through the mineral only, or the worker only. So
Yeah.
by coincidence, he just sees this proxy hatch, so now Shin is going to have to adapt.
For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to spawn it because I think he actually sent the SCV down from the natural ramp to take
Oh,
the
wow,
greedier
wow.
front CC on the low ground. But as you said, if you just right-click your opponent's base to try and get a scout off, your worker is going to naturally tend to go down that path here in the in base. So the bunker is done. Reaper is finished. Shin, he's training 4 Zerglings right now, starting the Queen. How committed is he going to
So,
be into
this is doing some inadvertent damage. Maru is delaying his CC, getting a factory, getting his bunker, getting his defense up and running. We'll see how hard Shin commits to this. As Shin is expanding, we'll see if Shin actually ends up droning or if he... I mean, he's banking Lings. He's banking Lings. He's still mining gas as well. True.
Did the vision range see the SCV? That's my question.
The fact that we're still mining gas, are we going for a Bane bust?
spotting no hatchery.
No, I'm
so
Shin.
He's droning.
Does he know that it was scouted by Maru?
Oh, he's going into the main base right now, so the secrecy, it is up. These 3-4 links going to try and find some economic damage right now. Reaper, of course, is cross-map, so one of these SCVs might be going down. Oh my goodness, that SCV barely getting taken out there at the final.
Yeah, so the real question is this worth it? Because Shin is droning. Shin is transitioning. Like, even mining from the even mining from the bugger base. But Shin is already droning up. He's already like abandoning the idea of going for an all-in. But he is containing Maru on one base.
Like, is he just gonna let it sit here? Because he's got his he's got his normal natural also now on the other side. He's got a couple drones moving it, but he's still making some extra lings as well. He's
8
got
lings
10
on the
in
way.
production overall.
10? Never mind, Jesus.
Other proxy base, so still wanting to do something with this hatchery.
It's a lot of
wanting to keep
lings.
this drone alive to be able to continue mining. Will be able to deny the Reaper from killing that off. But with the bunker on the high ground, it feels like it's going to be very difficult for Shin to really push the issue with this proxy hatch.
But does he really need to push the issue with a hatch? Because Maru, he delayed the command center so much. It's only just now about halfway done.
Well, the problem is that he made all these lings, so he has to do something. BC!
That's
Jesus.
Fusion Core.
That is insane.
Oh, Lings trying to get this around. Marines barely able to get in, but the Cyclone, oh man,
He gets a
it
full
is
scout.
slippery. It's able
Kind
to
of.
get past those Zerglings. And I don't know if Shin actually spotted the Fusion Core. The
He
Lings now finally
scouts.
do it.
He sees.
Maru, he's following up this very bizarre early game with a battle cruiser.
Yeah, he sees the proxy hatch. He's like, I can do you one better. I'll do one base BC. I can do that. We're doing weird builds. Throw this one out here. So, I mean, scouted here from Shin. What is the play here from Maru now that he's been scouted? Is he? I guess he's just going to go for it. I mean, he's not canceling the Fusion Core at this point. So he's probably just going to let it finish to see what he can do and just assuming that his read on the game is correct and that whatever he does with it will still find damage, because Obviously, you're not going to have an insane amount of spores or anything coming in from Shin. He's going to be low on drones, so he doesn't want to waste all of his drones on spores when he doesn't need to, but he's going to have to do that. He's not going to have many queens out either. One of his hatcheries is even morphing into a lair, so he's not even going to have queen production from both hatcheries. So maybe this VC will have some devastating damage.
Oh, especially if you pair it up with a medevac full of Marines. 4 queens right now seems to be the total here for Shin defensively back at home as Maru's getting ready to take his natural expansion. Medevac does
It's going to be 5 queens and 2 spores. I think that should be enough. Like, Shin should be okay against the first BC.
You have to wonder if he's going to be able to deal with it. I think that he scouted it early enough that he should be fine. You know, you can make some decisions like, all right, I'm going to kind of slow down the creep tumor spread. I'm going to
Nice counterattack. Very nice.
For instance, to try and make the defense a little bit easier.
Lings, they collapse in. They collapse on top of the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. The SCVs. Oh my god.
Also realizing the situation, it says, well, maybe I can go.
Gets into the main.
And maybe even get some into the main base.
The larva.
22.
Jesus.
Make it 24. SCVs get killed off from a random Ling counterattack.
The VC teleports in. Queens are ready. Spores ready as well. Wow.
Into a bunch of queens. Not able to
GG.
takes the game.
Oh man, and there is a big smile on Shin's face in that game number 1. And talk about a momentum builder here versus Maru.
Shin
has never won a best of 3 series or longer versus Maru in their entire StarCraft 2 careers. That's a decade plus of StarCraft 2. And so for Shin, he's just been chasing this whale forever. Let me finally take down Maru. He hasn't been able to do it. And now he's taking game
the whale that is Maru.
And he
True.
did it in honestly spectacular fashion. I mean, I have never seen a proxy hatchery on Celestial Enclave like that in ZBT.
GG, well played. Again, a cheeky move here by Shin, able to force a reaction, able to scout the follow-up. That's the most important part. He was aware of the BC follow-up. He was able to deflect the drop play in the center of the map, and then get across with those Lings, get a full surround of the Cyclone, cripple the economy, and shut down the BC. So again, Shin forcing Maru to play his game, to get down, to get dirty, to just get, very chaotic with Maru. And so far, so good. But can he keep up the tempo? Let's go.
Definitely a potential here, but on the bottom right-hand side, going for a very risky response after getting proxy hatched. Put your hands together. It is Maru.
The claps.
And spawning in the top left, he won game 1. Can he keep the ball rolling here in game number 2? Your Blue Zerg, it is Shin.
I appreciate it. So I heard the one guy. There was one guy in the background for Shin.
I have no idea, and I love that I have no idea, Gemini.
Oh, it's like that Hero Maru series as well, where it's like
there was the one guy in the back. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Bring hype to the crowd, Pappy. The crowd is dead.
The plan at this point, we really can't even know.
Get him hype.
Even make a prediction. I feel like anything is on the table if you're going to go for a proxy hatch and a one base BC response in the first game of the series. So I am sitting tight, ready to see what both players have got cooked up here.
Yeah, it's a really fun opening there from Shin. And Botanical, it feels like one of these maps that is very hard to get too much done in the early game just because of the natural architecture of the map.
Yeah, I would agree.
We've seen this before in TV.
Very defensive.
Terran can take 4 or 5 bases and just effectively control their corner, their little tiny quadrant. And
what Sage is alluding to is what was discussed previously by Artosis and by sort of during the previous Shin versus Cure series, where Cure was able to turtle up on 5 bases and Shin couldn't break him necessarily, but was able to trade well enough to just keep him contained and keep his bank low. And we could get there again, because Maru is known for being very turtle heavy. Like, he's the best at it. He's the best in the world at just turtling up and being hyper defensive and hyper efficient. At least historically.
I will say a little bit lower in level, at least in the late game, relative to Maru.
Yeah, I mean, you think of late game TVZ, you think of Maru. Like, he is one of the first guys, I feel like, when back in the, maybe 2018 or something, when it was that massive...
So now it's, Gemini is going through that, like,
meta going on in the late game,
that dialogue tree.
We're just throwing nukes left and right. He was just the king of that. So good with mass tank liberator defenses all over the place. Planetaries getting set up everywhere. He knows how to navigate those situations. Gonna go for a 3cc build. Unfortunately, losing the Reaper.
That should not have happened.
Not a mistake. You normally see out of a player like Maru, perhaps.
And that is a 3rd CC before Factory, by the way. 3CC, 3 racks.
Game 1 and Game 2 here for Maru. Third command center is coming in. Seems like Maru questioning a little bit.
Oh, sorry,
whether he wants
3CC,
to
2
go
on 1.
for the faster
Or
advantage
3
behind
racks.
This, or perhaps go for double engineering bay, or as we saw in an earlier RSL season, a potential 4th CC. I think it's probably not going to be that 4th command center again, especially after dropping game number 1 here versus.
Yep, there it is. 3CC, 3 racks. Hyper greed at Maru.
It's rare to see a Reaper fall like that in the early game. Usually you don't even commentate the Reaper harassment in the early game because maybe you'll lose 1 Ling total as a
So what does this mean? So because the factory is so late, because the starport is so late, as you can see, because it's a 3rd CC into a 2nd and 3rd racks, because that any kind of drop play, any kind of harassment is heavily delayed. So on the one hand, Maru's cutting corners and being greedy, that is true, but if Shin realizes what's going on, Shin can also be hyper greedy. And Shin is going for an insanely fast lair. That is what, a 320-ish, 330 lair timing. Oh my god. Shin is going to base Muta, and Shin should be allowed to because Maru has nothing to threaten him.
An extra gas coming in too, that is at the natural, so we'll be going for some gas heavy play here.
Yeah, Muta play.
Very fast 3 gas coming in right now.
Yeah, Muta's Spire.
The game plan is going to be here with this lair. There's 1 more queen in production. Maru is going for 3CC, so he's a little bit vulnerable on his side of the map.
Technically, this could be that fast Hydra build that we saw previously in the previous series. True. Should be Muta's, but technically it could be a Hydra den.
Nest already. I feel like this
there it is,
isn't
Spire.
much of a defensive play. It feels more aggressive to me, just the pace with which we're taking up into the Banelings, into the Spire, but we'll have to wait and see exactly where Shin is going to go with this.
Yeah, I love the switch up. I love that we're going into some Ling Bane Muta. That has definitely been some.
Now remember, this is a 335 layer timing, so this is getting into mutas as quickly as possible. So insane fast mutas, then into droning. Because the mutas are going to be so fast, they should be able to gain map control. Because Maru has such a late starport, he should not be able to move out.
A little bit differently into this matchup because everything that he's tried in the past against Maru has not worked. And so,
but because of 3 racks, we have a big heavy bio army, right? And that's stim timing. Stim, and when he eventually gets his medevacs, he's going to have a lot of Marines to be active on the map. The Overlord does scout. The Overseer does confirm.
Maru's side is because he's gone a bit greedy himself.
Yeah, and I think seeing the timing of the add-ons and also this engineering base
So
is going
I
to give
feel like Maru's timing is going to be stronger. I'm referring to his upgrade timing. Like once 1-1 kicks in and once he gets his medevacs, when Maru pushes, I don't know if Shin can stop him.
6-7 Muta is going to get started here for the Zerg player. I don't think we have enough Lings on the ground to really contest the 3rd CC planted yet, but Ling production has started, Gemini.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for quite a lot here. He might be trying to deny this 3rd base in the middle of the map.
Is Maru going for a beyond push? 10 seconds away from the upgrades.
One is going to be timed up with this. I'm not quite sure if Stim finished before or not, but considering
this is going to be a one-way trip. Remember, Maru, he has no medevacs. And here comes a dive.
Trying to get some creep cleared.
Comes in for the surround.
But he's getting surrounded by
very nice stutter stepping. Jesus.
To deny that, and now Shin not able to fully capitalize on the movement from Maru. Maybe in a bit
Shin's
of
in danger.
Pickle here to be able to deal with this for now, but obviously
he doesn't have enough. Yeah, this might just be game. This might just be game. Mass Marine walks across the map. I assume that Maru wouldn't push without his medevacs, but he does move pre-medevac. He moves pre-medevac, trades well against the Lings.
These are 1-1 Marines, so they do a lot of damage. Eventually they do get cleaned up, but honestly, not that cost inefficient a trade. 4 mutas and 50 Lings for those 20+ Marines. That's quite good there for Maru.
Hyper efficiency out of Maru.
To play defense.
Oh,
I think he does, honestly.
Yeah, he had 4 turrets on
the contamination
while that was happening, realizing that it is a Lingbane Muta opener coming here from Shin. Looks like Shin is going to continue on with the aggression, though. He's going to try to go for it, as he's got still another reinforcement wave of Lings coming in.
I don't know if Shin has enough on the ground to do this. I'll be honest.
Looks like centrifugal hooks also finishing up. Combat shield finishing just in the nick of time, but will
like Shin's hyper committed here. He's going for it.
Because he's not actually in position.
I'm not sure Maru's expecting this. Shin right now is on a very low draw count of 53. He's charging in a natural expansion. There are speed
Has reinforcements.
between the natural and the 3rd. They're going to be going
Banelings, where are we going?
They were going to go for the 3rd base. Now instead they're going to go into the wall in here in the natural. 8 SCVs
clutch wall.
falling as Links around. More
no, some connections, okay.
Some big connections outside the 3rd base.
14 SCVs.
Do fall, but that's a lot of damage
15.
to Maru.
Yeah, 15 SCVs getting killed off, and it's not stopping there. Shin's got more coming in on the reinforcement. He's going full throttle with this attack for now. Maru with nice reactions overall, though.
Yeah, this is clutch. This is
He was able
close.
to lift the depot at the natural to make it so that the Banelings were forced to detonate on those supply depots, not able to walk right in and get more damage done. So very nicely done from Maru, because that could have been game ending.
Yeah, when the dust settles, I think you actually have to take Maru's position here as having the advantage, because Shin has sacrificed a lot to try and make this aggressive.
Like, Shin was hyper committed there. He had to do crippling damage. He failed to do so. Maru has the better economy because he's only down by, what, 6 SCVs, but he has mules. On top of that, he has 2-2 on the way. He has a massive upgrade lead.
1-1 is only about 25% done here for Shin, but for Maru, he's about to be up to 2-2.
Against 0-0.
That 2-2 upgrade really kicks in fast when you're going for these fast double eBay plays, and you're not really maybe expecting it. Trying to jump his Shin on this Marine army off of creep a little bit. Will
Nice
allow Maru
splits.
to split back. Some of the units, but unfortunately gets hit by those last few Banelings, but that's really what all that Shin's got right now on the front lines. Maru getting enough, keeping enough alive to be able to try and continue this push. Got many mines in the mix as well to make it even more difficult for Shin as he's tried to drone up behind his initial attack, but now he's got
the
two
middle
Marines
line.
coming in the fourth base. Really
For Maru, he's going to retreat back to the same
Mainstream, please.
minefield. Shin trying to defuse them one at a time, but Maru a little bit too quick. Was able to unburrow one of them. The other got a good connection there on the mutas. They're going to have to wait and heal up. And Maru right now, he is just parade pushing across the map. He's even stimming the Marines as they finish on the barracks.
Oh my god, the retargeting.
And another huge Widowmine connection connects with those Banelings.
GG
is called. Wow.
That's what we want to see out of Maru, man. That's the type of macro game that Maru has to bring to
GG,
the
well
table.
played. Hyper aggression out of Maru. We saw a lot of greed out of him, and as we mentioned, Shin, he did go into muta play, but he was not left alone. If Maru was going to wait for the medevacs, then Shin would have the time to recover, to gain map control, to be active, and to get into his own game state, but Maru pushed pre-medevacs. It was a risky move out, but he pushed with 1-1, and we saw some immaculate stutter stepping out of Maru. I would argue that Shin was too eager to engage. If you remember, Shin, he actually engaged with Maru as Maru was touching creep, and we saw that the stutter-stepping Maru was too good, and Shin bled out so many lings before the main fight occurred. So that really set the stage and set the momentum in favor of Maru. With that, he snowballed out of control. He pushed in towards that, towards the third base, and with that, dealt crippling damage. Shin, his counterattack was nice, but as we mentioned, he had to end the game with that. He had to cripple Maru, and he failed to do so. Killed, like, what was it, 16 SCVs? Not good enough. Not good enough. And now we're getting to game number 3. Let's go.
So good at threading the needle, where he plays so greedily and so riskily, but you try to punish him, and he has some of the best crisis management you can possibly imagine. As our observer highlighting a little bit of a SCV misclick right there at the beginning, but Maru's going to be fine.
He just like me for real.
All right, folks. Spawning in the top right here, a Mothership LE. He just tied up this series to 1-1. It is your Red Terran player, Maru.
And on the bottom left-hand side, not able to make it work with the Lingbane Muta in game number 2. Will he be able to find something on Mothership? It is Shin.
Gas pool opening here for Shin.
Oh.
Might be getting pretty aggressive here on Mothership. Mothership is
Hello,
the only
Shin.
map that we have in the pool with 3 spawns.
Now, with an early gas timing, we can go into fast link speed, or we could be frisky and go for a fast roach run. Shell Sojiot, este Shin.
More difficulty in getting scouting information. You start to see some very tricky plays come out. I'm not sure if that's where Shin is going to be going with this, with the gas pool opening, but that certainly is possible.
He's going to get the proper Overlord Scout going in the right direction as well. So that's very, that's very nice for him coming on in. Maru neglecting a Scout so far, but will be just going for that low ground CC, it looks like, as the SCV will be coming down. To
6 lings on the way.
On that low ground. So that's totally standard here coming
We're about to have 100
Maru.
gas.
We'll see where that Reaper decides to make its way to first.
There it is, 100 gas, 100 minerals, link speed is on the way, and the most important part here, are we staying in gas? We need to pan the main. We need to pan to the main base. Are we staying in gas? If so, we're going into Banelings. And you can see there is a bit of gas income. Yeah, there's a little bit of gas income there, but I think it's only maybe like 2 drones or 1 drone in gas.
Ignore what I just said. He's going to go the right way anyway, though. I was right, though.
You were right. You were right. And look at this. Shin actually was able to juke the Reaper a little bit with these 6 links.
Yeah, he's been making other links. He's just committing to link flood. Let's go.
To get a little bit closer to his side of the map, as he's now getting the scouting confirmation with the overlord.
And it looks like he only has 1 mining gas.
1 Marine on the ramp. Those 6 links, their entire job is to try and delay that CC. And
Goes into the main base, confirms, yep, and they want gas. Oh, he gets a Marine! Oh my god.
And now the depot is under siege.
Yeah, this is best case scenario right now for Shin, I feel like. Getting the CC on the low ground and the Marine.
Ooh, forcing a cancel. Oh my god.
Making an extra CC as well. But look at that on the production tab. A
2
Bailing
more.
Nest coming in for Shin after realizing the damage.
Yep, now we saw, remember, we were pointing out, was he mining more gas? He was mining more gas. He was going for the Bailing Nest follow-up. He's going for the bust.
From the beginning.
Shin's all in.
Ling Speed also in production right now. He might be trying to bait
Shin's all in.
chasing him a little bit as Ling Speed just now finishes up. Could you imagine if the Reaper also got surrounded in this position here?
He was really low on HP earlier. I thought it might.
Oh man, how often do you see players commit to bailing busts like this though on 2 bases? It basically feels like never anymore in StarCraft.
Yeah, it's a total
2,
Wings of Liberty style, man.
And this is a full commitment. We have 2 more engineering bases
Yeah,
and 2 command
we're all
centers
in,
here for
Pat.
Maru. He might be misreading the situation because typically a Zerg
And
player
remember, Maru has no factory. He has no factory. He's double expanding. 2 CC in the main base, double eBay in the main base. Maru's being hyper greedy, and without Hellion support, he should die. Like Maru, he should not be able to defend.
Dude,
It would be insane if Maru survives this. Like, it shouldn't happen.
when these come on in. Depot is getting raised, so at least the Banelings will be used on them, but both of them getting killed off by the splash damage. There's almost
Oh, he surrounds the
nothing in main
Marines.
base
He gets
right now.
2.
Forced to pull the SCVs is Maru to try
Doesn't
and
get the
keep these
Reaper.
Marines alive.
Micro going to be essential right now here for Maru. That Baneling going to try and find
Oof.
connections. Able to connect with 5 SCVs.
Yeah, it takes down 2 more Marines. 1 Marine left. 0.
Too greedy. Shin pulls the rabbit
A little
out
bit.
of the hat in game number 3. And he brings us to
GG.
match point.
That is just the most unexpected way to follow that up, I feel like, if you're in Maru's position. Who goes for a Baneling bust follow-up against the big 2025 state? We're in a big 2025.
Shin does. But GG well played. Again, they said Maru was a little bit too greedy. Maru was insanely greedy. Remember, what did Maru do? Maru, he canceled the CC, and Maru, he went 3 CC, 3 racks, double eBay. He went for the same build, technically, as last game. Hyper greed, going for 2 more CCs, going for 2 eBays, and going for 2 more raxes, which means no factory, no Hellions, no bunker, no rescouts, no nothing. So Maru was playing blind and being hyper greedy. I would say that Shin almost like blind countered Maru, expecting Maru to cut corners. And he's known for being greedy. Maru, that is. He's known for cutting corners, and Shin punishes well. Shin takes the lead in the series. Let's go.
I'm going to just use that to my advantage, and it's worked out great for him. Can he continue this momentum and finally find a match win against Maru in the RSL semifinals?
Oh, man, we're so close now. It is map number 4, and spawning in the bottom right, he has to win 2 maps in a row to meet Reynor in the grand final.
Also, the pizza's on the way.
Player, it is Maru.
Oh, no.
And on the top left-hand side, riding some nice momentum coming into this first match point. Will he be able to close it here, or are we going to need a game number 5? It's the Zerg player, Shin.
A lot of fan support.
I heard it in the chat.
Right
Oh, sorry, I heard it in the background.
You can't blame him. I mean, he is playing such a great game of StarCraft. He's playing so aggressively. You think about map number 1, the victory. Map number 3, the
I'll switch
victory.
over.
We had 2 very unorthodox
I was
builds coming in.
a little bit distracted.
Proxy hatchery in the
I've got my eyes on the card that's coming. Hold on, I gotta put on some pants.
A ton of Lings coming into the main base. The natural expansion defends the battle cruiser. Rush coming in
Gotta
from
put the
Maru.
pants
and then
on.
in game 3, a Baneling bust, which we basically never see. It makes you wonder what the game plan is going to be here for Shin, because so far these very unorthodox aggressive
Ooh,
plays
gasless
have been
opener
working so well
on Winter
for
Madness.
Maru.
That's
on the
bold.
flip side, if you're Maru in this position, how do you approach
So
Shin?
we do see a hatch pool. No, sorry, pool first. It's pool hatch gas out of Shin. Late gas typically means late link speed. I mean, obviously it means late link speed, but it means that we might even be just delaying link speed and going for some earlier tech. We'll see.
Barely surviving potential rushes, but maximizing the economy he gets behind of it as a result. And it's hard to play that game when you know that your opponent's probably going to be coming in with something very aggressive.
Yeah, and it's going to continue on here as well. We've got an early pull coming in from Shin, continuing to just lean into this. He knows that he's got this win condition for him. He's not been able to get the successful games in the late game whenever they do play against each other in previous matches. He's going full on into this early game aggressive style, coming in with another early pull. He's got nothing too aggressive from it just yet. Maru realizing the timing of the hatch, doesn't need to go much further to realize that it is a slightly later hatch timing from Shin.
He's aware.
So knows that it is pull first, but Shin might be just doing this as a bit of a mind game because he's not really going that much behind it.
Yeah, and Maru is respecting the threat of a potential all-in again here in game number 4 because this isn't the typical greedy Maru that we've been seeing. He's going very quickly into the factory. Okay, there's the third command center. There's our Maru.
For the first time this series, we do have a factory after the racks.
Safe way. He's getting the factory out. He's getting the reactor out. He's going to build a lot of Hellions and try and get some map control early on. And you can even see the way that he is scouting. He spots the hatchery, and then what does he do? He just patrols the SCV just out of vision. He's like, I'm going to wait and confirm exactly how many flings you're making because I don't want to get caught off guard again here in game number 4.
Yeah, no. I feel like Maru, he's really just kind of just sinking in himself. He's like, oh god, I cannot lose to something random that I've not scouted. I need to just have the most basic, solid defense possible, going for the most stock standard Hellion opener, most likely into Banshees afterwards as well. We've seen this time and time again over the years, going to be trying to play it as safe as possible. Going for the stim as well, coming in on the tech lab. So actually maybe not going in for those Banshees too quickly as he's got a second barracks as well. So still trying to keep it as open as possible.
So I believe this is 3 CC 2 on 1.
On the map to try and get as much scouting information.
Yeah.
Potentially
So 3 CC 2 on 1 here at Maru, going for an earlier sim timing, going for more buy-heavy aggression.
Reaper actually getting sniped again there. Right outside the natural expansion here. Shin has been so on point with the focus fire on these queens, and just the positioning and micro has been
my god,
excellent. And we have a Nidus Worm.
Dude, he doesn't stop.
Shin is addicted to the rush.
He needs it in his veins, bro. This is insane.
All right, so Maru is going for 3 CC, but he's doing it in a relatively safe way. He's adding an additional barracks. He's playing the macro game in a way that should be safe, but it's only safe if he sees this coming. And looking at the mini-map right now and looking at the vision of Maru, there is an entire top right side of his main base with no vision. The Overseer is
he's going for the all-in. He's going for the Nidus.
Done. The Worm is going to get started there in the main base. If Maru doesn't spot this, it is going to be so difficult to defend.
Okay, we are just going to wait here. The Nidus Worm getting played. Will this get vision?
It's out of vision.
He's getting in.
22 more links in production.
He doesn't see.
Also going to the third. I'm not sure if that's going to get vision. It's going to be so close. It's so
he'll
close.
see. He'll see.
Okay, he spots it, but it's done. It's already done.
It's too late. He's in.
Flooding into the natural expansion, trying to get this around on the Hellions. They're able to make
has to be covered with the Lings. Doesn't want to overextend.
A lot of Marines. The SCVs can be used to body block.
He needs that queen support.
Banelings mixed into this. It's just Slings, so Shin has to get good surface area.
Yeah, these queens are going to have to do a good job of keeping on creep to make sure they
they're getting on top of the factory.
Transfuse themselves and keep the sustain going.
Queen goes down. Oh, massive pickoff. Maru holds.
And Maru is defending the first wave. Will kill off the Nidus.
Yeah, Maru, he holds. Shin is droning. The all-in has failed.
Man, Shin needed to get something like a surround on the Hellions at the natural expansion, or maybe just catch Maru a little bit more off guard, but he just wasn't able to get it going there. Whenever you do this kind of Nidus network attack, without Banelings added in, the body blocking of the SCVs is just absolutely crucial.
I think a part of this as well is, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Shin went for this build without knowing it was a 3 CC 2 on 1, so there were extra Marines here than normal, right? The Marine count was higher than normal. More buyer, more stim. And Maru's just nobody got control from here. Doesn't lose the tank. He's moving out, back at home. What is it to defend? There's nothing left for Shin. He has no follow-up. He has no upgrades, no Eva Chamber. Bailey Nest still on the way.
A Baneling Nest as well, but Maru's already on creep, denying even more queens. He doesn't look like Shin even has too much here to defend. We'll just lift those up for now. Maru doesn't want to overextend. He knows the lead he has, as defending that Nidus Worm gives him so much leverage on the map.
And it just feels like an impossible situation right now for Shin. So much was invested in that early attack. And then right now, what Shin needs is drones. He needs to rebuild his economy. He needs to get upgrades online, but all those things cost money, and they also cost time. And time is one resource that Shin does not have right now because Maru has just been relentless with his pressure. Finally now Shin, he's able to commit enough resources into Army to at least push back this double medevac drop, but it's 40 drones to 60 SCVs still. And at this point, Shin, I don't even know if he has the 1 or 2 minutes that he needs to build more drones. He still doesn't feel safe. He's still making more lings.
Yeah, and you can see as well the dire need to get upgrades going here from Shin. He's going for his double Evo chamber, but just like that other game that we saw Maru having 2-2 done before Shin had any upgrades finished, this is going to be an uphill struggle in that regard as well. There's absolutely nothing going for him on the production tab right now. Maru even just stepping forward, killing off a couple banelings here and there, knowing how confident he is in this position, getting the later stages as well, not neglecting that later game transition, making sure he can continue his upgrades, because if he can just get 2-2, max out a little bit, get with those extra barracks coming in, I think he's going to be feeling extremely confident to get this into a game 5.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at the income right now. It's 40 drones to 70 plus SCVs. Maru already has the 4th command center nearly done. He's adding in an additional 3 barracks. He's starting his 2-2 upgrades. 1-1, I think, got started there for Shin and then got canceled, if I'm not mistaken, because he knows he needs every resource he's got to defend right now. Baneling's charging in. Hellbat's getting some really good connections, but Maru can just lift up. He can go anywhere he wants.
Honestly, that flank of Banelings, oh my god, massive connection as well. I didn't expect that to get so much. But that flank of Banelings coming in from Shin, I think Maru didn't expect it, didn't see it coming. Actually able to get some decent connections and force him away, but you can see how much Shin is really struggling, how much he's grasping at straws to take any little advantage he can, because even after that engagement, you can still see on the income advantage, Maru is just massively ahead. On the army size, Maru's massively ahead. The worker count, massively ahead. Shin is not even on 100 supply at this point. Going into the 9th minute of this game, Shin needs every little advantage that he can find.
Yeah, these small skirmishes, they might look like they are breaking Shin's way, but it's because he's investing absolutely everything that he's got in making that happen. Whereas Maru, while he is levying this pressure on Shin's side of the map, he's also getting bigger, better, stronger back at home. Baneling's trying to find connections again. Hot pick up there by Maru, and also some good Widowmine shots. Able to clamp a lot of these Ling Banelings, and the worker lead just continues to feel insurmountable as Widowmines now drop into the natural expansion. That medevac going to get picked off there in the main base. But the economic damage, even if these don't pick up that many drones, Shin can't afford the lost mining time right now. He needs every ounce of work out of these drones to have a chance of getting back into this game. He's almost doubled in supply.
Dude, if you're getting doubled in supply and your opponent's supply is maxed, that is just the worst thing you can expect. The worst thing you can go into. We got the triple drop coming into the main base as well. Shin is trying to scurry to be able to defend, but there's 2 more in the natural as well. Does Shin even have enough units to be able to
back.
split
Oh,
to
Shin's
have
still
any
in this
sort of threat against
copium.
Luckily, actually, we'll be able to have the Queens and Spores deal with one of the medevacs, but these Marines in the main base not dealt with. The lair is under threat.
Yeah, the lair is going to be going down in just a moment. Maru sticks it out. He takes that down.
GG.
And GG is called. And we are going to a decider match. A game number 5 to decide who is going home.
We're going to the ace match, going all the way to game 5. Again, a very intense back and forth here. A cheeky move out of Shin. It was almost like Maru blind countered. Remember, Maru, he went for a 3cc 2-on-1. If Maru went for a regular build, a 3rd CC before Banshee, before Starport, I do believe that Shin would have had more success. But remember, because of Maru's build, he did naturally already have a higher Marine count than usual. He was able to protect his SCV's zone away and protect his Hellions and shut down the Nidus. Even though it got up and running, didn't matter. Did not matter. Had plenty of army to work with. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into the ace match, the final game between both Maru and Shin. Let's go. Let's go.
Do you really want to go for a proxy 2 or 3 barracks against a player like Shin, who has been going
Also, to apologize because I might have to
win this series already?
BRB.
I'm not sure. It's a really
Might have to
tricky
go
one
outside
call,
to get the food.
We're about to find out exactly what is going to happen as game number 5 on Magnetic North has loaded up. This final map will decide it all here between Maru and Shin. Spawn down in the bottom left. He fought back in game number 4. Will he seal the deal here in game number 5? The greatest Terran player of all time, it is Maru.
And on the top right-hand side, he's got plenty of things cooked up in the kitchen so far in this best of 5 to bring it to this game number 5. But will he actually have one thing left? Can he do it? It is Shin.
And I'm just so curious about where this game is going to go, Gemini. I honestly have no idea what to expect out of Shin. When I saw this matchup coming in the pipeline, Maru versus Shin, you know the history between these two players. Shin has never won a series versus Maru that went to a best of 3. It's never happened, and you almost write him off as a result of that, despite what a great player he is. Maru's just always had his number, but this feels like the closest he has ever been.
Yeah. And I mean, all the people are predicting it as well. Like we're talking about it as Maru kind of like a shoe-in for the finals at this point. I mean, and it feels almost disrespectful to Shin at this point with how much we've talked about it. But like you said, we just look at the history, and it's like, well, what can you say? It's like he hasn't won at all. The times that he's played recently, it hasn't looked close. Like we saw embarrassing games with that 4 CC response. It's like, how do you expect anything different? But here he is in this semifinal of the LCQ, actually bringing it to Maru, and I would say it's possible he can do it. Like I think it's
100%.
totally up in the air at this point on who's actually going to clinch this series out. I cannot make a prediction anymore.
Yeah, Shin has been looking so good over this entire series, and he's doing this against a Maru who has just been leveling up over the last couple of months. Who played, how many games was it versus Hero in Season 3?
It was like 17
It was 17
or something like
games. That. Some of the best StarCraft 2 I've ever casted in my entire life, even just watched. I mean, Maru has just been leveling up, and for Shin now to almost be taking him down here in this best of 5, it is just so exciting.
See if Maru will once again lose that Reaper. If he does, that would be the most surprising thing I've ever seen, to lose it twice in a best of 5, but we'll keep that alive for now. Nothing super crazy from both players so far, as Maru continuing with that same build that he was going for last game. A bit of a different positioning with the CC though, potentially making a bit of a mind game out of it, maybe expecting an Overlord to try and scout the main base and maybe trying to juke Shin a little bit on that scouting. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that he's just throwing it down there. But for now, it's not going to be an alteration from Maru, thinking that the last game was, it went pretty well for him. I think he's feeling pretty solid with that build so far. Whereas Shin looking pretty much the most standard we've seen out of him of the entire series, I feel like.
This has certainly been the most vanilla early game that we've had so far in this best of 5. And I like the way that you called it there with Maru throwing the 3rd command center down in the natural expansion. It's not something that you usually see. I think actually on most natural expansions, you can't really fit it down there. But yeah, maybe just Maru trying to hide a little bit of scouting information here versus
oh my god, fast layer again. Sorry, it just came back. Giga fast layer, that's like what, 335-ish layer timing. It looks like 2 base muta. 2 base muta out of Shin.
Bane that we saw in Botanical early. It's a fast layer with a 3rd hatchery now coming in, and 2 additional gas geysers getting taken. If we have the 3rd gas come in, or I should say the 4th gas come in here for Shin, once that layer is completed, I feel like it's basically just going to be a run back of the Mutiling Bane that we saw earlier, and it seemed like that style had the opportunity.
Technically, this could also be fast Hydras again, but we're leaning more towards Spire play. But we'll see. We'll see.
The Mutiling Bane that we saw earlier on in the series.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see where he goes with this, of course, because obviously that game did not work. It pretty much fell flat on its face, I would say.
So, what is this map? This is Magnetic North. Magnetic North is, I would say, a bit of a more aggressive map in the map pool. I think it's bold to go mutas here. It's crazy. Ah, Hydras. We're not going muta.
From Shin. So yet again, game number 5, 5 different flavors coming out from Shin. Will this actually find the mark? Because we haven't seen it in a fast.
I do like this more compared to
coming out of from Maru as well. Are we going to be seeing a Hellbat push?
We are.
Bases, or is this going to be something different?
Hellbats
with Marines and Stim versus Hydralisk is not an army clash that I think I've seen very recently.
That's not a sentence you say very often in this day and age.
Is this a build order win for Maru? As they're mentioning, Maru is going for a Hellbat push with Stim. Meanwhile, Shin is going Ling Hydra. Oh no.
I really don't know what's going to be on the cards here. I mean, I feel like we don't see Hellbat pushes very often. I mean, we've kind of made a joke of them in the past overall as the push that never really works.
Nah, it works.
I feel like it might here.
I think the only people that say that it doesn't work is Tastosis. If they try to push that narrative.
And Hydralisks, they're kind of glass cannons right now. All right, Hellbats are transforming in. I think Stim is done. Yeah, Stim is finished, so Stim forward.
Okay, we're cutting back with the Hydras.
They do a lot of DPS.
Gets one of the Hellbats.
Right now versus those Marines.
Gets 2. 3 Hellbats left. Oh my god.
Hydras, only 3 remain as he stims forward.
Nah, there's just too many Marines. Too many Marines. Not enough Hydras. Maru's done it. Or has
falling
he?
in the natural expansion.
Yeah, he's going to be able to clean this up for now.
Oh
He's
my God.
using a lot of drones to be able to do this. Kills all the Marines, kills all the Hellbats and Medivacs, but 8 drones getting killed off on the back end. Lots of Hydras and Lings getting killed as well. 8 of them, 30 Lings as well, is a massive price to pay, I feel like, because you really need to ramp that up as Shin to be able to continue this attack. But, I mean, I feel like overall, he's going to be at least happy to survive for now, as the double Mind is going to try to find its, or maybe double Hellbat? Yes, double Mind coming into the main base. Will Shin be paying attention?
Yeah, Hydras are in
Oh, he's paying attention.
Jesus. Both Widowmines able to burrow
Casito.
just in time. So, oh man, even buying
Oh, no!
no. Oh, Maru's being so annoying with the retargeting right now. This is so much extra lost mining time. Oh man, 10, 15 seconds down the drain for a fully saturated main base mineral line. You're going to see the income advantage swing massively in Maru's favor.
Yeah, that's great for him coming off of that Hellbat push as well. Just really kind of twisting the knife at this point, I feel like. Really making it so that he can't find any sort of advantage coming off of that and just building on what he was able to do from that initial attack. Killing off an Overseer is also going to supply block Shin as well, waiting for those extra Overlords to come on in. We'll have the 1-1 upgrade.
6 Overlords on the way.
Ahead of Maru the first time in this series, so that's going to be something that could potentially work for him. He's not going to be behind on the upgrades in this last game, so that's still something he can find going forward. The next question, of course, for me, though, is when is Maru going to find the next attack? Because the initial attack, of course, going for the fast Hellbats, you do, I think, have to you have to cut a little bit to be able to go for something that aggressive that early, so there's a bit of a build-up time to get into the next phase of whatever you're trying to do. So I feel like that's going to give Shin a decent amount of momentum to find some more leverage on the map and rebuild what was lost.
Yeah, especially because the follow-up to that was double engineering bay. We had the 3rd command center and now the 4th command center underway. But finally, Maru's production is...
Yeah, 1-1 upgrades are done. Maru, he's pushing. Massive move out.
Up in the past minute, and he is producing Marines a dozen at a time, Gemini. So the push right now is going to be commencing.
Rating speed is almost done. 10 more seconds.
The natural 3rd and 4th. If Maru can
5.
control this position, it disrupts the entire base architecture here from Shin. The reinforcements are going to be so hard to synchronize. Saturating these bases is going to be tough. And Maru, he can pull and push each and every way he wants.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is a great spot to be able to take leverage of. You can see Shin is really struggling to keep control of the
Shin is stuck on the low ground. Tank volley's popping up.
The bottom side as well to get
Maru, he's going for the kill. He's going for it.
Counterattack because honestly, he needs those units into the fight right now because he's losing everything at the front of the natural. Only a couple Lings come streaming in to be able to defend against this, but the Hydra is getting shelled as well. The Lings
it's
coming
too
in
late
a
with the
little bit
surround.
late, not able to actually kill off any of those tanks, and Shin's army supply is starting to dwindle.
Oh man, reinforcing Hydra's now coming in, but there's
It's been dwindling, Pappy, the entire time.
On top of this army of Maru, he's standing so strong.
Again, the Hellbat push did trade well enough.
Marines are pushing everything back there at the natural ramp. More drones falling out with the 3rd
It's set up for this.
Under siege. Shin just trying to get a handle on the situation. Finally, the Hydralists were able to stutter step forward and take down one of those siege tanks. But just look at the 2 siege tanks at the top of this ramp. It is a suffocating position that Maru has right now. You can just see him slowly iron clamping down on Shin's natural in 3rd base, and I'm not sure what Shin can do to survive.
Yeah, I love this from Maru. Identifying that it was a Hydra build this game, not going for the Widow Mines like he was earlier in the series, getting out those tanks to make this siege a possibility, and he will not lose a match against Shin today. That record stands.
Maru is going to be meeting Reynor in
GG, well played. Congratulations here to Maru as it does claim the series. Again, a very intense back and forth here. When it came to the builds, it almost felt like Maru went for a hard counter. Maru, he built up towards an early stim Hellbat push, whereas what did we have out of Shin? He was cutting corners and rushing into tech, rushing into Hydras. Whether it was a rush into Hydras or rush into Mutas, both are the same scenario, same situation, where he's building up tech-wise into a very fragile composition that which does hit its stride later down the line, and Shin didn't get there. As he tried to, he was cut at his knees, and we saw that Maru snowballed from there. Did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Congratulations to Maru, but a very close, very intense, very fun, very dynamic series between Shin and Maru. GG, well played. Was amazing, was beautiful, and that will lead into the grand finals, the qualifying match. We have 1 series remaining. It is going to be a best of 7 between Maru and Reynor. Best of 7. So it is going to be a very long broadcast today. We've been live for 6.5 hours. And we're going to be going up to maybe 8 hours. I have to look after the bunnies, Pappy. I have to look after them. But hopefully everything's okay. And I believe we should be having a winners interview here. A winners interview with both Maru and with Maru, getting ready for a series versus Reynor. Let's go.
Was able to close it out in the end after one of the longest extended series we've ever had in StarCraft 2's history. But this is a Maru who just keeps leveling up and keeps getting better.
Yeah, it's really interesting too because we did see a bit of a lull in form with him overall.
Not the knees,
Pappy.
I know.
Wasn't really playing as well in those GSLs, but once EWC kicked in and once the RSL kicked in, he's really just ramped up heavily over the course of the year.
It's because of the RSL, Pappy. True.
His form overall, as he's just been so good in these series, and he's going to be going into the grand finals against Reynor in just a little bit as well, as he's making his way over to the analyst couch to get a couple words from him. I'm very curious to see what he's got to say.
Yeah,
let's go.
I've got to say also, it's just kind of insane that we talk about Maru leveling up, of all people.
Yeah.
He has been leveling up over the last couple of months. It seems like he is absolutely getting into form for that Final Four. Will he make it through the grand finals? We're going to find out in a bit. Before then, we're going to throw it to the analyst couch and hear what Maru has to say.
All right, hey guys, Artosis here on the couch, normally part of an Archon, shout out to Archon Studios, but a Templar here today. Maru, congratulations on making it to the finals. I want to know real quick, do you actually know what your record against Shin is in these best of series and tournaments?
일단 조성주 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 먼저 질문하기 앞서서 한 가지만 먼저 질문 드릴게요. 지금 신이범 선수와의 상대 전적이 지금 몇 승 몇 패인지 알고 계시나요?
그런 건 자세하게 잘 몰라가지고.
Actually, I don't know.
30-0 now.
지금 30승 0패입니다. 받은 기준으로.
I was like, it's crazy.
제가 티범 형이랑 할 때마다 운이 좀 좋았던 것 같아서 그래서 그런 것 같아요.
I think every time I face shit, I think I'm kind of lucky to grab a win, I guess. Yeah, I think that's why.
Smooth. All right. So, okay. Obviously, you are a big roadblock for Shin. He is out of the tournament now. You're going to be playing against Reynor next in the finals. How do you feel going up against Reynor here on the land?
Are we not going to talk about the series that just happened where we had like proxy hatchery, we had 2-base Muta play, we had 2-base Hydra play? Are we just was Artosis watching? Maybe he wasn't watching. True. Wasn't watching the games. Has nothing to say. God damn. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try my best. But
moving on.
That being said, Reynor is very good.
Don't worry about it.
It's not gonna be an easy one. So yeah,
Artosis, he was too busy eating pizza. Too busy. True.
One last thing for you here before I'll let you go get ready for your match.
Jesus.
You know, there's 3 Protoss players awaiting tomorrow in the finals. If you make it into that, do you think you can actually get through all those Protosses and win the tournament, or is that going to be too hard of a challenge for you?
이제 만약에 내일 결승전을 진출하게 되신다면 이제 3명의 프로토스 선수들이 기다리고 있잖아요. 그래서 내일 만약에 2일차로 가게 되셨을 때
Same game, insane series. Don't talk about it. Okay, he wasn't watching. Ah, no. He was eating pizza.
솔직히 자신은 없는데 어차피 오늘도 지옥이고 내일도 지옥인 것 같아서 그냥 열심히 하겠습니다.
Well, honestly, I don't feel confident at all. It's just like today was an absolute hell, and tomorrow's gonna be the same hell as before. So, yeah, well, just gonna have to get through it.
Terran players always enjoy StarCraft. All right. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to go ahead and I think just jump to a break real quick, and when we come back, we'll get into that finals.
As I mentioned, we're going to be going to a break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. 10 minutes, 10-minute break. I'm going to quickly get some food and try to get some energy and get ready for the final series. The final series, Maru versus Reynor, best of 7. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye.
Look at the minimap. He's setting up for a mighty big surround. A ton of units here. This junction is.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Last Chance Qualifier co-stream. It's been an intense broadcast already. 7 hours, just under 7 hours of StarCraft, and we are expecting at least maybe another two. It's going to be one best of seven remaining. The qualifying match here for tomorrow's event. Remember, this is a 2-day tournament. Day one here today, we have the last chance qualifier. Tomorrow we have the playoff brackets featuring Hero, Classic, Zaun, 3 Protoss, and 1 yet to be determined player, either a Terran or a Zerg. One of the two will be joining the plethora of Protoss. Who's it going to be? As you can see here, we have the brackets. Maru, he took down Ryung 3-0. He took down Shin 3-2. And Reynor also took down Jimmy, took down Percival, took down Solar to make it to the qualifying match. Both players have been tested, making their way into the final series, and we'll see which of these two players will be joining the plethora of Protoss. Will it be Maru? Will it be Reynor? Will it be a Terran? Will it be a Zerg? Regardless, we at least have some diversity. At least it's not pure Protoss tomorrow. Thank God. Thank God. So it won't be pure Protoss. It'll be a little bit of Terran or Zerg in the mix, but only one is the issue. Only one of the two. Will it be Zerg or Terran? We're here to find out. Here. Coming into the series, I do lean towards Maru. Maru's been looking very strong as of late, has been looking very powerful, very good. There's a reason why Shin had to resort to some shenanigans in his series against Maru, and hey, he almost brought him down. He had a crazy back and forth and almost brought down Maru. But I'm sure Reynor will have a very different approach here for the series. And again, as a reminder, it's going to be best of 7, not a best of 5, so a longer series, longer matchup. Expect like an hour and a half long series. I'm ready for it. Let's go. There's a chance we might get some shorter games, but because of the map pool, I do expect to see some longer games here, to be honest. There are certain maps in this tournament map pool which do favor turtle heavy play, which do favor longer play, and I expect to see that kind of play out of Maru if he's able to. If you notice in the last series, we saw a lot of greed out of Maru. He's known for that. I'm sure Reynor is aware. We'll see if Reynor can punish some of that greed. We'll see. We'll see if he can punish. What I like about the current ladder map pool, which there are some maps incorporated, is that because they don't really favor that turtle heavy style, they do promote more aggressive tendencies and more aggressive play, and that's what I'm looking forward to from the side of Maru, depending on the maps, depending on the vetoes, depending on the order. Let's go. Also, shout out to RSL, !RSL in the chat. You will get a link to the Patreon page of the RSL, so you can help support the tournaments, support the scene, and support those players. Likewise, shout out to the sponsors as well, to Pulsar, as well as to the Archon Studios. They're working on the miniatures game, and I'm very interested in the miniatures game itself, so I'm excited to see how that does come together. Oh boy, as that is right around the corner. Again, coming into January, we'll be getting the full rule set of the miniatures game. We get the full rule set, and of course a kind of a milestone, kind of a roadmap. There we go, roadmap of the releases of what is coming up next for the Archon Studios miniatures game when it comes to the release dates of certain units and of certain units and critters and things coming up for the miniatures game. Gonna be a lot of fun. I would hope. Meanwhile, there's the RSL, there's the Patreon. Catching with chat. Bom dia, jóvenes. Bom dia, papi. Bom dia. Bom dia. Buenos días. Fala, galera. See, big game in the chats. What? Maru versus Reynor? Yes. Reynor, he's been in Korea for 2 months, I think. For around 2 months at this point. He's been in Korea for quite some time.
Although there was the spin-off show of StarCraft 2 tournaments after the ending of those Kespa tournaments, so that was nice as well. But no, I mean, regular content in StarCraft is really where it's at. I as much as anyone, loves a big weekend tournament, something like this. This is fantastic. It's exciting.
And for those who are curious, yes, I'm now full of pizza.
Content,
ready to go.
You don't build up to something like this properly. So it's great to have RSL as part of that now.
Yeah, we've got different tiers depending on whatever you're willing to support us at. And if you're not able to support us financially, you can also just join for free. We get your email. We can keep you notified about updates with tournaments and what we're going to do.
And we don't sell it.
And we don't sell your information. Yeah. Not unless the Patreon goes way down.
It's not me. I would sell your information, but Tasteless doesn't.
So we're going to go into this finals in a little bit here.
We got Tastosis for the finals.
It is a best of 7, and I got to say, we've seen some really interesting TVZs here today. Some kind of unexpected games, particularly from Shin. being much more aggro, much more explosive than I was expecting. He's
I think
usually a
we're
little
all
more
expecting
middle
Shin
of
to
the
be
road.
aggressive.
But Maru
And
nearly
crazy.
lost. I do feel like
Yeah.
Maru seems to be defeatable in the matchup TVZ, where most of the time this is kind of the matchup that he really never loses in.
Well, he can definitely grind out games that no one else in the world can in Terran vs. Zerg. but
I mean, I would
also
say
feel
that
like
the Shin series was very unique. This is, I mean,
just interviewing him on
you
the
know,
couch, I don't know if you caught that, but he's like,
that's
today's been hell and tomorrow will be hell.
there's a reason why I did make the joke that Artosis didn't watch the last series because he didn't ask any questions about it. But last series was very unique and very Shin, I should say. I don't really expect to see Reynor go for any of the builds that Shin went for. Even going into 2-base Muta, I don't think Reynor's really one to take that risk, to be honest. Like, he's willing to go Mutas, don't get me wrong, but rushing into Mutas, that's a different story. So I expect to see Reynor thrive in the mid game. Again, he's less chaotic compared to Shin, so I would push back against them talking about like, oh, you know, Maru, he's like he's bleeding like in TVZ, like his TVZ is worse than it used to be. Like, what? No, like Shin's just that crazy and that chaotic, and he brings that to the table. That's what's unique about Shin. I feel like the idea of trying to portray Maru forced the ace match against Shin and saying that says something badly about Maru is not the kind of phrasing or not the kind of painting I would want to kind of like portray here. I feel like that's not what we want to go for. I think that's a little bit disingenuous. Trying to push the idea that like that suddenly means that Maru's TVZ is worse or worse than it used to be. I would push back against it. I would say no. If you watched Maru previously, especially during RSL, then you would know that his TVZ is looking insanely good. And I'm excited for what Reynor brings to the table. I'm excited for this series. Like, I expect it to be a back and forth. I expect it to go to, you know, a longer series, a game 5, a game 6, maybe a game 7. That'd be the ideal. We'll see. We'll see if we can get there.
A good idea there that I don't think you really even touched upon. This is RSL, this is your tournament. We have a 3-player map that can't possibly be split. Why don't we just play 7 games on Mothership?
That's right.
True.
It'll be interesting if we do get that map. Is actually one of our maps
Best
because
of 7, I think we probably will.
Yeah. Well, I also expect us to go to game 7.
Yeah.
Or at least like game 6, something like that.
Yeah.
I think so.
And you know, if we do, let's say it's a 3-player map, then we're going to probably just see them try to branch into the same area. And maybe that's Zerg favorite. I don't know. Maybe that would
feels
be
like it is,
situation.
but
Mothership is Zerg
like
favorite.
If anyone can take something that is favored from another race and turn it into their favor, it's probably Maru.
Yeah, yeah. Now, Reynor,
Predictions open. We open predictions when the game starts.
Not an easy day, but it's been fairly smooth. Right. He also
We open predictions when the game starts, Pappy. So hold on. Waiting for the series to begin.
We don't have the Final 4 played at the same time because we want to catch both of the games. So Reynor's matches were earlier, so we had a little bit of time off to rest. And it'll be interesting to see how these two guys approach it. Also, remember that whoever wins here doesn't have to worry about any of the other matchups other than versus Protoss down the road. Unless
the
they
scariest matchup.
Excuse me, no, that wouldn't happen. So unless they, it's going to be all Protosses for whoever manages to advance here.
Are we sabotaging Zao now?
I'm like making up a fake losers bracket that they go through for tomorrow. Anyways, guys, we are ready to do this. The players are going to be vetoing.
There is a losers bracket tomorrow. Am I crazy?
Maps. We're going to see what the 7 maps are going to be. It looks like we will.
Oh, I know. So there's a 3rd place match.
This is
Okay.
done in real time. The players are selecting and vetoing their maps on their PCs. And so far, it does appear we're going to start with Persephone, then on to Evil Heart.
All right, yeah, Evil Heart was kind of...
Wait, are there only 7 maps in this tournament map pool?
People on the Patreon
Wait.
actually end up voting on some of these maps.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of
Okay,
getting in there and infiltrating and trying to get some really, truly terrible maps into it. You remember the map where tanks couldn't walk through the center? Let's get that map back. I can't remember its name, though.
Yeah, you know, I think if you just let pros select the map.
So we've gotten rid of Botanical and Maganatha. Maganatha is one of the larger maps of the map pool. It's also relatively open. Botanical is very defensive. In my mind, Botanical is a better Terran map, and Maganatha is a better Zerg map. So these vetoes do kind of make sense.
Going back over here to, well, actually, I think it will be going back to Reynor. We'll see.
I'm a little bit surprised that Magnatha was vetoed instead of Mothership, but at the same time I also know that the rush distance by ground on Mothership is shorter than that of Magnatha, or I say shorter, I mean, I would say that I feel like aggressive tendencies are a little bit stronger on Mothership, so Maru could be more active there.
You're most likely to win on, or you've got some kind of special winning strategy that maybe the opponent's not prepared for in as early as possible. getting momentum in a
Speaking of, there it is,
best-of-7
Mothership.
important. There's the Mothership map we were talking about. That's the 3-player map, which does kind of create a situation where there is quite a bit of space on the map. Quite a bit of space for the Zerg to grow into. And it's going to be Celestial Enclave here for map number 4.
All right. You know,
Yeah, Celestial Enclave is one of the more defensive
but,
maps.
I actually kind of appreciate the map names overall in StarCraft 2. There's definitely some interesting ones in there. Maybe not Evil Heart.
Oh, and then we have Tokamak and Winter
Never
Madness.
even heard of a Persephone.
I think we got the final 2 maps. It looks like it's going to be Tokamak, Winter Madness, and Magnetic North. So that is going to be the entire
I think,
maps. All 7 maps are laid
The one
out.
thing I would suggest for future regarding this overlay is to have an indicator to show which map picks were corresponding with which player. I think a lot of people would be very curious as to that. I think I would as well. Like who vetoed what and who picked what.
Maru doesn't pull some proxy barracks play, and you know, I think Reynor, in general, like he'll mix in some aggression in a series like this. So I'd like to see some of that, and I would
Might
like
be the
to see
feedback
at least
regarding
one
the UI.
game where Maru just keeps nuking creep tumors for 35 minutes.
That could definitely happen. We could end up with like some really stretched out games here. And I'm curious, is Reynor going to do a decent amount of rushes? You know, Maru, it seems like even in a lot of these games where he goes for 3 command centers and it's spotted right away, kind of doesn't matter. He's just sort of able to absorb blow after blow, and sometimes those are his best
It's
games.
been a long day of
If he looks
StarCraft.
weak in the mid game, if he just lasts
Swing
into
lunge, papi.
the late game, the game sort of solves itself.
Este Monteón, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo
we already
estás?
saw
Bienvenidos.
Shin, I think, approaching
Nice
this very
chairs there. They have some nice
directly by
chairs.
Trying to do a lot of cheeses, a lot
Got
of
their
rushes,
DX racers.
a lot of, you know, throwing a lot of curveballs, right?
Yeah.
And trying to basically strong arm the game early and drive it to its conclusion before you can get to those long games that Maru likes to play. Now, the problem is that in 3 out of those 5 games, Maru actually stabilized, controlled the game very well, and then won. So that turned out to be a short series simply because Shin's aggression backfired and blew up in his face.
Well, I don't think Reynor will be that aggressive. Definitely plays a good mid-game and late game as well. But I think if it does get to that late game and Maru's still doing okay, it's going to be very, very tough to finish him off. Probably defensively the best overall Terran. Well, best overall Terran in probably every regard, actually.
Every time I see Maru on camera, he looks more lanky than I remember. Someone feed this guy. Someone get this man a pizza.
Right now, but other than that,
Get him a
other than
pizza.
those new young kids coming up and dethroning our 30-ish-year-old Maru.
We are ready,
Oh,
everybody.
let's
This
go.
is game 1 in the LCQ finals of the RSL. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Maru.
Oh, we got some words in the chat. In the crowd.
And his opponent here in the top left, in the blue, from Italy, he is Reynor.
Oh, was that a second SUV moving out? Did you see that on the map?
And
Did you see?
immediately in
Yep.
this game, we
Yep, there it
actually
is.
have,
We have the proxies, and here we go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Un momento here. There we go. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Get your Gamba going as we get into our fresh best of 7. Remember, it's the best of 7, not a best of 5. And we do have not just 1, not just 2. We have 3 SCVs. 3 SCVs, proxy 3 racks. Maru, he wants to end things early here. Hyper committed play here by Maru. And we'll see if Reynor can scout this. The Overlord does veer off towards the left-hand side. So far, the Overlord will not confirm the Raxes, but the Overlord will get eyes in the bunker.
The longest or anything, but like he likes mixing in this type of play pretty often.
if you look at the position of the barracks, this is really important. He's hidden all 3 over there, but he hit 2 together and 1 a little bit further away. In case it's spotted, you might still not have the full amount of information. If you spot it on the low ground, you might think it's a 2 racks rush and still miscalculate how many units are going to come in and hit you. And so we're going to see.
Oh, does the Overlord? I believe it's barely not within range.
A completely blind position from Reynor.
Overlord goes in, doesn't scout.
Overlord is coming over and
turns
it
it
looks,
around.
Yeah. See, that's always the way. Is you're just out of range, man. Sometimes you just got to send the Overlord on a crazy pattern.
Okay,
Now,
Marine
the
is scouted.
reverse Marine actually comes out
2
and
SCVs
spawns
are
right away,
revealed.
So this is actually, at least he's
Now, this is intentional. He's only showing 2 SCVs. Only showing 2. Boys are being pulled. Spines on the way. Good reaction.
Got to make the wall with the bunkers.
Second SCV is, oh, sorry, third SCV is revealed.
Dance back and forth. There is one
Reynor doesn't lose any drones. He commits.
The drones are on
He's
both
going for
sides.
it.
They want to try to come in here for a surround. They do isolate the SCV that is making the bunker.
Denies the bunker. Kills one.
Oh my gosh, already getting a good amount of
Kills one SCV. There's two left.
That SCV did go down. These two pretty darn low right now,
Oof.
and he does have to cancel. So
That's a lot of drones going down though.
The blocking of the bunker, but
That's a lot of drones. But there's a spine.
Yeah, the rush isn't done yet, and the position of the spine crawler, it's okay, but it's
Yeah,
not
Reynor holds.
ideal. It seems like
No,
there's
no,
a
no.
vacant
Like
area
Reynor, he holds. Maru, I mean, he's gonna try to break the spine. No shot. Oh, he pulled the boys. Let's go. He pulled the boys. It's all or nothing.
This game's about to end.
Yeah, those SCVs did a
Can he get on top of the spine? Nice control out of Maru. Very nice control. He pulls back the weakened Marine, gets the spine, and he's done it. No shot.
Try to dive on the queen over here. The queen goes down just a few Marines, and that's going to be it. Unreal. Maru actually, the initial all-in was held, and he just took all of his workers, and with his Hail Mary play...
GG, well played. I wasn't paying attention to the minimap, and the camera didn't pan over, but yes, Maru did pull the boys for to commit to the all-in then and there. Reynor had held against the first wave. He was fine, but he wasn't aware of the SCVs. We weren't aware of the SCVs, and in the end, Maru, he was able to double down, get on top of that spine crawler, bring it down as well, and break Reynor. Quick win for Maru. Quick win, quick lead. With that, Maru takes game 1, and now we're going to be getting into Evil Heart for game number 2. Now, Evil Heart is a very small map. It favors aggression, so we're expecting aggressive builds here. We're not expecting to see another proxy, not at all. We should be seeing a safer opener out of Maru, and this does give the opportunity for Reynor to play, maybe even play Roaches. Might even play Roaches. Maru has to make a choice. Does he open up 1-1-1 into safety Banshees, or does he open up with an extra Rax? Let's go. He might even open up 2x Reaper. True, that's an option. That is an option here for Maru.
Maru, great control, by the way, pulling the Marines that were injured away. Basically perfect micro. Now we go into game number 2 in this best of 7. Maru up with a 1-0 lead. In the top right, in the red, he is Maru. And his opponent down here in the bottom left, in the blue, he is Reynor.
Basilisk.
You know, I don't think that's going to be the last proxy barracks type.
Hello, Reynor.
And in fact, look at this. The drone going across quickly now.
Yeah, going for the proxy.
Aggressive?
There's no reason to drone scout. This should be a hatchery. So again, this should be a hatchery here from Reynor.
He's going to make a hatchery here. I feel like this is going to be really hard to pull off. Versus Maru of all people. I feel like I don't really ever see Maru lose to this, but let's see if this is an exception.
I see in the chat, do you expect Reynor to have responded differently if Maru showed 3 SCVs? 3 SCVs does mean that it's a much more committed / borderline all-in build from the Terran player, and it's harder to transition out of. So we would have seen a much more... it depends what Reynor prefers. Very quickly... Okay, very quickly talking about defense against Proxy 3-Racks. Against Proxy 3-Racks, it is very common for the Zerg player to give up on the natural, to get a second gas geyser and go Roaches, right? They just give up on the hatchery and they just go for Roaches as a response. Because, sure, they might lose the base, but they also know that it's a bigger commitment from the Terran player. Because there are only 2 SCVs, then Reynor tried to defend the natural, right? And not saying that you can't, but it is much more difficult to defend the natural against a Proxy 3-Racks opposed to a 2-Racks, right? So, depending on which variation does kind of require a different response.
Reynor has a plan against that. What if it's not like you come with this strategy to the finals of this tournament and say, "Oh, phooey, he figured it out."
So he lets it finish. I was going to say, like, is there any
lets it
world
finish.
where he would let it cancel? You know, one of the problems against a bunker.
Now, focusing on this game, Reynor, I believe he is not going for an all-in. He's going to go for the queen, spread creep, and drone back at home. I believe that is the case, the plan, to just drone up and saturate.
And, you know, I love casting games like this, because in a lot of the pro matches, I just don't get to see a game like this.
So we've got 2 lings on the way, 4 lings. These are lings specifically from the hatchery, so he's making 6 lings across the map. Does he drone back at home, or does he make lings? We're holding on to the lava.
Well, it might just be that
Overlord.
he wants to, like, get a creep tumor out, like really slow
8
down
lings. He's committing. Okay. Reynor, he's doubling down. I assumed he was going to drone behind this.
Actually come around, and he will they'll push that back. There's that creep tumor, and he made the Lings be timed out here to try to defend it, and it looks like he will be able to. So that will at least slow down Maru from taking the space.
It'll force a
He's
scan.
massing up Lings, so there's obviously some kind of a
Yeah,
follow-up,
yeah.
and I think the
So Reynor, he's going for the all-in.
come down here and claim this area. He's going to hit you with so many Zerglings. He's
He's going for the Link Flood. We can see here that Maru did go for the natural, but he's getting a factory follow-up. He's not going for a third CC. This is a big gamble from Reynor. Reynor, who was hoping that Maru would go for the same response he went for against Shin.
Like, it doesn't seem as if he can break through the wall afterwards, but I guess we'll see.
Very, very peculiar game.
Okay.
He takes the bunker out. The hatchery, by the way, is still alive.
Yeah.
He's droning.
So the creep is now fully spread on the map. Now he makes drones. So this
Yeah.
is, I've just never seen a game like this. He's going back to making workers. Terran's stuck on one base and can't get down. Now Zerg can't get up in there because it's walled off and it's safe and it's secure. But, you know, we all know one of the worst positions to be in a StarCraft game in every passing minute is to be on one base.
So very quickly here, Reynor does deny the natural. He's able to spread creep, where he's going to be able to force out some scans, but he also made a massive wave of Lings. So this was a big investment from Reynor. It means that Reynor, he himself, did delay his own drone production. He delayed his own economy to make this work. So it's a very shaky kind of game state. It all depends on whether or not Maru can, or what the game state looks like once Maru gets his natural. Like, can Maru stabilize from here? And can he counterattack?
Take advantage of the kind of income he should have here.
Yeah, look at
Now,
this.
you can see Maru's going for 2 more axes before the third CC. So Maru actually is being quite committed here on 2 bases. Even after he expands, I mean.
Can't be really knowing. You can see how they're spread out. Like,
Going for the Raven.
Force him to use multiple scans. But with that Raven, he's going to be able to just kind of walk down, clear the area, and prepare it for his next expand.
Without Hellions, it's going to be difficult here for Maru to actually maintain this position. That's a lot of Lings.
And I don't see the answer just yet. I think with the Raven, he obviously doesn't have to spend money on scans.
Like, Maru has to be so careful here with how he moves out.
Going to come down now. And, you know, is there some kind of an attack?
I'm loving the
You would
medevac.
have a Zerg to come in here and basically drive
Lings are
away
revealed.
again. He does it. The command center can't land. I mean, every passing second is a little bit more painful for the Terran.
This is like a very funny amount of Zerglings to be trying to prevent any creep tumors from being cleared out. I really like the idea.
Oh my god, doesn't get the tumor.
He actually saves the tumor.
Yeah. Actually,
Oh my god, he gets it. Whew.
Sacrificing the Reaper.
That was clutch. That was a good move by Maru. Throws away the Reaper.
And Zerg's going to be on 3 bases. So, you know, this is definitely a strategy Maru saved for this moment in this tournament. And I do feel like Reynor is very much ahead. I mean, the command center still hasn't landed.
He's got 3 bases.
Yeah.
He's got 3 bases against 1 base right
And look
now.
at this. He's just doing
I would push back against that. Look at the upgrades. Stim is finishing up, +1 is finishing up, a second medevac is arriving. So I feel like the casters are neglecting the fact that Maru's about to counterattack. Like, he is securing himself back at home, he's denying all this creep, and when he moves out across the map, he does have a more efficient army. So Reynor, he cannot freely drone. You can see that Reynor's making 12 more Lings. Like, Reynor, he has to make Lings, otherwise he's just going to topple over.
Way better than Speedlings. So Reynor's going to have to make a lot of units. He's going to have to make sure to crush this first attack. That's probably the most important thing that's going to come up in this game.
Okay, so here comes the counter push. And notice with the creep, I mean, it's not all encompassing on the map. It's basically a little highway that has now been picked
Reynor going for the backstab.
And that's going to free the map up. There's a Ling counterattack that's going to come in here, but a siege tank.
Nice tank shot. Very nice tank shot. Jesus.
Well, he does push it back. I think Maru right now just kind of preparing for this next push. Right?
And again, I don't think the cast has noticed, but there's no third CC. It's a 2-base all-in. Like, Maru, he's going for a 2-base all-in. I think he's on 5 Raxes, if I'm not mistaken. I think around 5 Raxes. No third CC. Hyper aggressive, hyper committed. Bailing speed is very delayed for Reynor, so he has to try to defend with slow Banes.
If he drops the ball here, I think he's going to lose control of this game. The Lings and the Banes are going to come in.
He gets us around. Oh my god. Yeah, tanks go down. Massive pick off.
These tanks and they will go down.
Getting those tanks is gigantic. He threw down some auto turrets to try to help out there as well. But you know what? I don't think there's any Banelings right this second. So Maru has a little bit of a timing to move forward. He scans.
Yeah, remember, no bailing speed. We spoke about this.
Standing there trying to protect these morphing Banelings.
Yeah, he's trying to buy time.
Banelings, they should not connect.
Sustain here from Maru. But
Oh, the
even with
boys have
that,
been
the Lynx
pulled.
come in here, once
Oh
again,
my god.
SCVs like game 1, but in a different time in the game. The SCVs are pulled, and Reynor is
Painlings, do they connect?
The SCVs instead
Oh my god, barely not.
Almost off creep. And I think Reynor is...
But Maru's running out of steam. Maru, he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. Again, if Maru didn't lose those first 2 tanks, I think he wins. Like, if those 2 tanks survived that initial attack, and if he could push with those 2 tanks, now with 3 tanks, then he could break this position, but...
He's still rallying into this and trying to make it work, but it's looking worse and worse by the second.
Yeah, I mean,
getting us over the queens. Bailing speed is done. Yeah, bailing speed is done.
His expansion early on. The last tank goes down, and Reynor ties it up 1-1. I have casted so many different games of StarCraft. I have never casted that game before.
Yeah, that was a new one. That was fresh. I really like the way that he made the mass circling.
But GG well played. Again, a very intense back and forth here between Maru and Reynor, but that is what we expected out of Evil Hearts. Sorry, let's just wind this back. As a reminder, Evil Heart is a very small map of the map pool, very small map, short rush distance by ground. It is the smallest map of the map pool, so this kind of like crazy, quirky, proxy hatch, hyper-aggressive play is viable on Evil Heart. We shouldn't see that in the rest of the series, though. The maps are larger, the maps are bigger, it's less conducive to this, so we should be calming things down. I believe Game 3 should be on Mothership, if I recall correctly. I think it's Mothership into... Is it Tokamak?
You're not really sure what's going on out there.
Good. Hold on. I need to double check. Double check. But honestly, that was really close. I was really close. That was really intense. As again, as you mentioned, like Reynor catching those 2 tanks in the center of the map, that was game. Like if he failed to do that, everything could have swung heavily in the opposite direction in favor of Maru.
And in the bottom, in the very center,
but it's Mothership into Celestial Enclave. Into Celestial.
I'm pretty interested to see what Maru's plan is going to be here, because I feel like watching Mothership, it can be a little bit hard to attack the further away bases as Zerg continues to grow. You know?
Yeah.
It feels like that can be pretty difficult. So I think you have to have a really dedicated plan as Terran and really work on just kind of nailing it down. Whether you're going to do like a parade push or you have some sort of timing attack type move you want to do. But going into one of these bigger macro games is going to be very, very difficult here for Maru.
Yes.
So this map having a 3rd spawn location does change a lot of the properties of how the players approach it early on. You know, a lot of times...
Tasis just ignores what Artosis just said. Okay.
If we go into a long macro game. I guess today's been a little bit different.
So we do have a hatch pool opener out of Reynor. Reynor is opening up Gasless. Greedy start out of Reynor is what I will say. I will lean towards what was just being said. This map is very large. It's very open. This is considered to be a more Zerg favored map because of how large and open it is. And because that it is difficult for a Terran player to turtle up and get into a late game on this map. But that is specific to a late game situation. In the early to mid game, we can see aggression actually succeed from Terran players and actually succeed when it comes to their pushes, when it comes to their early timing attacks. So we are expecting a more aggressive build here. We're expecting like a 3cc 2-on-1 or a 3cc 3 racks. We're expecting something, and speaking of, yep, there it is. 2nd racks. So this is the kind of play that we're expecting out of Maru. This is the kind of play that is more standard here, is going for extra racks early into a stronger stim timing, into stronger drop play for a more aggressive mid game. So that's kind of what Maru is working towards. And again, this is what we expect to see on Mothership. And there it is. We have a 3rd racks on the way. Okay. 3 racks follow up. Even more aggressive. I say even more aggressive. As a reminder, this is similar to the game that we saw against Shin, if you recall earlier today, where Maru, he's going for a 4 racks. Oh my god. No factory, no starport, late medevacs, but a heavy marine count. Hyper aggression out of Maru. Let's go.
We've definitely seen 2-base play, but this is like a lot of marines right away. And
he's channeling like his inner Beyond here. Like he's doing something completely wild. He's making.
Toast is still mad. Already left into make a beautiful family. I mean, I said this before. I say it again. Tasteless is currently more knowledgeable about StarCraft than Artosis. I remember we were co-streaming EWC, and it was really weird to notice that and to hear what they were saying and to recognize that because Artosis I think this is like the second time that Artosis is casting StarCraft this year. Like Artosis, he barely casts StarCraft nowadays. StarCraft 2 specifically, sorry. StarCraft 2, he plays plenty of Brood War. But we are in a situation where Tasteless is more knowledgeable than Artosis, which is crazy. But that's 2025.
He's basically locked in at tier 1 stuff, and it's almost a very un-Maru-like way to play the game. If you covered this idea up, I would never be able to tell you who was doing this.
Yeah, no, I would just assume this is like a GM ladder game on the NA server.
No, I would push back against what they're saying. Maru, if you remember, he was the one who who popularized the 2-Ranks Reaper and the bio follow-ups that Bjorn was pushing a couple of years ago. Maru, he was actually alongside Bjorn when it comes to, like, you know, in the lab, like working on that build. They built it up together coming into DreamHack Atlanta. So now, like, a hyper-aggressive build like this is kind of like par for the course for Maru. Especially if you saw him in the previous games, in the previous series with Shin.
Now, the travel distance on the map.
But again, this is a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in by Maru. Boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing. And Reynor sees nothing. His overlords are not in position.
The SCVs are coming in front of these Marines right now. Oh, man.
Okay,
look at this. He brings them in a secondary direction. So these 5 Marines will hunt the Overlord. Oh, man.
So enjoy the first. Now he sees. Reynor was droning.
Reynor knows what's going on.
This is kind of crazy. Now, because Reynor didn't have anything to check for this, he only has seconds to react.
Yeah, we have 3 spines on the way. They're so late.
Zergling's about to hatch. He's got
They're so delayed.
Started, but the rush is hitting
And again, Reynor just never scouted. Reynor, he never scouted. He never saw the 2-base all-in. Boys are being pulled, but likewise, Maru, he's got his own boys.
We have the SCVs in the front
Stutter
line
stepping.
right now. The drones being pulled, but the amount of damage coming out of
Jesus.
Yeah, the SCVs
and he breaks through. He breaks through Reynor.
The Marines try to win the fight. They take out all the queens at the entrance and spill into the main.
Oh man, this is way too much damage right now. Some more lings are hatching, but
20 drone kills.
He's gonna go ahead and try
going for the spawning pool.
to stem the flow here of these Marines, but with the spawning pool going down, he can't even create more units.
At the same time, Reynor's intercepted all
the
Reynor's
intercepting.
Reinforced. We have this small
nice moves by Reynor.
Here. There's no medics to heal them because we never saw that tech developed in this game. The main base goes down. Reynor still has 2 expansions, one at the natural, one a little bit further away to the top right of that. Behind it, Reynor has started, Maru has started his tech.
This is
fun fact, Maru's stuck in the main base of Reynor. At least until medics arrive.
Which will do an okay job of stopping the Marines trying to come back down. But the thing is, Maru's teching behind this.
Yeah.
This is one of the most unusual TVZs I've ever seen.
Yeah, these guys are really busting out some bizarre stuff here tonight.
I think this is advantage Maru here.
It is.
I know he did.
Like Maru, he's ahead economically, he's ahead in tech, he's ahead in upgrades. Like Maru, he's in a much better position. 1-1 is going to kick in soon for Maru, and again, we're waiting for the medevacs, really, for Maru to actually have more longevity and just snowball from there. Winding it back, it just came down to lack of scouting. Like, Reynor just didn't check the main base. I mean, his overlords weren't in position because he checked top right because of the 3-player spawn map. So the overlords were out of position, and he just didn't see. He didn't see, papi.
Because it's so unsafe.
Well, it looks like he wants to put on a little bit more pressure, and in fact, like, I don't know, maybe they can do something. Oh, and look at this. He actually stims down the ramp with the already very hurt Marines, but there's plenty of Zerglings out here, so that actually gets clean.
Overextension by Maru.
Yeah, that was very risky, and it backfired.
Yeah. That makes me feel more confident that there might be a way for Reynor in this game, because I think if you leave those up there and you make 2 medevacs, and said medevacs fly across the map to those Marines, the game is over. But wasting those is like, okay, maybe there's a way back for Reynor.
You can see that Maru's checking for ninja bases.
Favored, but maybe.
Checking for ninjas.
Yeah, like, I guess the win conditions for Reynor.
The lair only just now began, so there's going to be a window here where Maru can push with 1-1 upgrades and stim before bailing speed.
Which I think is doable, by the way. He does have 1-1. Remember that Reynor was developing normally before this attack hit.
Yeah.
So Maru just finished up his own 1-1. And medevacs are going to be very, very late here. So, you know, we're looking at a game, we're like 8 minutes in. But
you say they're late, they're right around the corner. There they are.
And there they are.
Yeah, that's going to make it so much harder. Like, Reynor just doesn't have anything quality to deal with these. His anti-air is going to be limited to just some queens trying to push back on the medevacs. And, you know, obviously he's got to get...
Now, thankfully, it's only 2 medevacs.
Trying to do right now.
This is going to apply pressure. This
So for now,
can
Maru's
force a
just gonna try to
reaction.
clean up any creep that's out here. I don't think he can go into the main and drop it. I would not be. Well, I guess he's going to go for it anyways. Let's see if there's Lings here ready to try to fight this.
The main, you mean his high ground third? Yeah, the Lings come in and will force that up. Very good.
His high ground fourth base back. Should have go to third.
More medevacs on the way, some mines coming out as well. It just becomes more and more dire for Reynor the entire time.
Yeah, we've seen the medevacs pick up again. And, I mean, Reynor does look pretty secure. The question is really going to be about when the push comes in. We've got more Marines, but we've also got Marauders. We've got Widow Mines. This could be a Widow Mine push coming up here. Remember, a lot of static defense. Not easy to break. I guess if there's no Lings here, that doesn't matter, though. He's going to be able to take out almost both of these. Oh!
Ooh, that shouldn't have happened.
Insanely good engagement there from Reynor, but
Yeah, Bailey's connected.
Really loses too much. So it
Oh my
continues to get a
Okay.
bit worse here.
Does
for
a shot.
Zerg player. And Maru unloading his entire army. The army is just getting so big. I think we're very
Yeah, Maru's got to tighten up his play, but he has 2-2 on the way. Meanwhile, no 2-2 for Reynor. He can't afford it. He can't afford the upgrades.
We need these Banes to
We got Marauders to tank.
Now in the front. They can soak those Baneling connects really well.
Oh my god.
And I just don't know that Reynor can hold this. I think this game's about to end.
Well,
Yeah, he can't hold it.
So
It's
this is going to be the second base that has been given up in this game. And you can't do that forever, that's for sure. He is on 3 bases, technically against 2, I guess, but it looks like Maru has just landed his own 3rd base. So yeah,
2-2's finishing up.
It continues to get worse here.
I do like this run by here from Reynor to maybe try to find some damage and force Maru back home. This has potential.
They do get through.
Yeah, it gets in.
Okay, we're making something happen.
Into the main too.
Yeah, that's a big deal. The fact did not come
Jesus.
Up. And look at this, he forces a liftoff on everything else during this time. That is
Nice counterattack. Nice run by.
getting some reasonable damage done.
He's killed 6.
Again, as you mentioned, Reynor, he could not fight Maru head on, but the counterattack of the run by is this is where damage is being dealt. A lot of damage. 23.
23 SCVs have been killed.
And you can see Maru turns everything back around.
Okay, so Maru's army is still much better, right?
Yes.
Like he's still got much better tech. There's nothing else really going on for Reynor.
As they're hinting at, the reality is that if they fight head on, Maru wins. But it's all about Reynor avoiding that fight, right? Just avoid the fight for as long as possible. Backstab, counterattack, buy enough time to try to recover in the game in some way. Which way? It's not really clear. Like it's, I would still say that there's no like clear path for Reynor to recover in this game, but he can buy time.
He has, Reynor has 4 bases. He started his 4th over here.
And I need to mention also is that Maru's up 2 upgrades, which is
Yeah,
insane.
like 3-3s on the way.
Versus Marine.
Which is crazy.
This so much harder. This base going to get canceled out in a matter of seconds. If Reynor had like anything else going on, I would be like, okay, man, he's really doing it. And the thing is, he's done so much damage. He's stayed alive miraculously and done counter damage, but there's not a lot else. Like he's getting Burrow, okay, he's getting 2-2, okay. All that's a long ways off.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Reynor to play this out. There's just an inherent advantage you have, as you're seeing right now, with Marine, medevac, you just being able to pick up and able to run away. Melee units are just inferior when it comes to fighting. Unless Reynor can find that amazing Baneling or 2 connect that kills everything, and that's really going to come down to Maru making a mistake more than Reynor having a genius play here.
Well, it draws a mine shot in there, and will deal a little bit more damage. These medevacs coming up, he will surround those immediately and clears that out pretty well. But this group that's up in his main base again is definitely very difficult to deal with. He's bringing up more units as well, but Maru is really paying a lot of attention here. I don't think you're going to get a lot of free kills.
Yeah, Maru is starting to get too big everywhere here. The good angling here of the Marauders is going to make it really hard for these Banes to connect. And even then, Maru manages to pick up and dart right back out.
Oh, it looks like
Once again, Maru's going to be the first to max out, so we're waiting for 3-3 to kick in. If you wanted to, could tech up from here, I suppose. If you wanted to, towards like an academy. I don't think he needs a Ghost Academy, but sure.
Now, Maru's at 160.
Here comes the main push, right through the center.
121. And
Never mind, more drop play.
Should mean that Terran, if they regroup, can probably just kill the Zerg in one fell swoop.
You'd think so.
Yeah. But, I think it might be hard for Maru to even know.
So what they're trying to say is that Maru, he can aim.
He's hitting a lot of different locations at once, and in some ways that's a little bit easier for the Zerg because he can kind of throw stuff there, even though they do get shaved down over time. But I just do worry that there's no way out. I mean, Maru's literally about
Like,
to
what's going on? This game was supposed to be over. It has been over for like 5 minutes. I apologize if that didn't make it, if that wasn't clear, 007, but it has been over. It's Reynor's dead body's been playing for like the past like 6 to 7 minutes at this point.
And he's definitely attacking with a much bigger army at this point. You can see Reynor trying to hold on. He might be giving up this base once again. He's going to decide to stay and fight, but this could mean that this is going to be close to the end.
Yo, let's go, Borrowed Banelings.
Banelings that were never set off. They're burrowed back there. And I think we can see the red trickling across the map. That's going to be the follow-up push here from Maru.
Big Baneling landmine over there.
Yeah.
That could be crucial in the continued effort for a comeback if he walks over it.
Yeah, he's far away from it now. And I think this is just going to be too much. We've just seen Reynor kind of, you know, GG. He's just been dizzy since that initial attack. He was never able to quite get back on his feet. And super risky, super unorthodox.
Yeah, GG, well played. Running it back, it all came down to the first build of choice from Maru. Maru did go for a 4-axe, if you remember. He went for a 4-axe stim timing, a very strong timing there from Maru. And once again, Reynor didn't scout. He did not scout, he did not confirm. His overlords were not in position. If you remember, his overlords were out of position because he was checking top right for the spawn location. So Reynor, he was checking elsewhere. Then when he realized the spawn location, the overlords were I mean, they were obviously slow to try to fly on over, so he had no vision, no realization, and Maru, he did win the game with his first push. The game was elongated, of course, and the game continued, but it was Reynor playing from behind the entire time. He was like at death's door. And as we were trying to emphasize, like Reynor, he could never fight the army head on. He could counterattack, and he was able to buy time, but buy time for what? Like, unfortunately, he was just so far behind upgrade-wise and economically as well, where the only real way to recover in that game would have been if Maru made mistakes. Like, if Maru, like, move commanded his army into Reynor, then sure, then, like, he can bring it back. But, like, that's kind of what Reynor was relying upon there to try to recover in that game. Otherwise, GG. GG, well played. With that, Maru takes a 2-1 lead, and now we're getting into game number 4. Let's go. Game 4 is going to be on Celestial Enclave. Ooh, and this is a better map for Terran when it comes to turtling. We'll get into it.
We go into game number 4. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Maru. And his opponent in the top right, in the blue, makes some noise for Reynor.
Right, I am excited to see what these guys have to show us on this map.
Okay, so winding it back, if you remember, we expected to see aggressive builds out of Maru on Mothership. And remember our rationale. The reasoning for this is because on Mothership, the bases are more open, they're more exposed, they're more spread out. So trying to defend your 4th and your 5th and your 6th on Mothership is very difficult. It's a difficult thing to achieve, a difficult thing to ask. So we expected, I mean, I was expecting a 2-1-1 or a 3CC3 racks, or 3 racks. We saw 4 racks instead. So to be fair, like, I was expecting aggression. I was expecting that build specifically, and we saw Maru just go for a 2 base all in. Here, welcome to Celestial Enclave. This is a much larger map in the map pool, much more defensive. You have a pocket base, you have a high ground natural, you have a secure 3rd. I say secure 3rd because your pocket base and your natural is so secure that expanding and taking your linear 3rd base is also very natural to you because you can leave your army in position. We have seen Maru successfully turtle up and get into the late game on Celestial Enclave against Protoss. I can see that happening here against Zerg as well. Now, because it's so difficult to be aggressive with a ground-based composition, there's a very high chance that Reynor plays mutas here on Celestial Enclave. So we'll see. We'll see if we go into mutas, and we'll see if Maru plays for a longer, later game this time. But the map itself does kind of lean towards a very different playstyle compared to Mothership.
Significant amount of damage dealt. Maybe we can get into that end game tech. The funny thing is that last game, Maru actually hit 3-3 before the end, which is not something you'd expect after 5 barracks SCV pull.
I thought it was 4 racks, maybe it was 5 racks.
So for now, we've got the drones being transferred and Ling's speed started. The Reaper is going to come up, do a little bit of scouting. And, you know, there's not a whole lot to unpack for you guys just yet here, unlike the previous games. The Reaper's going to move around and basically confirm that Reynor's not doing anything crazy. you know, because the Reaper's here, you always try to go for a couple drone kills, but I don't think
Calm
they're
down,
gonna let that
Beckowet.
happen.
Calm down.
On the Terran side of the map, the third command center has started, signaling to us that
For now, third CC before, is that before Factory? Yeah, 3 CC3 ranks. Okay. If you remember, I expected something along the lines of this in the previous game, but this is going to be a very greedy build. Meanwhile, look at this. That is a sub 3-minute lair out of Reynor. Remember what we said at the start of the game? We expected to see Maru play for a longer later game. We expected to see mutas out of Reynor, and so far this feels like 2-base muta, but if gases aren't taken, this could be a Lin Queen Nidus all in. As a lot of links on the way, I'm leaning more towards Lin Queen Nidus. Let's go.
You know, you have the option to take the easy base for the hard base, right? And so it's not shocking that Maru's going to go for this. He gets 2 engineering base next, so all of this.
Yep,
is just
no extra gases. Show us the spot. Sorry, show us a Nidus.
Yeah. So
Do the casters notice?
You know, adding on the E-base, looks like we're going to get Maru into a
Do the casters notice? The observer's trying to point it out. Look, the observer, he's pointing. Look, the observer's like, guys, look, he's like circling he's checking overlord vision. He's circling the lack of workers.
Jump up to the 3 commands quickly. Jump
Overlord speed, drop lords.
A lot of units and 2 E-bays. It's like, okay, you're really planning a gigantic.
But you can see the observer, who's Ziggy. Ziggy's a Polish Terran. He's like desperately trying to make the casters notice.
The game is
He's like, guys, look.
Decided, well, hold on a second. We just have more and more lings being made here.
You know, they just realized.
Is it going to be Queen drop plus Ling?
Yeah, I think it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is.
Yo, shout out to Ziggy, by the way. You can see. I've noticed multiple times this broadcast where he's desperately trying to make the casters notice. You can see he's like desperately trying to like circle things with the mouse or like zooming in, and he just goes by unnoticed. Like they, whether it's Tastosis or State or Gemini, they're just. It's fine. It's fine.
Just drop. Yeah. And just hit hard.
Much love to
I'll
Ziggy.
tell you
Much
what,
love.
I think, you know, this map, it's probably the safest map to do a 3-base play.
Yeah.
Because you normally can't get hit, but this is one of the only rushes, or maybe we should say all-ins, that would allow you to do that.
Well, let's see what Maru's going to do when he sees the OV.
Now remember, Maru has a 3-racks, so he has Mass Marine. Oh no, he gets surrounded! Oh, surrounded, no bunker. Massive start here for Reynor coming in from behind. GG. GG.
We don't even get to see the fight happen.
Wow.
An immediate tap out.
This is crazy.
And again, this is very similar to what we saw last game. What do I mean by that? We spoke about the map, and I want to bring it back to the map as well. On Mothership favors Zerg in a longer, later game. So we expected Maru to be aggressive. Meanwhile, Celestial Enclave, remember what we spoke about? Celestial Enclave is the opposite, where you favor Terran in a longer, later game. So Maru all in, sorry, Reynor all in. So Maru all in on the Zerg favored map, and then Reynor all in on the Terran favored map. That's kind of like been the trajectory and the rationale behind that. Is that in longer games, the opposite race is more favored, so both players opted to all in, and both players went unscouted. GG. GG, well played.
Yes,
slices,
that's
the cheese product.
That's the sandwich cheese, the cheap stuff you get.
They come to a break. But now we're tied up. We're tied up 2-2. 2 wins for Maru, 2 wins for Reynor.
That's crazy. Anyways, guys, we're far from done. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with the LCQ finals here at the RSL Day 1. We will be right back.
Okay, we're cutting to a break. So after this, going to be cutting to a break here. When it comes to our return, I believe, what are the maps? We're going to be coming back on Tokamak. Ooh, okay, Tokamak, followed by Winter Madness and Magnetic North. We'll get into it. For now, though, we're going to be cutting to a break. We'll come back soon in 3 minutes' time with Tokamak. See you soon.
Army, those feelings also from the
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are mid-series here in the final match of the broadcast in the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Last Chance Qualifier co-stream. And the winner of this series will be advancing on to tomorrow's event, to the final playoff day of RSL. Oh boy, is it going to be Reynor? Is it going to be Maru? Right now we're tied up 2-2. It has been a hyper-aggressive series, and we'll see if that aggression continues. Up next, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is another larger map of the map pool. Tokamak does favor longer and later games, and I would actually favor Maru getting into this. So I feel like the pressure is once again going to be on Reynor to be aggressive, to try to end things early, or maybe to take to the skies. We'll keep an eye on his lair tech timing. We'll keep an eye on his gases.
They're world class in every sense of the game, but I mean, 4 games in a row is wild. Are we going to get a 5th? Only time will tell. And it looks like we're actually ready to go into that now. Our map is Tokamak here. Remember, the winner is going to go on and play in the final spot here for tomorrow's Final Four.
Let's go.
In the top right, in the red, make some noise for Maru. And in the bottom left, in the blue, guys, give it up for Reynor.
Very exciting to.
And the crowd goes mild.
They're going to be planning for each of these games.
Crazy.
It's just been so.
Oh, 2x Reaper. Let's go. So we do have Maru opening up with the low ground setup. Should be 2x Reaper out of Maru, going for a more aggressive and assertive start to the game, and we'll see what Maru can get done.
I'm waiting for my big macro game.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get it.
I want to see snipes, and
I mean, this is aggressive. This is not all in, so this can still lead into a longer macro game.
All these great things that happen in the late game.
Well, this game, at least on Maru's end, he's going to go for pressure play. This was popularized, I think, mostly by Beyond, but there was a period in StarCraft 2 where I felt like everybody just started doing it because, I mean, frankly, it worked.
So chats, how big is the crowd? Is it a small studio with like 30 people? So, it's a relatively small studio. I mean, it's the same size as like GSL, right?
2 or 3 years ago where everybody was
Same size studio. But in general, like Korean crowds are usually a little bit more respectful. They're less rowdy. They're less rowdy and less, rambunctious. So yeah, that's kind of like where you're getting very gentle golf claps for the players. Let's go.
And maybe it's going to look like it would be
with
like
a
delayed Reaper.
Woo! Every now and then, like.
Maybe he walks out, catches an overlord. Maybe he
Every
just
now and
walks
then.
across the map and tries to apply that pressure. I really don't know because it's such a strange, different build here. Now, it doesn't. Here's one thing. It doesn't look like something that can end the game quickly. Well, it absolutely doesn't.
So this is not 2x Reaper, it's 2x Marine. So this has been seen before. With this, you can hunt down the Overlord, you can zone away, and you can follow this up with a stronger bio timing. Now, this is a build that Future did popularize back in the day. This was back in 2023. Future, he was doing this build, and if you're watching Maru as of late, and Tasteless should recognize this, Maru did do this build, and so did Björn in recent times in recent RSL. The goal here is to move out to try and delay the third base with a bunker, potentially. So we've seen this before.
Well, it's funny because there were no Reapers. He went right into Factory.
Yeah.
He does have Marines that can put on pressure. He is setting an SCV across the map. I think he had that idea.
I was checking the third.
Reynor took the triangle base.
Yeah.
So he's going to do this, but this is going to be second slate, and the Overlord sees it. So this is
But he only has 2 lanes.
Yeah, you're right.
He's going for the spine. Misread. Yeah, misread out of Reynor.
Oh my
God.
Only 2 lings.
There's basically no way to save.
He's going to force a cancel.
6 lings now. Now there's only 1 SCV here, but he would have to basically overwhelm the bunker, and I don't think those lings are going to be ready in time.
No.
This is the health is being plowed down faster than the building of the HP can come in, and he needs to cancel. He does. A catastrophic moment.
Nice pickup. Maru takes the lead.
So do you just put the Marines in there, or do you try to get them to go home?
Nah, just go home. Salvage.
I think you lose them if you go home, but he might just go home.
I think it's better to just trade them as best you can.
Oh,
but yeah, it looks like
doesn't get in, dog. Can he get in? He cannot. Nice cleanup by Reynor.
Overall, this is a win here for Maru.
I would say so. I think it could have been a little bit better if he hadn't gone greedy with those Marines suddenly. But yeah, I think overall, killing the Overlord, canceling out the hatch, getting the drone.
So 3 CC2 on follow-up here. This should lead into bio, but we have seen, if you remember, God, this was earlier this year, we did see, I think it was Maru go into, oh, never mind. I was going to say go for a 2x opener into mech, which did happen earlier this year. But here it is going to be double eBay. We're going to Bio.
Does this sort of
Now, very quickly, I don't know if you notice, it's important to like kind of have an idea of how builds work. This is double eBay before Starport. So late Starport, late Medivacs, fast double eBay, fast double. Oh no, he gets in! Let's put a pin on that. That should not have happened. Is that game? Oh my god, okay. Massive scout as well. He gets into the main.
Super annoying. He actually, at the end of the day, isn't
Maru.
that many workers, but he lost his Marines.
Mech.
Slowed everything down.
Was that double factory? Yeah, it is. Remember, we brought it up. We've seen 2x Marine into mech. We saw that at Maru earlier this year. It is mech.
Yeah. All that Maru wanted to do was just set up an add-on there. He had to move the
casters haven't noticed.
Like, just like a, one position to the left and then reset.
You see, Ziggy's doing it. Ziggy, he's like, look, guys, look.
What?
There it is.
It's gonna be mech. Yeah. And he's doing this because the 2 engineering bays were scouted.
Yes.
Oh my god.
He's faking stim.
Stim out of the front bunker.
So originally this was going to be double eBay before Starport to go into what was meant to be an 8 racks. This would have been the beginning of an 8 racks of a 3-base stim all in or a 3-base bio all in. But because he got scouted, he hard switched into mech, which again we have seen Maru do this before.
Now instead, what Maru does, he's not going to use these eBays at all.
No.
Throw him in the trash. He's going to, instead, he's just going to go...
Thankfully, Reynor's playing roaches. Like Reynor, he's playing very safe, very defensive, going into 1-1, into Roach Warren, into +1 range. So he's going into Roach play, so he should be okay.
He's still getting stim at the entrance. And again, that's a waste of money, but you're selling the fact that you're going for mech.
I see in the chat, MMM plus mech. No, it should just be mech. So just mech.
As long as he thinks bio is what's being made.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Stim is going to be cancelled. Or at least it should be cancelled.
Canada
so he's going to get the 3rd CC landed. And the question is going to be, when does Reynor check again? Because you know what Reynor's probably
there's a cancellation.
Doing is staying back, and he's just going to try to get ready for this one big attack. And he's going to try to hold it off. But dealing with mech is very different.
It is, and when Blue Flame finishes, he might start to have an idea about that, but right now sitting on +1 carapace, playing with Zergling speed, these are not the right tools. Now,
but fun fact, again, as you mentioned, Reynor is going for a big Roach push. Reynor can end the game with mass Roach. Like, Blue Flame Hellions, they do nothing to Roaches. So even though Reynor doesn't know what's going on, he's blind countering. He's just blind countering his opponent.
So funny. He's making so many Hellions that if you're on an only Zergling, look at how many Hellions. That doesn't even make sense.
There's more Hellions than there are Zerglings right now.
Why does he have
There's 22 Roaches.
That is so many.
Like, Reynor can just A-move.
A million Zerglings couldn't kill that.
Yeah. Now, I still feel like Roaches are going to be good versus this.
Yeah, Roaches are great.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Like, Bar's going to lose everything, and then he just counter-attack.
What wins Hellions or Roaches? Now you know.
So with that, Reynor, he should just win. From here, he should just A-move across the map. We have tanks on the way. If Reynor can hit before the tanks are out, Reynor can break the natural.
Yeah. He's making tanks.
He's going for it.
And by the way, when you see that many Hellions, the secret's out.
Yeah.
You are not going for bio.
There's quite a few factories behind this without any doubt.
Right.
Hopefully he can get some siege tanks out.
And yeah, Reynor, he's arrived. He's arrived across the map. He's at the natural.
The Roach is coming up, and yeah, they're going to be able to kill off this barracks super, super fast.
Tanks are out.
Looking very good for Maru at the moment.
I gotta say, like, you know, if you were to grade a game based off of just like style, you know, the mid game would have gone to Maru, but then it really comes down to what actually works. The mech play was deceptive. Doesn't matter. This game's over. GG. Reynor takes game 5. Hey, look at what he just said.
Well, Maru's switch was like, the thing is, Reynor is not that much of a Roach guy. He's definitely more of a Ling guy.
Yeah.
And if you're just sitting on Lings and maybe even adding
watch.
in some base,
He's going to check. So this is him going back in there.
Yeah, Reynor, he's double checking. Again, this is emphasizing what we said. As you saw, Reynor checked the replay. Reynor didn't scout. Reynor didn't know what Maru was doing. Reynor didn't care what Maru was doing. Reynor was blindly going for a Roach push anyway. So the stars aligned, right? Like the stars aligned. Reynor, he just blindly was just going for a Roach push anyway. Maru happened to going mass Hellion, and then Maru got hard countered. He got blind countered is the better way of putting it. Because again, Reynor didn't know what was happening. He just had no idea. He's like, guess I just win. Okay. let's go.
Happened to be the counter for the secret
That
move
was the
that Maru
double
had.
blind counter.
Yeah, and then yeah, it just kind of blew up in Maru's face.
And
so
they
going
just
to
the
game
casters
6
just said
now.
it as
If Reynor
well,
wins
like
this,
blind counter.
he's moving on to tomorrow's official Final Four here for the offline finals. If Maru wins, we're tied up 3-3. In the top left in the red, give it up for Maru. In the bottom right in the blue, let's make some noise for Reynor.
I'll get the clappers in the chat.
Wow.
God
Wow.
damn.
I loved the ideas. I am a little bit surprised that Reynor decided to make a ton of roaches. But
Yeah.
it definitely pays off there. It's not like they would have been terrible against Bio anyways.
No, it would have been good. Sorry.
Maybe a little bit too much from Maru there. You know,
So, as a reminder, very quickly, what Reynor did was calculated against the 8 racks. Sorry, so remember, what did Reynor scout? He didn't scout the mech, but he saw double eBay. Double eBay before Starport screams 8 racks. And if you watch GSL Season 2 this year, Solar versus Maru, on Tokamak, hey, it was the same map actually. On Tokamak, what did Solar do? Solar actually hard countered Maru, because that was back when 8 racks was really popular, and Solar was able to hit with a Roach All-In before the buy, before the 8 racks kicked in. Before the final racks is finished, before the third base got saturated, Solar beat Maru, and Solar knocked Maru out of GSL this year with the Roach All-In. And I want to say that Reynor's build there was a reaction to scouting the double eBay and was trying to hard counter Maru's 8 racks. So regardless of whether Maru had committed to his 8 racks initially, like was the original plan, or switching to mech, like it just both worked out for Reynor. I'm bringing this up just because the casters, I think Artosis, he was saying like, it's kind of crazy, like Reynor's not really a Roach boy, like I guess it's kind of works that he did that anyway. It's like, no, like that was like Reynor's build was a response and a reaction to what he had scouted previously, which was meant to be in 8 racks. It's like it made sense from Reynor's side of things. He just happened to also be countering whatever the hell Maru was doing, which was Mass Hellion.
If they both enter towards like
But if you missed Solar versus Maru GSL this year, like you can see something very similar.
You know, it's just they're both conditioning each other to be very paranoid at the moment.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The craziest thing we could see is upgrades for the units they're going to use, Artosis.
That would be wild.
So, the Reaper comes.
Do you need a clapping emote next? I do like. When I was thinking when I'm hearing the crowd in the background clapping, and when I'm hearing all this, I'm reminded of, remember Base Trade TV? They had the Tasia clap emote. They had the Tasia clap, which was very iconic. Not saying we want our own Tasia clap, but getting our own clapping emote. I like it. I like the idea.
Or if he just gets the starport right away after the factory's done.
I like it.
And it is going to be the starport. Now, there are many different kind of games that can come from here, but so far this branch of the build is normal, is standard. Reynor's getting his third base,
1-1-1.
base like this. Obviously,
Hyper
still
aggressive at
of
Maru.
Standard, but you need to drone up a little bit more before you could even make any kind of tech switch.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. Like, you got to get that economy really flowing.
So if the casters are saying this is standard, this is not. This is not standard. Maru, he's going for a delayed third CC. He's going for a faster starport. He's going into faster Banshee play, and this can lead into a Banshee Hellbat push. This is much more aggressive from Maru.
As old as time here in StarCraft 2, and you'd imagine he's going to go for a pretty quick third after this. Occasionally you do see 2 base builds after Banshee Hellion, but I got to tell you, I don't feel like they're as good.
I agree.
So just pushing back on what they're saying, this is a late third base out of Maru. Very late third, very aggressive build. Because that Maru has to get damage with this, otherwise he'll fall behind. Otherwise he's just playing inefficiently.
And the Banshee, again, I'm kind of glad we're going to see something.
So he needs damage.
Standard here. As crazy and as fun as this series is.
It's going to be up to Reynor to survive the aggression.
He's going to come down now, and he's actually going to go for what would look like it was a dive, but the Lings are going to be here.
He's going for the dive. He's trying to.
Reynor really thins this
Oh
out.
my god.
Ideally, you want to be throwing these units onto workers, but instead it's going to be only 2 orange.
He does get in. How many drones can he get? So far, just 1.
And you need to get a lot of drone kills. I don't know that it's going to happen. And you can see Reynor's now.
Does he get 2? Not even. Oof.
And that was a bit of a hemorrhaging play there from Maru.
Yeah. Didn't do what he was looking for, that's for sure. But, you know, he's trying to keep some of that pressure on. He's getting a little bit of scouting intel.
And just bringing it back as a reminder, the reason why Maru dove like that, as we mentioned, is because Maru is being hyper aggressive and because his third base is late. He needed to find damage and he failed to get damage. Maru's in a rough position. Like, this isn't just that Maru lost Hellions, it's that Maru lost Hellions and he delayed his third base and it wasn't worth it. Not yet.
Always know there's going to be 2 engineering bays made when you see a third command center. So just with the command center alone,
whether it's mech or not.
Yeah. That's a good point. He could go mech. This one time I'm just assuming he can't do it, but really that would be counter to the narrative we've already had here. So the Banshees are going to come out. Stim has started, and we won't see any pushing on the map until Terran has that Stim done.
Yeah, and we got this Banshee flying around, getting a couple lings with its Captain America shields, and seeing if he can get any drones in here as well. Cloak is completed, and it looks like he's joined them up, so definitely has a bit of potential for damage.
Okay, double Banshee, but the Sport's in position. Gets one, gets two.
For some more worker snipes here. You need to get a couple more drones before those Banshees have really paid for themselves. You can, once this harass is sort of fizzled out, you can kind of pair these with the pushes and kind of use them to sustain.
Yeah.
The 5 Raxes are finishing here, and that's really where the whole economic engine has kicked in for the 3-base Terran. You're finally actually printing that army that you want to use in the mid-game.
Yeah, and look at the amount of Raxes he's actually going up to here. It's like a 7 or 8 barracks pump, so it could be one of these just like kind of rally pushes, right? These parade pushes where it's just non-stop pushing forward, trying to just kill the Zerg by overwhelming numbers.
So what Artosis is trying to say is that this is a 3-base all-in, there's an 8 Rax. If you remember, this was the build that Maru was trying to get into last game. If you remember, with the fast double eBay, but he failed to get there. I say failed to get there. He hard switched into mech, didn't quite work out. But this is hyper aggressive. There's a 3-base all-in. There's no gases at the 3rd base. There's no 2nd factory. There's no 4th CC, and there's no add-ons on the extra 3 Raxes. So again, this is 3-base all-in out of Maru. This hits very hard. We'll see if Reynor can survive. The other game was in favor of Reynor.
The position is anchored. That's what you want to see. Can the Zerg hang on, or maybe punish an overextending Terran, or can the Terran slowly bleed the Zerg out?
Well, right now we're watching Maru's point of view here, trying to get a little bit of harassment damage done, but it looks like Reynor's pretty on top of what's going on. The Hellions come up to help a little bit, but more Lings coming up.
Reynor trading well with these Lings. Picks up a lot of Marines.
Once again. Maru continuing the push forward.
Behind this, I did see that Reynor was getting a hive. Was he getting a hive before Bailing speed?
And this is going to be the moment.
Reynor, he's skipping Bailings. He's going Ling into hive. No. This is a style that he was doing earlier this year during Masters of the Game. This was back in July, back in August. Jesus. It's so greedy. Nice Fungles. No shot. No shot. Remember, this is without Bailings. Intentionally, Reynor, he skipped Bailings to try to pull this off. He should be punished.
Reynor retreats back onto
Reynor should die here. Like, he should die.
Close to any position that was worth it. Normally you want to scan, see.
Like, what Reynor's doing is illegal. Trying to go Ling into Ultra without Bailings, without Roaches. Up against an 8 Rax.
He has to control perfectly, and even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
No, it's looking a little bit rough right now, but
We have Infestors on the way. Fungals are coming.
Huge amount of production, and he needs this to work. He didn't even start 2-2 upgrades. There is no follow-up for Maru. He is completely all in here on 3 bases.
The Stim comes down, and I mean, the Lings are going to get all the way around. They're going to surround here, and the Marines, I think they have to be picked up. Is there enough sustain here? No.
Ooh, yeah, it looks
It's
like
so close.
Very, very close as more Marines come up, but some Lings cause
Another Fungal lands. Oh my god.
And this is not looking good for Maru once again. He pulls back his medevacs.
Yeah, Reynor's done it. Reynor's done it. I mean, his early game was good, right? Remember, he had the better early game. He was able to shut down the aggression. Maru had a late 3rd TC.
Yeah, I didn't even appreciate how well positioned.
And Reynor got away with it. Again, like, this build should be illegal up against an 8 Rax, but it was like it was not an ideal 8 Rax out of Maru.
And he's going to hit this hatchery. Hold on.
Here come the Ultras.
Low, but now the Ultras hatch. And these are going to come in here, and there is no way to save this.
Oof.
Yeah, that Fungal goes down onto these
Fungal lands.
Very painful indeed. The Liberators actually did a pretty good job eliminating some of those Infestors, so that was helpful. He has a decent amount of Marines at home. He's pulling back his Siege Tank.
Fungo's good AoE damage too, to be honest, against Marines. Yes, but usually it shouldn't be enough to defend against this. Oh, as Reynor overextends. But as we tried to mention, part of the reason why this is working is that Reynor had the stronger early game.
I was pretty sure.
Okay.
Otherwise, the 3-base all-in is meant to punish the Zerg player being greedy in such a way.
So he's going to send those
I think a good example of this, if you watched Clem versus Serral at Masters of the Game earlier this year, you'd see examples of Clem punishing Reynor trying to do this. Like Reynor, he tried, and not just Clem punishing. I want to say that Bjorn also punished Reynor as well. In that period, in the weeks surrounding Masters of the Game, you would have seen Reynor doing this every game. He was doing this very, very often and failing every time. Like we saw him lose so many TVZs or ZBTs trying to do this. But hey, it's finally working. all these months later, it's finally working. Crazy.
No, it certainly is not. In fact, on most maps, it's a little bit tricky to end up taking. And he has to kind of turtle up a little bit as well. Don't forget, the upgrades of Reynor are going to be much better. He's going to be on 2-2 against 1-1 for a very long time, even starting +3.
Because if you remember, Reynor was doing this during the Open Cups, like during Pegasus Cup or What Is V Mondays or the Open Cups that were during that period of time. This was post EWC.
And Maru's just trying to make it into some sort of position that's playable.
Yeah, he's trying to package the next couple minutes into securing a safe 4th base.
Now, winding it back here, Maru's 4th base is late, his gases are late, his 2nd factory is late, his late game tech, like Ghost Tech is late. Everything is late for Maru. Reynor's maxed with a high tech army, and Reynor is kind of snowballing out of control from here. Snowballing out of control.
And either kill him or drive him off. Now, there is a world where maybe Maru holds with perfect control. He's probably the best in the world at these kind of positions. And we're getting to that moment in this game right now. The scouting Ling sees the 4th base. We see the army moving
I would
out
agree.
here.
Like right now, Maru just has to turtle. He has to turtle up and survive, and Reynor has to try to break the turtling Terran. We'll see if he can.
Pour all these banked up resources into Banelings to have a lot of explosive damage to basically burst open this position.
Well, the funny thing is, Maru is like somehow, some way basically maxed out as well. So he's going to have an army that can kind of fight. The problem is he is still down 2 upgrades. So that is going to make it a bit harder. Now, here we go. Reynor
is collapsing in
this ramp right now. And he has got a ton of Ultras and Banes coming through. But
yeah, and again, there's just no answer to the Ultra. There's no answer.
Yeah, the Banelings are slow.
Nice spread.
Their targets. Some of them are not quite connecting. And you know what? Maru survives. He lost about 40% of his supply.
Jesus.
Now, obviously, Reynor lost a lot, but he's already remaking those units, so he's maxed out once again.
Oh my, the fungal landed. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a pretty big moment.
Yeah, and Reynor's done it. Reynor, he has done it. It's been an intense series, an intense day of StarCraft. A crazy back and forth, hyper aggressive series. Winding it back, what happened this game? We had the 1-1-1 into failed aggression. Reynor shut it down, and Reynor will take the series 4-2. GG.
He is moving on to that 4th spot here. He'll be playing in the final 4 of the RSL offline finals tomorrow. What an insane series, Artosis.
That was a wild one. Absolutely fantastic showing there from Reynor. Very different, very weird games overall, but he takes down the best Terran in the history of the game.
A very anime finals here, Artosis, as 2 of the greatest macro players had some of the cheesiest games back and forth until there was no more cheese.
Is Artosis gonna start like arguing to like the void about Rogue being the GOAT? Is that what's gonna happen right now? Jesus.
Or the Terran, from the Terran's perspective, the 4th base being denied, and then you win there. Crazy series. Glad we got to at least Game 6 there in what was an incredible finals.
Yeah. Very well done. And, you know, we were talking at the beginning of the day, like, who do you want to see go through? And while I wanted a Protoss, you guys were saying, let's have Reynor go through. Let's have Maru go through. So it was a great finals no matter who won. It was going to improve tomorrow's games.
Yeah.
And, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what Reynor can do against these strong Protosses.
Crazy games here today. I think we are ready for that interview now. So we're going to go see how Reynor's feeling now that he has made it to tomorrow's final.
What are they going to ask him? Show us what you got.
An absolutely ridiculous series. We've got Reynor here on the couch. I mean, I gotta just ask how you're feeling, man. I mean, Maru coming in so strong as the favorite overall. I feel like in this entire bracket, How do you feel after coming out with this victory?
Well, it feels amazing. I'm gonna be honest, I'm very confused.
True.
Those games were very confusing. Even when I won the last game, I had to count real quick if I actually won. You know, I wasn't
Yeah.
sure. I don't know what happened. Like cheese after cheese after cheese, and then we finally had like somewhat of a macro game until he cheesed again. So
Yeah.
I guess it wasn't really a macro game, but it feels amazing. I'm really excited for tomorrow.
He's referring to the 8
It was
racks.
gonna be really hard today, and I don't know, still got it, I guess.
I mean, I just have to ask as well because like the types of games we saw from Maru today was absolutely out of pocket. I feel like starting off the best of 7 with a proxy 3 racks that caught you off guard a bit, we're not quite prepared for it. And then we had that one game with where you scout the 2 eBays and then he just goes into mech and makes 5 billion Hellions for some reason. I mean, how did it feel to play against such a crazy mind game scenario in some of these games?
You know, in the first game, I was kind of feeling the proxy racks, and I was like, okay, there's really good chance because it's a Zerg map. Maru likes to start things off with cheese, but then I didn't really trust myself, so I said, okay, I'll just play hatch first, and it bit me back. So when I played in Tokamak and I scouted the 2 eBays, something was off, man. Like something was off. Like his reactor and tech lab were really late, and then I had a flashback of Yona telling me this kind of build dies to like the really fast double eBay dies to Roach Ravager. So I canceled my +1 melee.
Oh, that's why you canceled it. We were wondering why you would cancel it.
Okay.
That, and also I was like, he hasn't played a single standard game yet. Surely he's not starting now. So I felt like something was off. Just in general, I had a weird feeling.
State hasn't watched
If you all
StarCraft.
in into this kind of build, it's always the best way. You know, just get it out of the way and most likely you break them.
That's wild. Just the Spidey sense.
Or
kicking in
GSL
is
specifically.
pretty insane.
All right, so I've got to ask, you won today. 15 players. You're the only player that's going to survive into the Final Four tomorrow. But tomorrow you have 3 Protoss players waiting for you.
True.
In the top 4. How are you feeling about your ZVP, dude?
Dude, well, how does anyone feel about ZVP? No,
Yeah, true.
Jokes aside, my ZVP is all right. Tomorrow we got the best of the best. I think I'm against Classic first, right? Love it.
Yes.
Always love playing against Classic, and I'll do my best. Can I maybe get an advantage because I did all of this today?
You're warmed up, man.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
advantage.
I'm
Hey,
warmed
it's
up.
a boon.
You started on
It's
day
a
1.
boon.
That's
you
a
got
classic.
the confidence.
I guess.
Oh, you beat him in the last season though, didn't you? In the upper bracket, right? I'm pretty sure.
I don't really like. We trade kind of.
Yeah.
Like he had the upper hand. The last patch, I started beating him. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, we kind of trade. I think he has the upper hand overall, though. But I'm excited.
Do you have any more questions you want to ask, Mr. State?
No, I just want to say good luck tomorrow, man. We're gonna be cheering for you.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Yeah, man. I don't know, any little last words you want to say to any of the fans, anyone that's sticking around or anything like that?
Yeah, shout out to everyone for coming. It's a blast playing in offline stage again, and it's really good to see all the fans coming here. Shout out to Basilisk and shout out to Red Bull. Thank you guys so much for cheering for me. I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Reynor. Congratulations again. We're going to be going back over to Tastos is on the desk in just a little bit, but that was Reynor qualifying to tomorrow.
GG. We have the final bracket here that's setting up. It is going to be Classic, Reynor, Hero, and Zaun. 3 Protoss and 1 Zerg. I don't know if I'm too fond of the phrasing or the kind of like the scenario that they were kind of portraying there, because they're like, oh, Maru, he was crazy, he was cheesing every game. So was Reynor. If you remember, Reynor, he went for a Ling Queen Drop Lord all in on Celestial Enclave, and he went for a proxy hatch into Ling Flood on Evil Heart as well. So yeah, just for greater context, as they like to forget things that happened during some of the games, it was both players being hyper aggressive and very cheesy, very all in. Of course, it was Maru who was more so, especially towards the end for sure. But Reynor was like kind of like getting down and dirty with Maru alongside him. Like they were both animals, right? Both animals. But GG well played. Congratulations to Reynor for claiming the series. And with that, we have our, again, confirmed top 4. We have 3 Protoss, 1 Zerg player. As a reminder, that's going to be played out tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to be returning here. It's going to be a single elimination bracket, but there is a 3rd place match. So it's going to be 4 series, 4 best of 7s. Is there a best of 9? Let me just double check. I don't think there is. Yes, all best of 7. Okay, so it's going to be 4 best of 7s. 4 best of 7s back to back to back. Hopefully it should be a bit of a shorter broadcast, but each series should be like maybe an hour and a half long each. So it's going to be a long one. I'm expecting like around the 6-hour cast, around 6 hours. Here, this did reach 8 hours. Which is okay, I guess. 8-hour cast. I'm fine, but I'm a little bit worried about my bunnies. I know they're getting a little bit antsy. For those that are curious, whenever we finish casting here, I usually let the bunnies out to spend time outside for like a good 5-6 hours. But they're gonna be let out a little bit late because the cast lasted a little bit longer than we expected. But it's all good. It's all good. They'll be okay. They'll be okay. They're like, where's the food? Where are the snacks? Let us out, papi, let us out. So, gonna head out and let the bunnies free roam. They'll be okay. They'll be okay. Give them some snacks. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Again, ! RSL to check out the Patreon for the event. And again, tomorrow is day 2. Tomorrow is the final bracket, the playoff bracket for the Revival StarCraft League offline event happening over in Korea with Reynor, Classic, Hero, and Zaun. So do check it out. We'll be there to co-stream as well. Hope you enjoyed the co-stream. Hope we weren't too intrusive. I did try to pull it back a little bit. I feel like I have to find myself every time we co-stream, but sometimes I'm a little bit more heavy-handed, other times a little bit more laid back, sometimes a mix of the two. I don't want to I don't want to talk over too much or just be too assertive here when of course we have the main casters that are covering the event. I'm just trying to add what we can when we can, but otherwise thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for day 2 of the RSL finals. Otherwise, as a reminder as well, we usually have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sundays, but tomorrow we have RSL. We're moving Tuna Cup to Tuesday. So Tuna Cup has been moved over to Tuesday instead. We still have our regular weekly, just has been moved over a couple of days so we do not clash with RSL. Just as a heads up. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and with that, if you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, !socials. Hold on. !socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to our social media pages. We have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings, so you can follow us there if you wish. Otherwise, you can follow us on YouTube. We do upload and stream to YouTube on a daily basis. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft happening over on YouTube. Just catching up in the chat. How do we watch Ryung vs Maru? Recast and replay? Unfortunately, I see Macrocosm in the chat. Unfortunately, that wasn't casted by anyone. It wasn't. We only co-streamed the mainstream. And Rotterdam was the B stream, but Rotterdam didn't cover Ryung vs Maru. So unfortunately, that wasn't casted by anyone. At the end of the event, check social media, because I believe, I believe RSL will be releasing a replay pack. But I was gonna say check Twitter for that sort of thing, but I believe the replay pack is going to be behind a paywall. I believe it's on Patreon, so if you're a patron, then you can get those replays after the fact, but I believe they do only give it out to patrons, just as a heads up. No. But otherwise, with that, we are going to be wrapping up for today. Thanks for watching. They released it to patrons. Yeah. So if you're a patron, then you will get replays from some of the other matches that were not casted. If you're interested in those games or just in general. So again, check it out on Patreon. !RSL is there. Let us out. Oh no. Love your input, especially when you call Ziggy signs. It's very apparent at times where it's like, oh look, again, Ziggy, he knows what he's doing. He can see, he's a good observer. But sometimes you can notice him trying to point things out to the casters, and they're talking amongst themselves, and you can see the observer struggling, struggling in the background, guys, look at what's going on. Much love to Ziggy, much love. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of RSL. See you then. Take care. Have a great rest of your weekend. Yeah, see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.